Hello, hello, lovelies. My lighting's a little messed up. How's everybody doing tonight? Let's fix this. I'm so red. Why am I so red? I don't know. We won't worry about it too much. See that? I look like a crazy monster. Hey guys, how's it going? How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome to stream. Who's here? Who's here? Who's here? Wait, I should play some more music. Where'd the music go? Everybody say hi. We got Monkey, we got Dragoness, we got Tristan, John Smith, Matthew Schultz, Danny Lilly. What's up? What's up, Hold Action? It's hot out. What's up, Glad? What's up, Gangamel? That's a funny name. You're nervous and hyped? That's exciting. Imagine being nervous and hyped. It's a hard life to live. It's a hard road to travel. What's wrong with the coloring on my camera? It's annoying me. I don't know exactly what it is. We're gonna do one tiny thing as we start. Pause that. Welcome, Mind Benderix, and we got some naked ladies. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. What happens if I do this? That better? No. It's not better. It's a little better. Not that much better though. No? Maybe? Fuck it. We're keeping it. We're not worrying about it. This is the life we lead. Anyway, welcome to the show. Welcome, everybody. How's everybody feeling tonight? Did my camera just... I feel like I just got a lot closer to the screen. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Pretty calm down. Whoa! Who's new to the channel? Anybody new? Any first timers? What's up, GW? What's up, Butt Poncho? I look like I ate a bunch of carrots. Yeah, I know. What if I do this? Does it help? If I put the blinding light in my face? I think I need to crank this light up. I think that's the problem. This light. Where's this? I think that might do it. I feel whitewashed. Whatever. We're in the middle. Welcome. It's the first time here. Congratulations. You've found me. You found me. Guys, today is Thursday night. Does anyone know what we do on Thursday nights? Who knows? I forget. I can't remember anything anymore. I live in a world of shadow. No, I remember. Thursday night is Homebrew review night for the members. Which means that if you are a member on Patreon, or a YouTuber, are you a member on YouTube, and you can submit for this night, but not you have about 4 seconds left to submit. I'm about to close I'm about to close it. So if you can submit before I can open, if you can submit it before I open the document to close it, there's still time. And you're out of time. You've lost it. You've lost it. You've lost your shot. Shot was here and shot is gone. But fear not, friends, because there is always more. And tomorrow night we are doing a big, explosive homebrew review night. because it will be the last night that I do homebrew review. About a week. Your boy's taking a week off, friendos. I hope you're okay with it. I hope you'll survive. I will still be making shorts because they're easy to do when I'm traveling, but I will be traveling for a week. So I will not have my stream machine. Let's see. I don't know if you know what this is, but I want to make a cyber psycho subclass. I don't know what cyber psycho is. Is it what it sounds like? Is it like a cyborg, or is it something different? You've been watching for a couple months? You saw some homebrew, One Piece homebrew, and lost your mind? You'll survive. It's from Cyberpunk. I've never played Cyberpunk. What's up, NZ? I thought I saw a message I wanted to read, but I can't find it. Don't worry about it. A cyborg that went insane. That's what it sounds like it is. Well, anyway, the thing that makes tonight a little different than all other nights is that because it's a member homebrew review night, if you have a piece that is looked at, you're invited on stream. We can talk. We can workshop it together. Very exciting. And if you want to be one of those people, you need to go into the Discord waiting room. There's a stream waiting room channel so I can find you. And if your name that you submitted under is not the name that you have in Discord, you have to start yelling in the Discord, "It's me! I'm there!" Or not in the Discord, rather, in the YouTube chat, so I see it. Because if I don't see you there, I'm gonna assume you're not there, you know? You guys want to see the wheel for tonight? It's a pretty big member wheel tonight. We had 34 submissions. Normally the member wheel's way fewer, so I'm glad we got some new members in the house, and it's also nice to see people coming up with some ideas they want to share. Let's which chat do you need to be in? There's literally a waiting room in the stream, in the Discord, that says stream waiting room. Go find it. But yeah, so tonight I'm streaming, and then tomorrow night I'm streaming, but then I'm done for a week. So don't be too sad. Don't be too sad. There might be another John Smith. It's a common name, or so I hear. But we are starting tonight not with John Smith. With Black Raz. Let's see if Black Raz is not coming to stream. I just realized I accidentally submitted this for the regular stream instead. I don't think I read it. It's an artificer subclass inspired by the Forge Masters of Castlevania. They like make monsters, right? I used many of the summon spells, and the creatures of the night stat block is found at the bottom of the document. All right, let's take a look. I am very harsh on my artificers generally, just so you know. There it is in the chat if you want to give her a gander. Let's see what we're working with. Okay, so spells. We get Inflict Wounds, Ray of Sickness, Summon Beast, Wither and Bloom, Summon Shadow Spawn, Life Transference, Summon Aberration, Shadow of Moil, Dance Macabre, Infernal Calling. The one thing that I'm going to point out here that I don't think is a huge deal, but I don't think it's not a huge deal, is that a lot of these spells do basically the same thing. Like, I don't know how often are you going to be using, I don't know. There's an element of like having all the summon spells, but the summon spells so dramatically don't stack like in any way, and they all kind of scale pretty well too. I'm wondering if that's the move. I saw the big pimp on the wheel and thought it was a homebrew, only to realize it's just the name, creator's name. That's very funny. Well, thank you, NZ, for the 5. I appreciate it. Chat, am I being crazy here? Is that too much of a big deal? Maybe it doesn't matter. I think all the other spells I feel like fit really well. I could see an argument for Summon Beast not being on it because it's like the least monstery, but it is a way to give you a summon spell at 5th level because it's the only 2nd level summon spell. And if the goal of this is like you have a summon, the thing is, I sort of feel like this is what I'm worried about. And I'm already seeing it when I see transmogrification ritual, is that I've said it once, I'll say it again. Artificers in 5e are not designed to have an alternative magic using system. They're not, that's just not what they're designed for. They're designed to have a cool object that they have made that does cool stuff. And that's kind of what their main thing is. So if you are trying to make it so their main thing is no longer an object they make, but a alternative magic system you use, it has to be very tight and simple. We're going to see. We're going to dive in. We're going to take a look at what it is. Wither and Bloom and Life Transference are also very similar. Are they? Does Wither and Bloom actually deal damage and give hit points? Or am I confusing it with another spell? A lot of the spells are similar. Yeah. No, yeah. A lot of the spells are similar. Yeah, I thought Wither and Bloom and Life Transference were pretty different. But I might be misremembering. Faithful Hound would also make sense on this list. Castle, the Devil Forge Master would be more of a Necromancy Artificer. Yeah, that's basically what this is. This is a Necromancy Artificer. I'm assuming it's what it's going to be. Life Transference damages you. Wither and Bloom damages someone else. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like they feel different enough. Let's dive into this thing, because this is a long mechanic. At 3rd level, you are able to utilize your magic by performing rituals with special tools, either to bring people and animals back from the dead, or to call demonic spirits from hell into corpses, transmogrifying, it's such a funny word, the bodies and turning them into creatures of the night. And you said there's a stat block at the bottom. You should put a little parentheses here. To perform a ritual, you must utilize tools. You need an hour. You need gold. The corpse can't have been dead for that long. It turns into a creature of the night under your control. How many can you have? Whenever you create a creature this way, choose a creature type. This creature type resembles that of the chosen creature, which is determined using the stat block. It disappears when it drops to 0 hit points. You can have a number of these under control equal to half your proficiency bonus. So you can have quite a few. Well, you can have 2. You can have 1, and then you can have 2, and then you can have 3. And when you lose them, you can just use the hour ritual to get them back. This feels like a lot. I mean, this mechanic is not. This is not. I'm gonna be honest. This is not overly worded for what it's intending to do at all. I don't think, actually. It might be a lot when we see what the stat block does, but in terms of like the structure of doing a summon spell, like a summon ability, this is worded fine, I think. It's very clear what it does. I baba'd through a lot of it because I don't think these little details matter that much. So you can command up to 4 creatures. With this only, the most you could get with this is 3. Unless there's a later feature that gives you more. Just because your proficiency bonus only ever goes up to +6. Let's take a look at what that creature is, because that does make a difference here. Oh, why does it have to be a font that's so much smaller than the rest? This is what you're going to do, my friend. Just take whatever this image is and just stretch it farther so that the words are bigger. I have to make my screen bigger to see it. I don't want to have to do that. How tough is this? 5 hit points times your artificer level, so it's a little weaker than like some of the big boys, but it's not that weak. It's got a bunch of immunities. Is there an artificer with fabricate? What level spell is fabricate? Magic weapons. If the artificer is level 9 or higher, it has magical attacks. Normally okay, so it has multi-attack. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I don't think these guys should ever get multi-attack, because I feel like the way you are getting multi-attack is by getting more of these guys. So I would not have these guys get multi-attack. I would just drop that entirely. They could either have a tentacle, a hell strike, a soul drain, a reaping touch, or an unholy blast. How often can they use these abilities? So here's the thing that I'm going to point out here. Okay, so I see what you're doing here. You're scaling these behind level. And here's the thing. You can't scale in too many different directions. So these guys are scaling based on you getting more of them. That is the scaling mechanism that you have given them. You can still have them get higher AC and higher hit points and whatever based on your level. But this power, for example, this 15th level power is too powerful for you to have multiple of these things running around being able to do this. So I think that you need to decide, are you getting one creature that gets better, and it's a little bit sort of like the battlesmith, or are you building this around you getting a little cohort of creatures? And maybe each one can take on a different vibe, sort of like in that video game where you have like the minions and they all have like different powers. But a scaling pet that also scales in the size of, in the amount of pets, it's just too strong. So I think you got to pick a direction here, and it should be based on whatever you want this thing to feel like more. Keep in mind, considering this is based off of essentially an anime, you have to just throw out the window the idea that you're going to be able to accomplish all the goals you want to make it feel like the thing, because it's going to be too much. You gotta pick and choose your battles. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of scaling pets plus the summons. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a little bit. I think it's a little bit too much with the scaling pets and the summons. And the multiple scaling pets. At 5th level, when you finish a long rest, you can choose a weapon or a suit of armor. And it either deals an additional... it becomes a +1 weapon, and it deals 1d4 extra damage, or it has resistance to necrotic and advantage on saving throws against being frightened. I probably wouldn't let other people use this object if I were you. I would make it so it was limited to only you can do it. I think this is, I wouldn't turn the item into a +1 weapon. I would drop that. I would probably just make it do extra damage, or make the armor do a little bit more stuff. I think you can make it do, potentially even do more than +1d4 extra damage on a hit, considering 1d4 is not a crazy amount. But I don't think it should also become a +1 magic item. I think it should just be a thing that you can do on an item that you're wielding. This does sort of just feel like an extra infusions. I mean, they literally use the word infuse, but you could change the flavor text to make it feel more like it's like, you know, has your dark magic in it. And you're just going to drop this whole thing. At 9th level, the creatures of the night are considered magical. They gain additional abilities. Again, I don't think we need to go through all of these additional abilities. I feel like the more important thing for you to decide is, what do you want these things to be? Do you want these things to be guys that can summon a bunch of different types of monsters? Or do you want this guy to be a guy that can summon a bunch of monsters? Or a bunch of different types of monsters that don't necessarily grow, but they have like minor differences. And at 15th level, what do we get? They get Unholy Blast. Yeah, that's just too strong. And then you get an extra thing that you can do where for 1 minute you can do an avatar state for your pets. Everybody wants an avatar state. If not for them, then for their pets. Yeah, I don't know. I like, I'll be honest. I really think, I think that the way that this is written, the language that you're using is all very clear. I think it's pretty solid in its structure and its format. I really think the main thing that you need to work on is this is just a lot too strong, and in weird ways it's almost too one note. Like, too many of these things feel like the same thing. You're summoning these different types of creatures. You're summoning these different types of creatures. Everything is summoning different creatures. And I wonder if I think you just need to figure out a little bit more of a specific focus. And I wonder if there's a way that you could tone down the summon and give them something else to make them feel a little bit more of the flavor of the subclass, as opposed to just it being expressed through like summons. Because I don't think Dark Enchantments is pulling as much weight as you want it to. I think we need a little bit more of this vibe in some other places. Maybe a feature that allows to hold on to different summons at higher levels. Something like that could work. But again, I think that the main issue that I have with the summons is that we're getting more of them, and they are growing as we're getting more of them. That, I think, is the issue. The bigger issue, rather. Not everybody wants an avatar state for their pets. If my dog had an avatar state, I would be terrified. Reasonable. maybe instead of focusing on all those creature types, we instead pick a few ones. That's the other thing, is I think you need, this is it's like, there's maybe just a little bit too much going on in that way too. It's like we could focus it in a little bit. You just joined, and see you're doing your subclass. You'll have to rewatch it later. Is this yours? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I think it's, the main feedback, I'm pretty much done giving feedback on it. The main thing that I wanted to say was that my main feedback is that you're doing too much. You're making it grow in too many directions. You're growing in terms of the amount of pets, but all of the pets and their abilities are growing so much that it's like it's too much. You got to pick a lane. Are you getting a pet that grows, or are you getting many pets that grow in very little or much littler ways, and the amount of them grows? I think that's the bigger thing. But those are my main thoughts. And then also try to figure out how to fit a little bit more of the flavor in. Get a little bit away from summon and a little bit more into what else makes this thing feel like this thing. Even if that's just like a couple proficiency bonuses or unique tools or something like that. All right. Oh, shit. I got to get the applause open. Sorry. Yeah, and like the other thing that I wanted to say is if you're making a pet, because now that you're here, I can just talk to you. If you're making a pet subclass, look at how powerful the other ones are. They're not that strong. I mean, they get some really, really cool things, but the very fact that you have a pet and that it eats up space in the action economy alone is quite strong. So you have to like look at the battlesmith for its pet and how strong that is and how strong its other features are. Like, that's probably the best thing that you could look at. You could also look at the Drake Warden, I think would be a good fit. But again, your pets need to be way weaker than both of those pets, because if your goal is getting multiple pets, because then more and more action economy and more everything. That's like why necromancer characters are kind of tricky to make really feel like necromancers, but also still be balanced in the game of D&D, which is so reliant on the action economy. Anyway, let's give a big round of applause to Black Raz. And their Devil Forge Master Artificer. Very, very fun idea. I liked Castlevania when I watched it. And I always wanted to be a guy that could use a hammer to summon a demon. It was my dream. Next is Matt Thorne, and I bet you want to come online. That's my guess. You do. Wonderful. Second time submitting. Bounty Hunter Ranger. Didn't we look at this already? Oh, you son of a gun. This better be really different if I looked at this already. Let me pull you in. Oh, that's the wrong person. Oh, look at all the... Look, we got a lot of people waiting. Oh, I'm so glad so many people are showing up. So nice. Hey, Matt. What's up, buddy? Oh, wait. You can't hear me. I probably can't hear you either.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I can.
Wonderful. Welcome to the show.
Yes, of course.
So we're looking at have I looked at this piece before?
You have, I think, 3 weeks ago.
How different is it now? Be honest.
I've written 3 completely new features.
All right, good.
And the ones I didn't completely rewrite are mostly rewritten.
All right, cool. Well, welcome.
I think I have half of the first feature left.
All right,
and
so
the rest is completely new.
let's dive right in. So, for folks that don't know, this is a bounty hunter ranger, a ranger that hunts the people in the cities, which I think is a very, very, very fun idea. Or maybe not specifically in the city, but they're a people hunter, which I think can be a lot of fun. Let me post it in the Discord, not in the Discord, in the chat. Boop, 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 boop. Spells: disguise self, hold person, speak with the dead, locate creature, dominate person. Don't change a thing. I think it's perfect. It's a little bit of a strong spell list, but I don't think that's
Mark.
Yeah, I think removing Hunter's Mark makes sense. But I like the spell list. I think it's solid. I think it's good. I think it's a little on the strong side, but I like when rangers have strong spells. So I feel like that's good. I like it. I accept and I like. All right. Tax collector. Hi, buddy. Did you just say something, or that's an old I don't know, my computer just had a weird fart. Okay, the Book of Bounties at 3rd level. You gain a small book where you write down the information of those you hunt. During a long rest, you can add names in your book to mark them as bounties. You can have a number of bounties equal to your wisdom modifier, and if you add more, you must erase an old one. If a bounty dies, their name is erased from the book. That's kind of an interesting power all on its own. You gain the following benefits against bounties. I would say while interacting with bounties. You have advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and you have intelligence on history, insight, and intimidation checks made to obtain information about them. That's fun. You can add your proficiency bonus to any wisdom, perception, or survival check you make to find or track them. If you already have a proficiency, you can add it twice. Okay. I want to ask you a question, and was it intentional to make it so the names magically erase from the book so you know if they die? Was that like an intentional power?
I didn't know about it. It's a minor power, of course. In most cases, if you have a specific bounty you're looking for, I assume a DM wouldn't just kill them off screen.
No, I don't not. I like it. I like it as a power, but you could use it quite like you could write someone's name in the book if you just want to keep track of if they're alive.
That's true. That's true. Mostly, I just thought it was a cool power you can have. Why not? And for bookkeeping purposes, it's also kind of just good if it just goes away.
Yeah.
Once the power is gone.
No, it makes sense, but I like it. I do like there's a very faint element of magic to it, which I like. But I think that all of this stuff works pretty well. I think it's interesting that you don't have advantage on any insight or any wisdom charisma checks made, or any insight made against the bounty itself. You just to track it or to talk to people about them. I think
it's yeah, I guess it's about a bounty, not from the bounty.
Yeah. No, I think it makes sense. It just stood out to me. Let me look at marked for death. At 3rd level, you learn to exploit the vulnerabilities of a target. When you hit them with a weapon attack, you can deal an additional 1d6 damage. Of the weapon type. If the creature is a bounty, you can roll the die twice and pick the higher result. You can deal this extra damage only once per turn. I want to check one thing here. Give me that Swarm Keeper. Where do we get it? Where's our 3rd level feature? Okay. I like the 3rd level feature. I don't know how I feel about the bounty reroll. I understand why it's there. I almost want to suggest something different for the bounty that does a very similar thing. Like, what if the die just scale up for the bounty? So what if it's against your bounty, you're using D8s instead of D6s?
Sure.
I feel like having advantage on damage just feels a little weird, and I'm not against it, but it stands out to me in a way that I'm like, I don't know if it's better. I might just want to have the die get bigger. I feel like that.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
I feel like that feels smoother for some reason. I don't know why. Chad, am I being crazy?
Yeah, I was a bit unsure. Some of the ranger features have like certain conditions that have to be fulfilled, like not hard ones necessarily. Like
no.
One of the harder ones is like they have to have health missing.
Yeah, and a lot of them it's just a bonus action, or it's like they only get it once. This is not that. I think this is fine. I think it's fine. I think it's okay to just have it work this way.
Yeah, sure. I can scale the damage to D8.
Yeah.
It's about the same damage increase anyway.
Yeah. So I would keep it as is for it's a D6 that becomes 2d6, but it's essentially when you're against the bounty, it's a D8 that becomes 2d8. Rangers get enough extra dice on attacks. It can get hectic to track. think that maybe that's in reference to something else. I think it's fine on this. However, it should only deal 1d8, not 2 at 11, so it would be 1d8 plus 1d6. I think that it's okay if it's dealing it against the bounty. There's a lot of prerequisites to having someone be your bounty. Like, there's a lot of things that just can't be your bounty. Like, most monsters won't be able to be your bounty.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I
that
put
doesn't
this
have a name,
little
basically.
box for like power of names, which like clarifies a name can be like someone's actual name or a title. So sure, you might not know the actual name of that dragon on the mountain, but like the Burning Death. Yeah, everyone knows it's the Burning Death, so that might count.
Yeah. But I just mean, like, you know, you're walking through the woods and you get attacked by, like, an owl bear.
Of course, then it's useless.
Yeah. All right, let's look at the 7th level feature. Urban Survival. At 7th level, you know the ins and outs. I also want to point something out here. This guy does not get a lot at 3rd level. I would say that most rangers these days get another thing on top of this. The reason why I think it's okay that it's like it just does extra damage once per turn is because it's not getting a lot of stuff. And the reason why I was looking at the Swarmkeeper is that's basically how the Swarmkeeper balances it as well. They just get a little bit less than the other people, but they get the thing they get a little bit more consistently. Can I call the purple worm down under the castle, Bobby, if I know I'm going to fight it? Calm down, everybody. You know the ins and outs of navigating cities and crowds. You gain the following abilities. Cities and urban environments count as favored terrain for you, even if you don't have the natural explorer feature. That's interesting. Additionally, you can attempt to hide in a crowd by making a charisma or dexterity deception check if you have no hostile creatures within 5 feet of you. When you move on your turn, you treat both friendly and hostile spaces as difficult terrain. Interesting. Now, this last part, is that intended to be in relationship to hiding, or is that just an all-the-time thing?
All-the-time thing. Okay, that's why I made them separate abilities.
Okay, so it's like you now can move through people, kind of like you know how to move through a crowd, even if it's like an aggressive crowd.
Exactly.
Okay. Don't you already do that? Technically, you can't just move through a hostile creature's space.
Only friendly. Like, only technically, this is both friendly and hostile. The friendly part is already in the rules.
Mm-hmm. The last feature is really, really strong. We're not there yet. You're reading ahead. I love when people read ahead. I like this one. I like this one. It's kind of simple and straightforward. I think that the non-hostile creature space is strong enough that like it accounts for the rest being limited to urban environments. Like this is one of the things that I'm looking at a lot when thinking about when I'm looking at a subclass that feels like it requires a very specific setting, is like, how do we express the idea of them being good in that setting without just limiting them to that setting? And I think that this last bullet is a nice way of doing that. I like it. The 7th level last one, you mean? No, I agree it's strong, but the rest are kind of like mediocre. Like, let's be honest here. Making a deception check to hide in a crowd is really not that different than making a stealth check, you know? And favored terrain is like the most mid ability ever. So I feel like this is like a ribbon feature. But maybe you disagree. I don't know. I've never seen somebody use favored terrain in a way that made me feel like, oh yeah, that's a powerful feature. so again, might just be me though. We are all limited by our experiences. I think 7th level is solid. I don't feel a great deal of change. If anything, I feel like this middle step is like, you could just simplify it to like, while you are standing in a crowd, so long as there are no hostile creatures within 5 feet of you, you can attempt to hide. Like, you count as obscured for the purposes of hiding. You could also just, I think that would work.
Yeah, I guess so.
But if you want to tie it to deception, sure. I think that makes sense. Seems like a lot of people don't get that. Sometimes you'll use dexterity to fool people. So if you're proficient in deception, but doing something special dexterous to fool them, then you add proficiency. It really depends. I wouldn't make that assumption. That's one of those dungeon master calls. So I understand building it into the mechanics because it's a way of really hammering home that it's intended to be able to use this way. when you make homebrew, a lot of the balance is figuring out like what should you assume that they're gonna know and what do you need to clarify, and knowing which is like a lot of, I think, figuring out how to find your voice as a writer. And I feel like this is one of those things that, like, if it is really like a vibe you want for the subclass, I totally agree with putting it in. Even if the way that you run your game, your dungeon master just might already do that very very often. You can, because as soon as it's written down on the piece of paper, the player has power over it. And one of the things to think about whenever we're making stuff for D&D is who is it for? And if it's for the player, which is when we're making a race, when we're making a subclass or a class, and it's not actually a magic item, I don't think. A little bit of magic item, but a magic item at the end of the day is the dungeon master's control, because they're deciding if the player gets it. But the subclass, the player picks it. They just get all those things. So we're trying to think about what we are giving the player agency over in the game, so that regardless of who their dungeon master is, they can play the thing in the way that we design it to be played. Does that make sense? I hope so. Let's look at the 11th level feature. At 11th level, you are an expert at preventing people from fleeing. When a creature ends its turn further away from you than it started, you can spend your reaction to make an opportunity attack against them even if they didn't leave your reach. I don't know if you would call this an opportunity attack. You might just call it an attack. You can replace opportunity attacks with a ranged weapon attack. I might even just pull the word opportunity attack out of there.
Fair enough.
Because it's more of a reaction attack, which is an opportunity attack, but that's like you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Additionally, if you hit a bounty with an opportunity attack, they can't willingly move away from you until the end of their next turn. If you want to keep this feature in, the way that I would say it is, I would say, additionally, whenever you use your reaction to attack a creature, if they are your bounty, bop, bop, bop. So it would apply to this feature as well as opportunity attack. But that's only if you want to pull opportunity attack out of there. GeoSeller says opportunity attacks does odd stuff. I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head, but I was thinking about the fact that, like, I feel like we just don't need that language. It's not necessary here, you know? Interactions with feats. That's a good point. Yeah. So maybe pull out.
In most feats that interact with it, I mean, Sentinel, I guess.
Yeah, Sentinel for sure. Let's look at Pacify. At 15th level, you know just how to neutralize a threat. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can force them to roll a Wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they have disadvantage on all their attack rolls until the start of your next turn. You can do so a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Tell me about the 15th level feature.
Most rangers get a defensive feature. Usually some kind of... I mean, about half of them get some sort of feature to either impose disadvantage on attack against them or gain, like... either, like, the hunter has evasion or uncanny dodge. There are 2 rangers that have almost the exact same feature that as a reaction they can get resistance towards all damage.
I think your head is in the right space there.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
So I want something defensive, but I didn't want to use a reaction because the previous feature uses a reaction.
For sure. Here's my thought. I feel like No Escape is a fine feature. I feel like Pacify is a fine feature. But I don't think either of them wows me enough. And I feel like either the 11th or the 15th level feature for the Ranger really needs to be like, oh, that's fucking cool. Like, all of the best Rangers, if you look at them, they have something at 11th or 15th that, like, really is, like, distinct. Like, whether it's the Fey Wanderer being able to summon a Fey creature without concentration, or the Horizon Walker getting their, like, many teleport, or, do you know what I mean? And my question is, I'm wondering if there is something else we could give this guy that would accomplish the mechanical goals that you're trying to accomplish, but would be a little bit more impactful, a little bit more powerful, and have a little bit more wow factor. Or if maybe other chat, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I want there to be something that hits harder at 11th or 15th. Maybe you can increase movement speed near a bounty. Maybe. But is that wow factor?
Not really.
Some sort of stun? You no longer provoke
I had
opportunity attacks?
old version of No Escape where you could also forego the opportunity attack to use the dash action.
Oh, that's interesting too. This is what I would suggest if I were you. Because this is not a non-magical class. We're getting spells that feel like spells. We're speaking to the dead and stuff. I would encourage you to, at 15th or 11th, give them something else that is, like, dramatically impacts their ability to, like, move through space. So, like, No Escape kind of works, but you could also turn it on its head so that it's much more of a you moving very, very well ability. Like, I'm almost thinking like as an action, like I don't think it should be this, but almost like you can use your action to lock or unlock any door. You know what I mean? Something that like feels a little bit, I don't know. I think all of these work. I just want something that feels a little bit more like, whoa, that's crazy. Like,
yeah,
what if Pacify didn't just give them disadvantage on their attack rolls? What if it, like, pacified them? Like, what if they couldn't take their actions to do something harmful for a round or something like that? Like a true pacify. Almost like Calm Emotions, but a little bit stronger and shorter.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's where my head goes. I don't actually think you need to make any of these choices. Tradosio says True Sight is not a bad idea. I think that could be very interesting. If at 15th level you just had like True Sight to a range of like 15 feet, that could be. You could definitely do something like that for sure. Stunning is okay. I feel like we can avoid stunning though. Blink as a reaction if they run away. That could work, but that's very similar to what the Fey Wanderer gets. Their main thing is a teleport thing. I like it though, dude. I think it's pretty solid. I think like all of the low level features feel good to me. I think 7 parts of it feel a little strong, but I think it's fine because I also feel like it's a little bit, it's like there's less, but what each thing has a lot going on. So I think it sort of balances out that way. I genuinely think I think, and it's nothing wrong with No Escape. It's nothing wrong with Pacify, but they feel too similar in a way. Like they both sort of fill the vibe, fill the niche of like, you are good at physically encountering the guy, you know?
Sure. So, would you think it would be along the right level of power and if I added the sort of reaction dash to No Escape and maybe making Pacify like a true Pacify, like no attacks, no spells?
I think that could work. Yeah, I think that could work. Yeah, I do.
But still on the saving throw, of course.
Yeah. I do.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know if it needs to incapacitate. I mean, we could, but also like this is all just my thoughts. You don't need to listen to any of me. If you like it as is, just leave it as is. I think it works. I think it's balanced. I think it's mechanically sound. I think it's very clear. My feedback now is more vibe and evocative and like how much magic do we want to have incorporated into the narrative more than anything else.
Yeah, sure.
So it's very opinion. I think it's pretty friggin' solid, though. I think it's pretty solid. And I think that it's a subclass that at 3rd level, it feels like the subclass already, which is important. And then it's like each feature does feel like it adds to feeling like the subclass. Cool. Do you have any final thoughts, questions, yearnings?
No, not really.
Okay.
It's good feedback.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the call.
Thanks.
All right, Matt. Get out of here. Have a good night. That was Matt Thorne. Let's give Matt a round of applause. Very, very cool little piece. I really enjoy how it's grown. I hope he continues to work on it. Actually, I don't even care if he continues to work on it. I think it's, if he wants it to be done, I think it's done. I think it could actually just be done. But I think if there was something to work on, it's these two. And it's not even these two. It's just to figure out how to... We need to inject some WoW in here. I liked the idea of the truce of limited true sight. I think Tradosio said that. I feel like that's fun. Because it just feels cool. Like, it doesn't actually need... It's not even going to be that powerful a lot of the time. But when it is, it's going to feel really, really cool. Okay. That was Matt. Wait, somebody asked the question with the give me 5. Oh, NZ with the 5. Thank you. The ability to carbonize bounties, encasing them in carbon until unfrozen. Yeah, man. That's definitely the move. I agree. Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call. Fair, 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 fair. True, 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 true. Fair, 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 fair. Next is Ivy/Moon Junk. Got that moon junk. All right, let's see. I'm assuming that means they're... Are you on? Are you telling me your name because you're hanging out in the stream? I don't see you. Let's see. Is Ivy here? Bop, 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 bop. Nope. Okay. Another legendary book like I saw on Tuesday, but this one focuses on conjuration. The basis of the summon stat block is the summon draconic spirit from Fizzband, but I changed it a lot to be distinct. All right, cool. Uh-oh. Don't you have a heart attack, computer? You be good now. Okay. The Black Tome. Robert! Robert, are you streaming right now? What are you doing? Where are you? Let's see. You're probably not. Oh, the playmat. I was looking at his stream earlier today.
What I try to do, and I know sometimes being honest and vulnerable.
No, you're not streaming. I'm gonna tell you something, dude. Every time I go on stream, I check to see if you're streaming, and if you are, well, it hasn't happened yet that you are, but if you ever are, I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you up on Discord midstream, and you better answer. Guys, if you don't know who Robert Hartley GM is, he's a... You wouldn't be hanging if you were streaming? Man, you're too serious. You gotta be cash. That way you set the bar low. Set the bar low. If you set the bar low, all you can do is impress them. The problem is you got wrapped up with those dang comedy sketch kids. And now you feel the need to set the bar high. And you have a bunch of cool dragon minis that I'm jealous of. And I'm going to be honest, because you can't talk back and I can't see your face. So I have all the power here. I don't even know if you're still watching. You might still be watching. But I'm jealous of your dragon minis. Robert. GM Hartley. I'm jealous of them. Robert, here's the plan. The plan is... we're going to look at your piece in a second. Ivy. Calm down. For those you be chill, yeah, no, I understand. I was just joshing. I actually, if I'm being honest, I actually rather admire how well you manage doing this, the professional side of these things, because I don't know what I'm doing with that. But here's the plan. You did miss yesterday's stream, Ninja. I didn't do a stream yesterday, so you didn't miss it. I moved it to Friday. Yesterday I had some stuff come up. But here's the plan, Robert. If I'm still doing this successfully in a year from now, or I don't know, we have to think of the timing. I want to come to PAX Down Under, and we're gonna hang out. We're gonna go hang out, and and you and me, we're gonna sleep on Zach's couches, or we're gonna kick him out, and we're gonna sleep on his bed. We'll make him and his partner will have to go sleep on the floor, and we'll take the bed, and we're gonna hang out on his roof. I want to do it. I think it would be so much fun. Here's the problem, chat. Robert knows this, but the people that I've made the most friends with live so far away. And the people that I've met that are content creators that I vibe with, they're all literally on the opposite side of the world. And they all have wonderful accents. I also beat Robert in a game that he had never lost it. So, and I'm not particularly competitive, but I am a sore winner. All right, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this book. Okay, what are we working with here? It's an artifact. No, it's a legendary. Lies and slander. Oh, 10 from NZ. Why is always a tome of forbidden knowledge? I want a legendary tome of common knowledge, like having the ability to say you shouldn't attack others. The book just enforces it. That's a really good idea, actually. So I think that one thing that is legitimately a good thing to do when you are doing your design, whether that's you're writing a story or you're writing something for D&D or for some other game, is paying attention to like the zeitgeist. Like the tome of forbidden knowledge is definitely like if you think about like what are some common names of like ancient secret books of dark magic, the word forbidden or forbidden knowledge is going to come up. So if you're able to like identify what you think people will expect, then you can use that to like punch up your writing. Because you can inject the unexpected in ways that it makes the cliche feel unique and not cliche. It can also just make funny jokes. Okay, what does this do? It's one of five ancient tomes, authored by Zet, an ancient draconic deity of forbidden knowledge. Seriously, guys, Robert Hartley, go follow him on YouTube. He's shockingly underfollowed. He also has an interview with me. You can go watch it. It's like long too. It's like 2 hours. This book is bound in black dragon scale leather and is imbued with conjuration magic. When attuned to the book, you gain resistance to acid damage. Once per day, you can use the black tome to cast Find Familiar. Whenever you're giving a new feature like this, I would give it its own paragraph. I would break it up. And usually the way that these features are written is it's like you say the feature and then at the end it's like the limitation is often at the end. So if you want it to sound more like the way D&D is written, don't say once per day at the front, say it at the end. You can cast the spell Find Familiar. When you use the tome to cast this spell, you can choose to summon a black pseudo-dragon as your familiar, using the pseudo-dragon familiar variant. You become unattuned to the black tomb. If you become unattuned, any summons disappear. Okay. So you can get a little familiar. You get resistance to acid damage. What else do we get? As an action. Did I post this in the chat, by the way? Sorry if I didn't. Tome of Common Sense should give you... Yeah, Tome of Common Sense just allows you to like cast like, don't be dumb at people. Don't be dumb for 30 days. That would be kind of a kind way of casting that spell. Mind controlling people to just live their lives but not be dumb. Yeah. Wait, Tradosio, you don't know? Dude, having a pseudo-dragon as... Pseudo-dragon is a variant option for, like, packed familiar, I think. And depending on how your Dungeon Master runs it, they're pretty strong. If they run it really like the stat block of the pseudo-dragon and they share their magic resistance, oof. But they also have, like, blind sight and some other stuff. I still don't think they're as strong as imps. Okay, you can also use an action to summon an amphitheater. An amphitheater? The fuck is this word? I guess it's this creature. With no arms or legs, dripping with darkness. It manifests in an unoccupied... Why does it matter how many arms or legs it has? It manifests in an unoccupied space that you can see within 30 feet of it. 30 feet from a dark void that echoes bop, 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 bop. So you got some cacophonous language. Don't overdo it with the flavor text here. Keep it simple. It uses the stat block below. It's summoned for 1 hour and you must maintain concentration. It disappears when it drops to 0. After an hour, you lose concentration. The creature is an ally to your companions. It should ask... Yep, okay. Let's see what it actually does. 45 hit points, 16 AC. Is it just like a little dragon? It's just like a baby little dragon. You can mount it. Oh, I see. What size is it? Large. Okay. I feel like it's Wreathed in Shadow, stealth checks. I'm gonna be honest here. I think it's fine. It's not super. I don't understand why it's conjuration, I guess. This feels like a book of dragons more than it's a book of conjuration. Like it's like a black dragon book, but I think it's cool. You can get a little familiar once per day, and then you also get a giant monster once per day. How often can you summon the giant monster? I'm sure you probably put it in here, but I imagine that it's limited in some way. Oh, yeah, we go. Can't be summoned for 1d6 days. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. I think that this monster will die much faster than you think it's going to. 45 hit points is not a lot for the level at which you will probably be riding this creature. And I could very easily see it dying after, like, you know, one errant high-level fireball or something like that. So you might want to up its health a little bit. But I think it's pretty solid. It's also pretty slow for a dragon. I don't know if that was intentional or not. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like when you're making items that are like the big, crazy endgame items, which this kind of feels like, you can get much more hectic with the dragon. If you don't want this to feel like a big, crazy endgame item, I think the fire breath needs to be like a once per summon, or maybe like a twice per summon, as opposed to a recharge. Does that make sense? I hope so. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a pretty solid little book, though. 45 hit points is low enough to die to most 6th or 7th level spells. It's not the only... It's not only rare for sure. It gives too much stuff. Yeah, no, this is not a rare item. I like it being legendary. I just think I literally think the stat block of the monster needs to be a little bit better, or needs to just be a little tweaked. Yeah, this monster, that's what I mean. Yeah, you're all talking about all the ways this dragon's gonna die. Yeah, this dragon's definitely gonna die. That's why I'm saying it could be a little tougher. All right, let's give Ivy a big round of applause for their book of black dragon summoning. I do think if you want it to be a conjuration thing, you should give it some stuff that doesn't specifically feel so intrinsically tied to black dragons. You know? You know. Is there a creature that has persisting past 0 HP feature? I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I'm sure it exists. I mean, you could just give creatures features, like there's some class features that have that. Stephen Armstrong fan. Please read the Ring of Shield Crushing first if you want to read the 2 potions. They are short magic items. Did you want to come on stream? Let's see. You did. All right. Let me see if you're here. Stephen Armstrong fan. I don't see you in the chat, so I'm not going to worry about it. A pixel off? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I wonder who Stephen Armstrong is. I'm nervous to look it up, so I'm going to choose not to. Ivy, I don't even know if the I mean, always make dragon cooler. That's just a good life lesson. I just think you just make dragon tougher. Make it beefier. I don't know if you built that off of a little dragon. Just scale it up a little bit. While attuned to the... Okay, this is a very rare ring called the Ring of Shield Crushing. While attuned to this ring, any damage you deal bypasses resistances and treats immunities like resistances. I think that this could work as an item. I do not think it is a very rare item. I have a very specific thing that I think it is, and I want to hear what chat thinks it is too. I'm actually going to make a vote here, because I am curious. I'm only going to give you 2 options, because there really only are 2 options. And then I want to tell you why I think it is what it is. Okay, rarity. Do you guys think it is a artifact, or do you think it's legendary? I think there's a good argument to be made for either. I will tell you why I think it could be an artifact, and then I will tell you why I think it could be a legendary. I think it could be an artifact because it is a sort of game-shattering item in that it completely bypasses a great deal of defenses of monsters of all scale at a scale that is kind of unheard of. And when we do things at a scale that is kind of unheard of, that is usually an artifact. Here's why it should also... Here's an argument for it being a legendary item. Artifacts do a lot. Artifacts tell a story. Artifacts are in-game items. Legendary items are powerful, but lore-wise are very bland, are very simple, are very shallow. They just do what they do, and they don't try to tell you the story of why they are what they are in their design. So that's why it could be a legendary, but I think it could go either way. Oh my god, is it really 50-50? That's crazy. We're really mixed on this. Because I think the argument is legit for it to be either. You can vote however you want. All right, I'm closing the vote. I'm closing the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You guys tied, which means that it's probably somewhere between a legendary and an artifact. Yeah, I agree with Joshua Johnson. I would probably give it a couple other things and make it an artifact. Because it's very strong. It's a cool item, though. What does this do? I'll read one more. Potion, rest in a bottle. When drank, this potion, when drank, gives the effects of a long rest. This is also probably a legendary potion minimum. Very strong also. Potion rarity is always higher than you think it's going to be. Whenever you're making potions do something, you got to scale it up a little bit. Like a very rare potion is like a potion that casts like a 2nd level spell or something like that. That's a Baldur's Gate 3 item. Ah, somebody's been playing Baldur's Gate 3 then. Very nice. All right, cool. Cool. Those are from Steve Armstrong fan. Very interesting ideas for items. Tone them all. They all can work if you allow them to sit in the space of the overpowered. That was Steven Armstrong fan. Simple. Very nice. Yes. The one in Baldur's Gate 3 just puts you to sleep though. Ah, Tradosio. TV. I hardly know V. I'm sorry we didn't get around to the Vigilante Barbarian this week. That's okay. I think you're just here. Just as you left your laptop. Tradosi, what do you want me to look at this time? The Swarmling? So before we get to the monk, I promised we're going to take a break and submit a species, a Swarmling. Tradosio, do you want to come on stream? Here it is. Here's it is, chat. Swarmling, page 4. Oh, look at this. Look at this table of contents. Love it. You're at work? All right. Well, hopefully we'll be able to talk a little bit. But if we can't, it's okay. It won't be the end of the world. They're at work. They're working. You're at work. I'm at work. And yet somehow... our works we're so distant. We're star-crossed. Okay, what is the Swarmling? A Swarmling is a humanoid-shaped swarm of bugs that shares a collective consciousness and personality. They have the ability to disguise themselves as a normal humanoid, but it is clear after some investigating there is something more sinister going on. Very nice flavor text. Really straightforward. Really to the punch. Really solid. There's a lot of abilities. This looks like it's a table. Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna see what's going on here. We're gonna see. Ability scores are ability scores. You age. You're old at 2. That's funny. You're medium or small. You have your movement speed is 30, and you have a climb speed equal to your walking speed. You are a monstrosity. That's fun. Yours is the Dalek. Well, we'll see if it comes up on the wheel. We'll take a look at it. You have spider climb. In addition to 3rd level. Okay, so basically, you just can climb really well, and then you can get spider climb, where you can just be like upside down, walking around like a true spider. Okay, I think that makes sense. Shape changer. Interesting. Over the course of 8 hours, you can magically change your shape by shedding the skin or chitin of numerous bugs that make up your body. At the end of a long rest, you can change your appearance and your voice. You determine the species of change, the specifics of the change, including your coloration, hair length, sex. You can also adjust your height. What else can you do? You can't duplicate the appearance of an individual you've never seen. Oh, you can duplicate the appearance of individuals. That's cool. Okay, so you can just make yourself look different every day. That's pretty cool. The wheel shall provide. Perhaps. The wheel gives and the wheel takes away. You're proficient in intimidation. Whenever you make an intimidation check, you can add your con modifier to the roll if you somehow show the target that your form is made of bugs. Interesting. I might tweak this a little bit, depending on how much else this guy gets, to just make it so that they're proficient with intimidation, but they can use Constitution instead of Charisma if they want to on the check. I would just maybe make that the ability. I like the changeling feel of that shape changer. Yeah. Vile Swarm. You know the infestation cantrip. Makes sense. You deal half damage to the target if it exceeds on the saving throw? No, don't do that. Just why are you doing that? Just give them the regular cantrip. You don't gotta beef it up. I think it's fine as is. And then we have Swarm Flaw. Oh, these aren't mechanics. These are just fun little flavors. I love having the fun little flavor. Okay. There is like 1 or 2 things that I feel like they're really missing from this, if I'm being honest. I like a lot of what you have here, but I feel like there's it feels like there's stuff that's missing. Like shape changer I get, but I feel like it would be more evocative to feel like a swarm if you got rid of shape changer as like every day you can molt, and more like you can like Alex Mack, where you can like splash down into a pool of insects and like reform. Do you know what I mean? Like being able to break apart. I feel like that would make the swarm really feel like a swarm. This sort of just feels like you are an insect that is molting. Because I want to point something out. All of these features, spider climb, shape change, unsettling, vile, even just like the mechanics of Vile Swarm, all of them, if you just reflavored this as you are one giant insect person, you could keep all of these mechanics exactly the same, and it would work. It would still feel like a giant insect. You were molting to change your shell to look different. You're like, making people itchy. You're scary looking. You can climb well. And I think that it's really, really important here. Oh, here, I see you, Tridosia. Let me grab you. Hey, buddy. Are you, I can't hear you. You might have to leave and come back. Oh, no, I can hear you. I can. How's it going?
Okay. I had to mute the stream really fast.
No worries. How are you doing?
So I did have a feature that was like, you could unform and then reform, and it was a 5-foot burrow speed, but you leave your equipment behind when you burrow, because you kind of like discorporate into bugs, travel through the ground. And that was like replacing spider climb, but I heard that you really don't like burrow speeds, so
I don't like burrow speeds if they're just given casually. I feel like you could make something like that work if it wasn't a permanent thing, if it was like limited use. Like you could discorporate for a certain amount of time while maintaining control of the swarm, but then you'd have to like reform. I think that could work, but I do really think that there needs to be something about you breaking apart. It doesn't even need to necessarily be that you like you could do a burrow speed. I think that could work, but you could also do like amorphous, like you can you can like fall apart and like go through vents or like bars of doors or stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Like if there is space for one insect of your swarm to travel through, you can travel through. I also feel like another way that you could show that is like you could be able to like, I mean, I think the question that you have to ask yourself is how do you capture it in a way that doesn't sort of feel just like a plasmoid, but kind of also is doing those things where it's like you can discorporate. There are parts of you that can break off and you can still be you. Because that's the main difference between a swarm and just like a big bug. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think if you could break apart, I think the way that I would do it if I were you is I would make it like a special state that you could enter that was essentially like your dispersed swarm state, and you could have it have a few features, and I would have it very limited in the actions that it could take and very limited in how long you could stay in that state, but you could include things like a limited burrow speed or the ability to move through certain spaces, or you can incorporate all of those essentially into like almost like how the shifter has like a special like attribute thing they can take on. This would be a little different than that, but I think that might be worth thinking about, because I do feel like we're missing one of the most important parts here, which is that like you are many and you can sort of fall apart or break apart and still be a whole, you know?
Okay. I'm seeing like gaseous form.
Gaseous form could be a good thing to build it off of. And I also feel like yeah. I mean, infestation is capturing a little bit of that vibe, but I think that shape changer would probably be what I would drop. Or at the very least not drop, but like try to simplify how it was written and figure out how to fit in a like proficiency bonus times per day or some amount of times per day. You can activate elements of being a swarm that lean into the more dispersed nature.
I could drop spider climb and vile swarm and then just give you the gaseous form wording on a feature that you can use proficiency bonus times per day, and then just kind of use the infestation cantrip as like, while you are transformed in this way, you can make this attack.
That's interesting. So you tie the infestation to that form. I don't know if you need to get rid of the spider climb. I think it makes sense. You could, maybe you keep this, maybe you link it to the swarm form. But I wouldn't get rid of it entirely, because I do like, or there should be some element of insects moving weirdly. I feel like that fits really well.
I think that would be the form, though, because if they were all stacked together, if you think about it, it would basically be whatever bugs where your feet are holding up the entire swarm.
But that's how ants can do that.
I don't know if they would be that strong.
Ants can do that. Haven't you ever seen those videos of like ant colonies using themselves to build bridges?
But then that would just be like climbing.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, cool. I like it a lot, though. I like it a lot. I also like I think it's really well laid out. I think the art is also very good for evoking the type of swarm that you want, which is it's like it can make itself look like a person. So I don't know where you found this art or if you made this art, but
there's image credit.
No, I see the image credit. I just don't know who Sarah. I've never hung out with Sarah 886A.
Yeah.
So who's to say? But I do really like the person sort of shifting into insects as the art. I think that captures the vibe really well. Did you go through and read the flaws at all, or did you just take a skim? I sort of skimmed. Are there any in particular that you're particularly proud of that you want to show off?
I really like bees, and spiders. That one's fun. Moths is also really interesting. Crickets is probably the funniest one.
Moths, you can be easily distracted by bright lights. I like that. Spiders, you prefer to be sideways or upside down. I like that a lot. Crickets, your prolonged silences are interrupted by the sounds of chirping. Yeah, I mean, all of these are pretty great. I like the fireflies one too. The bees one's pretty solid too.
I was imagining a barbarian who's a swarm of bees, and then when you rage, you just hear this loud hum.
Yeah, I like that. I also want to point something out here. This is a good chart to determine which people you want to play D&D with. You know?
What do you mean by that?
Because if I had a player that was new and I was like, do I want to play with this person? And I would show them this race and I would say, which flaw do you want? And if they picked the worms one, I would know I didn't want to play with them. Because why would you ever be a swarm of worms? It's gross.
Yeah.
Be spiders. Be moths. Be something cool. I don't want you to be a slimy worm man. Be a slimy eldritch tentacle man. Worms are too. Worms go down. You know. Yeah. Big old moldy dirt compost guy. Crazy. Crazy. All right, cool, man. I really like this piece. Any final thoughts, questions, things you want to shout to the people of the realm?
No, just that hopefully we look forward to that monk that I'm sure you're dreading.
One day I will face it, and we will do battle.
It'll be probably my submission for next Thursday because this Friday you're using the same wheel you used Tuesday, right?
Yeah. It's one wheel, 1 week is the way we're doing it now.
So it'll be the barbarian is still on that wheel.
Okay, cool.
So hopefully we get to it tomorrow.
All right, buddy. Cool. Well, thank you very much.
No problem.
For folks that were saying I'm making the spawn of Cuss mad. Listen, you can do gross worm things as monsters. I just don't want to support. I don't want to figure out navigating, dealing with. I don't want to. You want to listen. Let the gross things be things that hide out in the forest and they only come out sometimes. If you're playing a character that's made of worms and you're a gross worm monster, man, that's a specific campaign. You know what I mean? Like that's setting a tone. That's all I mean. All right, let's give a round of applause for our good Tradosio. What a guy. You were almost running to make back to your laptop. You made it. I'm glad we got to talk. GW on YouTube, aka Tico. Hey, I see you in the chat. Compared to the subclass you looked at on Tuesday, this is a lot less wordy. Lovely. I made this a while back for a friend who, quote, just wants to tear it all down. I did a few minor improvements before submitting. My main concerns are if the channel divinities will be okay, as well as the 7th level feature. Are you coming on stream, GW? What's your name? Tico? Are you in my Discord? I don't see. Oh, I do see you. Let me grab you. Hey, Tico. Unmute when you have a chance.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I am doing quite alright.
Welcome to
I
the
stayed
show.
up specifically for the stream. It's 2 a.m. for me.
Oh man. Well, listen. If there's if I can help people stay up later than they should, I'm doing my job.
I mean, to be honest, my normal going to bed time is 4 a.m., so this is completely fine.
Okay, good. All right, so what are we looking at today? This is the Oath of Destruction. Tell me a little bit about what your goals were here.
Basically, the goal was to have a paladin that's kind of just this force of nature that just tears through a battlefield, destroying things around him as he goes.
Okay.
That was basically the goal.
Okay, so with that in mind, the thing that I'm going to probably be looking for here, in addition to the general balance, whatever, is what is going on to help, like, convey the story in a way that it's not... We don't want it to feel one note. Whenever I feel like I have a piece of homebrew that comes from, like, a sort of a bigger idea like that, or, like, a more broad idea... I'm always trying to think about how to focus it in, because I feel like the more focused it in it is, the more you can think about weird nuances that can help uplift the flavor. So let's dive in. The Oath of Destruction is made of the raw few. The Oath of Destruction is made by The rare few that desire the destruction of everything that does not align with their beliefs or God's forbid is opposed to them. I feel like I understand what you're doing here, but this sentence is too long to be using like manners of speech. I'd probably just cut this last part out.
Okay.
Often called disaster knights or simply rubble makers. I like calling them disaster knights. That's cool. These paladins travel the lands in search of shrines, temples, shrines and temples that they can bring to the ground. Many that swear the oath align with chaotic deities, but few act for lawful and good ones on a crusade to destroy the dens of devil worshippers and cultists. Interesting. So the one thing that I will say immediately is that most paladins, they have like a direction. This paladin, like they have powers that are sort of dictated by the path that they are on, their chosen path of tenets. And it's like their ideology is used to like express where their power comes from. This is like not the case, because the way that this is written, it sounds like their power has nothing to do with their ideology. They can be going a million different directions. The thing that they have in common is they just like smashing stuff, which is inherently, I think, pretty different than the way I normally would build a paladin. It's not necessarily anything wrong with that, but it might coming up with a little bit more depth to that might help get you a clear idea of these guys. Hey Cinder, I said I'd be on tonight, but I actually need to go to bed. All right, go to bed, buddy. Don't worry about it.
I basically kind of wanted to go a little bit in the direction of the Vengeance. For example, this one doesn't really have a proper aura for level 7 either.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's like aura-ish, but still kind of different.
But even Vengeance paladins, like Vengeance there is ethics to Vengeance. There's morality to Vengeance. There's ideology to Vengeance. I don't think there is to Destruction. That's kind of the point. That's sort of the point that I was making. I'm wanting more like narrative focus to build the mechanics out from it. Let's see what the two powers we get for Channel Divinity are. Enhanced Destruction. You can use your Channel Divinity to increase your weapon's destructive power. For 1 minute, any objects not being worn or carried, as well as creatures made of inorganic material, take additional weapon die from the damage of this weapon. You can end this effect on your turn as part of any other action, or if you are no longer holding or carrying the weapon, or if you fall unconscious. I'm going to suggest changing this a little bit. I would basically allow it to bestow any weapon with this destructive force, and it's on for a minute. So like you could give it to your weapon, but you could also give it to an ally's weapon. I think that would be cool. I would let that fly that way.
Okay, at first I thought that would be too powerful because it's basically just a damage buff against certain creatures.
The way that I would probably change it is, there's very few creatures that are inorganic material creatures. I see this more as like I would almost change it so it's like another way that it could potentially change, and I'm gonna say that maybe it's the move because it looks like this is another very damage focused ability, would be having it so you can touch a weapon, bestow it with power, and then for the next, I don't know, hour or 10 minutes, some longer period of time than just 1 minute, it deals double damage to objects and structures. It can turn any item into a siege weapon for an extended period of time. It makes it so it's really more of a almost like roleplay mechanics item, but I think that might help solve that problem. And looks like we're getting another destruction-y thing. We don't want both of the Channel Divinities to feel like too much like they're doing the same thing. Let me look at what Wrecking Ball does, and we can talk about it a little bit more. You can use your Channel Divinity to make yourself a nigh unstoppable force. You charge forward 15 feet or until you are stopped. Put a comma there. Dealing 2d8 bludgeoning damage to any creature in your path and breaking through one wall on your way. A wall will stop you if it is thicker than this. You're just hit by this, have disadvantage on opportunity attacks against you during the charge. This needs a saving throw. Anytime you're doing like an AoE thing, it needs a saving throw. So this is like if a creature is, if any creature that would be in this path makes a dex saving throw to get out of the way. On a failure, they take some amount of damage and are knocked prone or something like that. But I wouldn't just have it automatically deal damage.
Okay.
It also needs an action. It needs action economy. So, is this a bonus action? Is this an action? What are we doing to activate this channel divinity? There needs to be some reference for like where it sits in the action economy. The same thing with the enhanced weapon too. It needs an action. It needs a bonus action. It needs some amount of time to activate, even if it's just an action. It can be more if you wanted it to be longer lasting. But yeah, I definitely think that you should decide for yourself which one of these sort of ways of dealing damage you think is more interesting, and then you should make the other one something different. I don't think they both. I like Wrecking Ball. I would probably change Enhanced Destruction to like making something a siege weapon, or just coming up with something different for here. I think Wrecking Ball is a fun feature. You just gotta change the wording around a little bit so that it has all of the mechanics that it needs. Action economy, saving throw, that sort of thing. The other thing is that I think it should scale. So I probably would not have it just do 2d8 bludgeoning damage. I probably would have it do 2d8 plus half your paladin level so that it got better over time.
Okay. I would probably keep Wrecking Ball and then change the first one.
And I don't think...
I am really proud of it.
I like Wrecking Ball a lot. I also think Wrecking Ball will be very... The other thing that I'm thinking about is trying to think about what will be more fun. I think Wrecking Ball would be a lot of fun, and I think that being able to touch one of your allies' weapons and be like, this destroys buildings now. And, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that will be fun. Let's look at the spells. Burning Hands, Earth Tremor, Shatter, Scorching Ray, Erupting Earth, Dispel Magic, Stone Shape, Fire Shield, Destructive Wave, Conjure Elemental. All right. I mean, it's very, very, very direction. We're very directed here. We are doing fire and we are doing breaking of stone, which makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I almost feel like I do want to point something out that I think is kind of interesting, where this you could almost just call this one. You could almost call it the Earthquake Paladin and not change any of the mechanics, and it would work also. I don't know how I feel about that, but it's something that I've noticed so far. All of these could work for that. But I think the spell list is good. I'm into the spell list. I think it's solid. How do I review Homebrew live? Yeah, I'll review Homebrew live. That's what I do. Why Burning Hands? I feel like fire. I feel like I get it. It's like a burst of damage. I mean, it's a burst of destruction, like quite literal destruction. I think it makes sense.
I kind of looked at all the first level spells and just thought, okay, which one just feel like you're destroying stuff the most?
Yeah, no, I'm on board for it. I'm on board for it. I think that a Thunder Wave could also fit. If you wanted to put a different spell in here somewhere, Thunder Wave I think could also fit. Scorching Ray I feel like is okay. I feel like it kind of does the same thing that Burning Hands does. I'm wondering if there's another second level spell that could fit better, but I also think that it accomplishes the goal.
Maybe change Burning Hands for Thunder Wave instead.
That could work also. That could definitely work also. But yeah, I like all the spells. I think the spells are good. How terrifying would it be to see a guy just charge at a firewall and it just shatters towards the caster? Yeah, that'd be cool. Be spooky. It probably wouldn't be spooky. You'd probably be more freaked out. Okay, so we're going with a non-aura feature for 7th level. Now, for folks that are watching at home, there's nothing wrong with going non-aura, but you have to do it with intention. And we know, because we've been talking to our dear homebrewer, that it has been done with intention. So we're going to see how we feel about that, and we're going to ask ourselves: does it merit breaking the rule? Does it add enough that we feel like, oh yeah, this makes sense? That's sort of the question that we have in our head. Monologuing always.
So just quick thing before. So
Yeah.
I actually wanted to make it an aura feature first. But
Okay.
any way I thought about making it an aura feature just did not feel like it worked.
Okay.
I was like, maybe I can do like an aura that does damage. Well, that would be weird if it's constantly on.
Yeah.
Then switching an aura on or off, that doesn't feel quite right.
No, I agree. All right, well, let's read it, and let's see how we feel about it, and let's see if we have ideas for how it could be an aura if we decide we want to. That's important. Ring of Destruction. At 7th level, whenever you hit an attack, whenever you hit with an attack, you can put a with in there. You can use your reaction to unleash the destructive will of your deity. I would say This is so nitpicky, but I would say you could use your reaction to release destructive will, and I wouldn't clarify your deity. I would just say you will, causing all creatures except you. And is this intended to do stuff to objects or not do stuff to objects?
Do objects that are not being won or carried.
Okay, so you're gonna need to change your wording around here. This is probably a lost in translation thing. So the way you're gonna want to word that is, you can use your reaction to unleash the destructive will of your deity, causing all creatures and objects not being worn and carried, and then put in parentheses, excluding yourself, in a 15-foot radius centered on.
That sounds a lot better, yeah.
Yeah, so that's how you're going to want to word that. In a 15-foot radius centered on the hit object or creature. Put the creature first. Whenever you're writing D&D and you're saying this, or this, if the this or this is a creature or an object, creature always comes first. A lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, D&D puts things in alphabetical order. So often if you are trying to figure out where you should be putting, like, your features on a monster stat block or something like this, they just alphabetical. I don't know why, but it comes up a lot. Centered on a creature, centered on the I would say centered on the target of. You could also say centered on the target. To take damage equal to your charisma modifier. The only thing that I feel like it's just a little too strong still.
Yeah, the reasoning why I thought that maybe like a AoE damage like this would be fine is because it's a reaction, and a lot of paladins want to be the frontliner, and that excludes you from being able to effectively use stuff like Sentinel.
Yeah. I would probably lower the radius to 10 feet.
10 and 20 then for the 18th level, I'm guessing.
I think you could do 10 and 30. Keep it at 30. I think it's fine.
10 and 30?
For the 18th, yeah. It's 18th level. The difference between 7th level and 18th level is the difference between you're punching, it's like you're saving the bank and then you're like fighting the city block. You know what I mean? It's such a different level. Technically, you don't center radius on targets. You make them within X feet. Oh, I guess that's a good point. So the way that you would say it is a good point. Is if the center is the creature, look at what Butt Poncho said. But you should actually say is all creatures and objects not being worn or carried within 15 feet of the target take damage equal to your charisma modifier. That's the way you should word it. And I think you should lower it to 10 feet. And you got to specify the damage type also. So it should probably be force damage or thunder damage. Not thunder. I'd probably make it force damage or bludgeoning damage.
Force sounds good.
Now, does this merit existing as not an aura? I think it works. I would say yes. My initial thought is yes. I like it. I think it's pretty solid for a 7th level paladin feature, and it is aura adjacent. Like I also see how you could try to make this an aura, but I genuinely don't think you need to. I think it works as is. Does this include the target? I was assuming that it would include the target.
It's supposed to be. I don't think because it's general, right? Because you're kind of creating an AoE centered on the creature, so I figure it. Because otherwise you would say other creatures, right?
Had a limit. I guess the one thing that I do, that is a good point, that it is also there is an element there is an element of like, it's very similar to another paladin feature, a 15th level paladin feature. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but there's a 15th level paladin feature. I think it's Conquest, which is whenever you take damage, that creature takes some psychic damage equal to your charisma modifier.
I did actually look at that and thought, is this too similar?
I don't think it's too similar, but I do wonder if this feature should have. I just don't know if it should be automatic damage. And I'm not sure how it would work, how we would manage that. Because it's not a crazy amount of damage, but if it's automatic damage and you can do it really every round, it stacks up over time and ends up being quite powerful. Maybe give them a dex save to take half damage. I think if we did it based on a saving throw, I would change the damage scale so that the damage was based on dice and wasn't based on your charisma modifier.
Yeah, because the problem, that would, if a save and make it a charisma modifier, then it would probably be a save or suck, because halving damage of such small numbers really just, it's
Yeah,
not
no,
that
I agree.
impactful.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It would for sure need a limit if it forced a saving throw, since it would be held to roll saves so many times. That's a good point, actually. D&D is about rolling, but it's not all about rolling, Arthur, you silly goose. You silly old goose, you. I think it works. If I were you, if you're planning on playing with this, the thing that I would keep an eye out for this feature is it too much to have them do this every single turn? Because right now they have total control over it happening, as opposed to like the 15th level other one, which is entirely dependent on them being hit by another creature. So they don't really have any agency over it happening. So it's kind of okay that it's like forever on. So this is a little bit stronger because you have total agency over it. Excuse me.
It does also require you to actually hit something, so...
Yeah, but but that's neither here nor there. I mean, that's you're gonna be doing that anyway. You know what I mean? You're gonna be going for that hit. What is he gonna be doing? What are you gonna be laying on hands? You're the destruction paladin. You don't have time to be using your action to cast spells that are gonna like heal people.
Oh, that wasn't what I was referring to. I was referring to my absolutely terrible luck when it comes to hitting things.
Okay, fair. All right, let's take a look at the 15th level feature, Crush, not Be Crushed. Beginning at 15th level, you have advantage on saves and checks that prevent you from being knocked prone, grappled, restrained, or stunned. Additionally, you ignore resistance to you ignore resistances of objects you are attacking using a weapon. Can I be honest with you, man? I feel like this should be toned down a little bit and be the aura feature, and this should be the 15th level feature. And toned up a little bit. I think you switch them. You could call it your oral, you could call it your aura of controlled entropy. Or, you know what I mean? Of balance in the eruption. And you could have it so creatures of your choice within the aura get all of these features. Or get some of them if it feels like it's too much to give them all. And then you could even, I think you could throw this one in too. I wouldn't do literally all of these. I'd probably cut a couple out if you're going to make it 7th level. But this could be your aura. And then this feature could be your 15th level feature. You don't make it all the time. You make it proficiency bonus times per day. And you make it do a shit ton more damage or blast people back or something.
I actually did think of that. That's what I, at the beginning, said about... I did think about making it an aura and thought, like, it doesn't quite work. The reason I didn't switch them around was because that would basically mean you've got all of this, like, destruction-themed features in, like, 15th level and above, which a lot of players are realistically never going to reach. So I wanted to have like a weak version that does still do like destructive things at level 7.
Then I think you need to figure out how to get that into I guess it could work like that, but it just feels weird because this really feels like an aura feature and this really feels like a 15th level feature. So it just feels a little forced. I get it if you want to keep it that way, but they sit like a little out of congruence with like the way that paladins normally work at that level. Like I'm wondering if you could figure out how to turn your Ring of Destruction into a Channel Divinity feature. Maybe that's the way to do it. I see why you made the choice. I understand. I just feel like it would be, I would if I were you. You don't have to listen to me, but I would if I were you. Switch them back. Put this at 15th. Put this at 7th. balance them to be appropriate for those levels. So make this one a little stronger, make this one a little weaker, make it an aura. And then go back and change enhanced destruction to whatever you think you would need it to be, so that by the time you hit 7th level, if this was 7th level, it would feel good. And then look at it next to the way that it is now as like two just separate potential paths to take, and see which one you like more after experimenting with it a little bit. I think because there's not a right answer here, but I do think that it is worth seeing if you can make it work in the way that paladins are intended to be built. It might sit a little bit more comfortably in it. Playtesting is always super helpful. But I like the feature itself. I think both these features are really good. Let me look at Walking Disaster. At 20th level. So guys, whenever I talk shit about how everyone gives their capstone classes avatar states and they're not supposed to, that's because, so this is a paladin. Paladins get an avatar state at 20th level where they go Super Saiyan for a minute or 10 minutes or some amount of time depending on how powerful you make it. Basically, anyone that makes them gives themselves an avatar feature at the capstone, I'm like, you're not a paladin. But anyway, at 20th level, as an action, you unleash your full destructive force, creating a 15-foot radius around you. Don't forget to put a timer on it. We should know how long it lasts before we know what it does.
I did have that at first, but then I split it up into 3 things because I have one thing that just happens instantly, and then 2 things that happen over the minute. That's the 3 different bullet points.
So the way that I would probably do that then is I would say at 20th level, as an action, you unleash your full destructive force. Then I would say the thing that happens instantly. And then after that, I would say, additionally, you create a 15-foot radius around you that lasts for 1 minute, creating the following effects. I would break it up like that. Okay. So it's like the action does the thing that happens immediately, and then the aura sort of rolls in behind it. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
I was really having trouble trying to word that correctly, so that actually helps a lot.
Yeah. All right, let's see what it actually does, though. So you instantly cause all creatures in the radius to make a strength saving throw. So you don't need to say you instantly. You can just say all creatures within 15 feet of you must make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they take 3d10 force damage and are knocked prone. Okay. 3d10 is not a lot at level 20. That's fine, though. I want to see what else we get. But if what else we get isn't that strong, this needs to be a bigger number. For a minute, the area around you is shaken by violent... don't say... This is such an annoying English translation thing, but I would not say the area around you is shaken by violent tremors. I would say the area around you shakes with violent tremors. It's like a very specific little difference, but what it does is whenever you use verbs, whenever you use the word is, which is like is, am, be, like it, to be basically as a verb, it sort of distances the writing from the emotional stakes on like a meta level. It makes it a little passive. So shake is a verb. You can use shake as a verb. So when you're using is, you're taking away shake being the verb, but shaking is what's happening. So you can just use that verb. And this is a thing that I think happens a lot when people are translating into English. But honestly, it's something that happens a lot when people write too many damn essays growing up in school, and they're learning how to write in a way that they want to sound professional, and they want to make sure they're getting enough words in. It's very normal for people to write this way, but it's a good habit to try to break. And the best way to try to break this habit, and this is something my English teacher used to do with me all the time, is try to not use any form of the word to be in your writing. Just try to get it out. See if you can write your whole thing without using the word is, am, be, been, being, any of those. It's like, or it's hard to do, but and there's some places where you kind of need it, but if you can form that habit, your writing is going to get a lot stronger, and you are going to find yourself, it's going to get a lot more impactful. Like, it's going to get more emotive. Okay, sorry, tangent. Grammar tangent. Everybody loves a grammar
Great
tangent.
tangent.
All right,
Great tangent. Loved it.
Let's see what this actually does, though. Violent tremors and gravity fluxes. Put a period here, and then just say all prone creatures. All prone creatures within the radius have to succeed on a strength saving throw equal to your spell save DC in order to get up. Oh, interesting. So I probably would put a period here, make this a new sentence, and then I would say whenever a creature, whenever a prone creature attempts to stand while within the aura, they must succeed on a strength saving throw against your spell save DC, or they fail. Something like that. All objects not worn or carried. Again, you want to put creatures before objects here. Take force damage equal to your charisma modifier. So you would need to say, oh, excuse me, two things. One, I don't know how I feel about this just being a thing that is kind of more of this. I don't know how I feel about that. It's not the end of the world, but I almost want it to be a little different just because it's so similar to what Ring of Destruction does. But you also need to say when it happens. So whenever there's a passive all the time effect happening on an aura that is negatively affecting a creature, the way that you say that is when a creature enters the aura for the first time, or if they start their turn within the aura, so that we know when it happens. It happens when they step into it, or if their turn starts and they're in it, then it pops off. The other way that you can do it is you could say if they end their turn within the aura, and that is a way where it's like, usually if you make an ability continue if they end their turn in a space, you have the option to make that ability a lot more intense, because they sort of, you know, there has to be a reason why they end their turn there. They chose not to move. You used some strategy to prevent them from moving. So think about where you want that to sit in the action economy. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty solid. I'm going to be honest, I want the avatar state to do more. Like right now it makes one explosion, and then prone creatures have a hard time standing up, and people that start their turn in the aura take some damage. I think that's fine. I'm gonna like. Well, I feel like you should just do this every turn. I feel like every turn you should make an explosion. If the aura lasts for if the avatar state lasts a minute, I feel like every single turn, as a bonus action, you should be able to just make an explosion around you that knocks people down, or something like that. It's 20th level. You're fighting like mountains and stuff, you know?
Okay, fair enough. So then I would basically say just when you unleash the power and on any subsequent turn as a bonus action.
Yeah. And if you keep it like this, if you keep the damage fairly low, I don't think you need to change it. And I actually want to even say I think you could change it. I think this could be a bonus action to activate, not an action to activate. I think it'd be fine. I don't think because this is very cool. But I don't think it's as strong as a lot of other Paladin avatar states. So the way that we buff it without going overboard or changing it too much is we buff it by making it a bonus action to activate, by making this potential knockdown feature something you can try every turn. Because that means every single turn you're getting an opportunity to have it interact with the other features. It's like giving you a little core game loop right here. If it only happens once, if somebody's not prone, there's a whole part of your, like a third of what your thing does is just not going to do anything. You know? And you want it to hit. Cool. I don't have a lot more thoughts. I like the idea a lot. I'm going to be honest. I was expecting to spend a lot more time talking to you about what I thought the like not ideological, but like the lore direction should be. But I feel like it does enough work to sell the fiction, especially at the later levels. I think these three abilities are really solid. I think the thing that I feel the strongly about changing, like in a dramatic way, is enhanced destruction. I think you just have a lot of you have a lot of space to make something that I think will do a better job of making the thing that you want this to feel like. I think that this is not the move. Do you have any questions for me? Comments, thoughts?
You did pretty much say anything that I wanted answered. Let's see. About the flavor text, I do want to know your opinion on the flavor text at the top in bold. I was kind of proud of that.
All right, let me take a look. NZ, I'm sorry I missed your $2 donation a couple minutes ago. And almost an hour ago. Jeez Louise. Does it have resistance to lightning, slashing, piercing? I don't remember what we were talking about. I'm so
that
sorry.
was the Swarmling.
Oh yeah. It did not. Okay, let's look at the bolded flavor text. Cries echo through the corridors, but the wails of the dying were deafeningly quiet compared to the one set of footsteps. Thump, thump. Another cry stopped. Thump, thump. Another wall torn down. Thump, thump. One last prayer whispered. Okay. Take away the word but. It'll be stronger.
Okay.
Cries echo through the corridors. The wails of the dying were deafeningly... Maybe don't. Okay, here's what I'll say. Either take away the word but and sort of rewrite the sentence to just make this its own idea that's not like in conflict with the cries echoing, but building off of it, or figure out how to turn this into one sentence. Starting the sentence like this doesn't work. Well, it kind of throws the rhythm off a little bit. It's like too early for it feels like too early for it. Or shorten deafeningly quiet. Just say like nothing. Like cries echoed through the corridor, comma, but they were nothing compared to the sounds of, lumbering footsteps, something like that. Simplify the sentences, cut them down a little bit, but I think the idea is good. I like the imagery of it a lot. It's very fun, very fun. All right, buddy. Any final thoughts?
No, I'm pretty happy. So basically change enhanced destruction to make it less of a combat feature, more of a tear things down. C to maybe change around the aura. I'll probably maybe change the 15th level feature, and I'll probably not swap them around because I still want to get that destructive force.
Listen, everything I'm saying
early.
is just ideas. You don't need to listen to any of it.
I'm just saying my thoughts on the matter. I do understand that both of the features, they feel like they're swapped around, so if I keep that as the 7th level feature, I would probably change the 15th level feature. Just to make it seem more in that direction without just being confused.
For sure. All right, buddy. Thank you for the call. Get the heck out of here, you hooligan. All right. That was Tico. Let's give a round of applause. Good job, buddy. Nothing's better than that really harsh cutoff, you know? Peter or Pinky? All right, let's see who this is. They're not going to be here, they said. Oh, it's you. You are here. Are you in the Discord? Do you want to come on stream? I don't see you in the Discord. Oh, you're Pinky. Let me grab you. Hey, Pinky. You got to unmute and undeafen when you have a chance, but you're here. Unmute when you have a chance. You can unmute. I don't know what to tell you. But I'll give you a second to figure out. Oh, hello there.
Yo.
How's it going?
What's up? It's going good.
So what are we looking at today? What am I about to click?
Monster stat block.
All right. Are there anything I should know going in? Anything you want to set the tone with?
It's sort of bizarre. I was kind of going for like a Grant Morrison vibe a little bit. Something weird.
Okay. Let's take a look. This is the Invisible Donkey.
Yes.
Oh, man. I'm struggling with this formatting.
Oh, I apologize.
All right. So
this is my first thing I've ever made.
No, don't be. It's fine. It's fine. It's a challenge rating 4. Was that intentional?
I put the features on it, and I felt like 4 is the best thing I could put it at.
This is not a challenge rating 4 monster.
Okay.
This thing is vulnerable to several types of damage and has 22 hit points. This is like a... Yeah, that's very weak. This thing will die before anything happens most of the time.
It is permanently invisible, though. So I thought that might offset it.
Invisibility in D&D is not... Invisibility in D&D just means disadvantage on attacks, basically, for the most part.
Okay.
It's not that strong. All right, let's see what else. Let's see what's going on with it though. The invisible donkey communicates through gaseous emissions. Instead of is this from Doom Patrol? Instead of speaking, speaking, it can cause up to 10 words to appear in the sky at will. The words appear made of green gas. There is a spell in D&D that does this called Skywrite.
Yes.
I would probably write this in such a way that it takes advantage of the spell Skywrite existing, where you could even be like, you know, you could just have it so it could cast Skywrite at will, but the size is smaller. You know, you could just do something like that.
Skywrite's 10 words too, so
that's what I mean. It's like I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't like. It would just save some space, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, gotcha.
Permanent invisibility. Is permanently invisible. To most creatures, only creatures who have had a blood relative die to the invisible donkey can see the invisible donkey. That's a really cool caveat to who can see it. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I'm curious why it has that feature. I like that feature a lot.
So I have a character that I have in mind for a campaign, and I've been trying to go through. So basically, the idea is that his parents died from an invisible creature, and this I think is the creature. And then the town forgot who my character's parents were, and so now he's an Oath of the Watcher's paladin trying to protect the world from invisible monsters like that.
I like that idea a lot, and that's a great place for a piece of monster lore to come from. What I would say though is if this particular piece of the homebrew is one that you are feeling like is particularly important for this creature, we should feel like it makes sense why it does this throughout the stat block. Like right now, there is zero logical connection between communicating through gas farts and being invisible in a way that only creatures who have had a blood relative die to you can see you. You know what I mean? Like there's a piece of lore, there's a piece of sinew that's missing there. Maybe that sinew is going to become evident in the actions. But that's where my head goes, is like the question of like, I like the feature, but why this monster? You know?
Right.
Let's look at trampling charge. If it moves at least 20 feet in a straight line towards a creature and then hits it with a hoof attack, this shouldn't be in the action. This should be up with the other features. This is not an action.
Okay. I kind of took this from the elk a little bit.
Yeah, but is their trampling charge a thing that's written in their actions, or is it written in the broader stat block?
Let me double check. But I think you're probably right.
Also,
it's not alphabetical.
Also, it's not a goat.
That is true.
Okay, so it can knock people down. Okay. And then it has amnesia fart. As an action, it can target an incapacitated creature that it can see within 60 feet and force that creature to make a con save. On a failed save, the target forgets all interactions with the invisible goat within the past week. That's interesting. Furthermore, the target loses all memories of the relatives of the invisible goat's victims. You're going to need to be a little bit more clear with that language. That's a little bit confusing. I think this is a really interesting idea for a monster. I think you need to put a little bit more work in to sell the fiction of the idea between a memory monster and farting. I understand that it's taken from a bit of like Grant Morrison, Doom Patrol, but just because it's based off of something from fiction doesn't mean that fiction is going to do the work for you to make it feel like it makes sense. and it should still have its own sort of logic to it. So like you should consider maybe this isn't just a donkey. Maybe it's maybe there's more of a gaseous element to it. Yeah, like is it a living gas, that sort of thing. I think it's a very interesting idea for a monster. It's definitely not CR4. It's probably, if I were you, I would lower all of the saving throws probably down to like 11. I would clarify how Amnesia Cloud Fart works, because it's got to have some limitations on it. It can't just like, I would not have a feature that just like perma makes people forget things. Like that's very, very weirdly strong in a way that like doesn't feel like I don't understand why it's on this monster. And I feel like it's kind of just too strong for how sort of not strong the rest of the monster is.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I have to like have a little bit more, make more sense as a general concept.
Yeah, cohesive. I mean, a lot of it makes sense. Like there are like the amnesia tying to the forgetting of the people only remember them if they have a blood relative that died. Like there's some interesting concepts that work together there. The main thing that I think you have to ask yourself, and it's the thing that everyone has to ask themselves, is like, what is the goal? A mean way of saying that is what is the point? But what is the point really means what is the goal? And then you can sort of say like, okay, what do I want this thing to feel like when I'm using it? What types of gameplay do I want it to evoke? How do I want my players to feel when they're interacting with it? Do I want them to think it's funny? Do I want them to think it's scary? Do I want them to think it's mind-bendy? And you can sort of use the answers to those questions to help guide what else you give this thing or how you shift it to help like focus its direction. Because right now it feels like it sits pretty strong in two lanes that I'm struggling to connect, which is like the very goofy but weird like fart monster and the sort of like what's the word I'm looking for? Like existential horror memory monster. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to go for like absurd and bizarre but incredibly threatening vibe. And also someone asked, this is an aberration. So yeah.
If you want it to be threatening, it needs to do a shit ton more damage. It needs to be it needs a lot more than 22 hit points. It should not have damage vulnerabilities. Because this monster will be killed in one turn easily. Like I can do 22 damage on any level 5 martial character that is unoptimized with good rolls can do 22 damage easily on a turn.
I think I overestimated how powerful invisibility was, and that I think threw things off.
Most of the monsters that have abilities that allow them to be perma invisible, that is not the only thing they get. So like for example, ghosts a lot of the time can perma be invisible or things. And they don't have a lot of hit points, but they have 1,000,000 damage resistances and damage and condition immunities. Damage immunities, damage resistances, condition immunities all come into play in terms of how you're scaling the power balance of your thing. If you want it to be a challenge rating 4 monster, if you feel like that's a good spot for it, then what I would do is I would spend a little bit of time and look up a bunch of challenge rating 4 monsters and try to start to just get a sense of like, what does it feel like to be challenge rating 4? Because there is no right or wrong answer there, and it is all about feeling. Any rule that someone makes about what a CR4 or a CR5 monster needs to be, someone else will be able to find a monster that breaks that rule. It's like, it is not a great system. It is a system of feel. The things that I think do come into play though a little bit is you can hit points incongruent, hit points in tangent in what's the word? Hit points working together with damage resistances, immunities, conditions resistances, immunities, is a good way to get a sense of that. And also damage output. So yeah, so if you want this thing to be CR4, it needs to be hitting harder and having more hit points. But I think it's a weird, fun idea. And I think that you said it was like one of your first pieces of homebrew. I think for one of your first pieces of homebrew, it's pretty well put together and expresses some very interesting ideas. Do you have questions, thoughts, aspirations, things you want to point out, things that I misunderstood or you want clarified?
Yeah, so basically the idea is make the numbers bigger if I want it to be CR4. And then also, if I'm going to be put vulnerabilities, I need to make it balanced so it doesn't just get one shot.
Yeah. And also you need, I would look at, I would think about how you want to do amnesia fart, and I would tone it back a bit. I would probably not make it permanent, or I would create some way to get rid of the amnesia from it built into the mechanic. You know, like a creature can reattempt their saving throw every day, or like a creature that sits under the light of a full moon and eats 3 huckleberries gets their, you know, whatever. You can make it whatever you want it to be, but there should be a way to turn it off.
I was trying to model it after modified memory, which I understand
memory
is strong.
like a really. Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. Modify memory is a very powerful spell in a way that is not fun a lot of the time if it is being used against the players. Modify memory is one of those spells that takes away player agency, because it basically is like, hey, your character is changed now, and you just have to deal with it. And even Modify Memory has ways to overcome it. It can be Dispelled, it can be Greater Restoration, all these things. But it's a 5th level spell. So you're not casting 5th level spells until you're level like 8, 9, or 10, somewhere in there. So it's not like 5th level spells, 5th level monsters. That's not really how it works in D&D. So I would say you can definitely base it off Modify Memory, but you need to either tone down what it does to better fit this sort of level, or tone up the rest of the monster and still treat it as Modify Memory even in its really powerful state, where there are still ways to overcome it. Because right now, the way that it works is if it happens, it's just done. Also, it probably, I don't know how I feel about it. I guess con saving throw makes sense because it's a fart.
Yeah, it's also only on incapacitated creatures, so it's you have to be incapacitated first. Because I was looking at the mind flayers eating the brains thing.
Yeah,
which,
yeah. That helps quite a bit, but I do think it's worth thinking about a little bit.
Yeah.
This could be an interesting way to start a campaign. No memories and a stench in the air. That's a very good point. Everybody starts with stinky amnesia.
Yeah. Okay. So if I wanted to make it harder to make it permanent, if I wanted to make it permanent, is kind of what I'm thinking.
Do you want it to make... Well, here's the other question. Would it be fun to be permanent? Does that make it more fun? Because you can make it permanent for NPCs. They just don't need to, you know what I mean? Like, it's for all intents and purposes. You can do whatever you want. Anything that's not on the player's character sheet, you can do whatever you want, so long as you keep the consistency of it. So the question is, do you think it will be more fun? And if you think it will be more fun, then make it permanent. If you think it will not be more fun, then change it.
Or maybe make it like, if you don't cure it by a certain time period, it becomes permanent or something. But it's like really easy to cure.
Yeah, you could put a timer on it in that way. You could put it where it's like you need something very specific, or to do something at a very specific time, or in a very specific place. So it sort of puts like it almost like becomes like a little mini adventure in and of itself.
Right.
Yeah, those are all good options.
Okay, I think this is a good starting point for figuring out basic balance stuff.
Cool, man. So, I really appreciate you submitting a piece. A very legit, interesting, weird idea. I love weird ideas, so thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, buddy. See ya. I gave him a burp, and then I was out of there. There's a link to a form in the description. How would you send your homebrew? If you go to the description of this video, you can submit homebrew for tomorrow night. And then I'm taking a week off, and then I'll be back next week. Or the week after next week. And then you can submit all the homebrew you want for the whole world. Homebrewing, homebrewing. I'm gonna pick my nose. Deal with it. Databank. This is based on a running joke on the YouTube channel OSP. Today I'm submitting a spell. It's called Time to Duel. It's dumb, and you do not want to be associated with it. Wonderful. Great opener. Okay, this is kind. It's time to duel. Is Data here? I know they said they want to be on stream, but sometimes they show up. No, they're not here. It sounds like John knows what this is. I don't know. Did yours get reviewed? I don't believe so. I don't know what OSP is, so I guess we'll just not worry about it. Casting time 1 action, range 30 feet, components, some Yu-Gi-Oh cards worth a lot of money, duration 8 hours. First level, you target 2 creatures with a mutual amorous and lustful feelings towards each other. One of them makes a charisma saving throw. On a failure, they are possessed by the heart card. Instead of engaging in carnal activity, Jesus Christ, this is so fucking cringy, dude. This is so... Why? You said you don't want to be associated with this, but you made this. Data, you took time and wrote this out. So don't tell me you don't want to be associated with it. You wrote it down. And yeah, it's fucking cringe. I'm skipping ahead. They duel each other in Yu-Gi-Oh! Proficiency in 3, then gives... If both creatures are not proficient in Yu-Gi-Oh! Get your game on, the spell fails. What does that mean? If a creature is magically charmed by the other, the spell also fails. If only one creature knows how to play, then they teach each other and matches are friendly. Otherwise, the game is competitive. Both creatures make wisdom or intelligence checks. Whoever wins is considered the victor. They get a bunch of cards or something. If the spellcaster travels with a bard, they always have this spell prepared, and it doesn't count against the number of spells. I'm gonna be really honest with you, Databank. Why are you throwing in fucking cringy carnal like, it's just, that is so awkward. This is why you fucking weebs can't make out with people. Because you don't know how to not be cringe as fuck. This could just be time to duel. You don't need to do weird lustful shit. This is what's keeping you from having romance. Not you, Databank. I'm talking about you, the collective of weebs. Just be normal. Just play fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! You can just play Yu-Gi-Oh! You don't need to make it creepy. Anyway, thank you, Data. I'm glad you don't want to associate with that. He was combining 2 jokes into one. Well, I didn't know what one of them was, I guess. That's the danger of combining 2 jokes into one sometimes. Master Roxas. Thing is, this is doing something with an ongoing joke. Yeah, but I don't know what that joke was. And if I don't know what that joke was... all I know is I'm seeing something that's fucking cringy. So I'm not going to review it based... I'm not going to go watch a YouTube channel and try to learn the in and outs of your nerdy things. Maybe they're not nerdy. Maybe they're wonderful, but I'm not going to do it. I don't care how you're old. I'm old. I'm older than you, Ace Adventure. I'm the oldest man in the world. I'm 1,000 million years older than a lot of things. Not that many things, but a couple. Anyway... Are you coming on stream? Master Roxas. Let me see. I don't see you. I do. Let me grab you. Ahoy, hoy. What's up?
Hello.
How are you doing?
You don't want to hear the answer to that.
Okay. You can always just lie and give a pleasantry. Most of the time when people ask that, they're only really asking for a pleasantry. That's okay. What are we looking at today?
I randomly had a dream to come up with the new mechanic for campaigns without flinking, and I thought it would seem like it might be a good idea, or it could be a completely terrible idea.
What is the goal? What is the feeling that you are wanting this? What is the mechanic intending to do?
Being able to block any attack and then like force a weapon, like
I'm
a
not
sword
asking
bind.
what mechanically it does. I'm asking what the goal is in terms of like what space is it filling in the game. Are you trying to make combat more nuanced? Are you trying to make combat more dangerous? Are you trying to streamline something? That's the first question I'm always wondering when I'm looking at a brand new mechanic. Like what's the goal of it?
A way for marshals to force disadvantage or gain advantage on their opponents without flanking and not having to force them prone.
Okay,
or
you're not
grapple
really.
them.
I don't think you're really understanding my question, but that is okay. I am happy to just dive
Maybe I
in.
don't.
That's fine. I was saying I don't care about. I wasn't asking what it does mechanically. What is the feeling that it's for? Is it there to make like? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Like duels. It's like for duels and stuff, like being able to force a weapon bind and then gain advantage over your opponent.
Okay, so it's trying to make like 1v1s a little bit more interesting.
Because you'll as you see you take you hold your action, and then you have the ability to completely negate their attack and then force them to like a cool weapon bind.
All right, let's see what this is. This option allows melee combatants to potentially block any melee strike with a weapon bind and then possibly throw their opponents off balance. As an action on your turn. Don't say may, say can.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I know, I forgot. I put can later.
I don't care what you do later. Later is for future me. I'm present me. Future me might be excited, but present me is just here still. As an action, you don't change it. Oh, don't do that. Don't edit. Well, if you edit again, I have to. That's one of the rules. If you edit again, I have to just stop, and I don't want to do that. I want to keep reading. As an action, on your turn, you can enter a guard stance. While in this stance, when you are hit by a melee attack within your weapon's reach, you can use your reaction to attempt to block the blow with your own weapon. Roll an attack at advantage versus the attack that hit you. I don't agree with the attack being at advantage, I don't think. If your roll to hit is higher, then this should have an A, not an E. You successfully block the opponent's attack and enter a weapon bind with them. The bind lasts until the start of your next turn. If your opponent breaks the bind willingly in any way, this should be two different words, before your turn, such as attacking again with multi-attack or moving, you can make an opportunity attack against them immediately at advantage as they leave themselves open. Too much advantage is throwing around here. At the start of your next turn, if you have a weapon bind active, where are you saying may again? You can attempt to break the bind to throw your opponent off balance. You can choose how you wish to do this for the type of skill that will be made. What does that mean? I guess we'll see. The DM will use the skill most fitting to how you attempt. I would, in general, I try to avoid including new mechanics that are based on the DM decides what you do. Like, if you're going to make a mechanic, the DM decides what you should do, then just don't make them, just say, hey, DM, here's a cool idea. Do what you want with it. You know what I mean? Like, we want to give the tools. We don't want to suggest somebody builds tools for themselves.
Well, I did type a few, but as I said, I typed this really quick to get this in time, so that's why it's kind of a rough draft state.
Okay. So then let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about the nitty gritty, because it sounds like you haven't worked on the nitty gritty, so it doesn't really make sense to feedback it. From a larger stance, let's try to imagine what this actually would feel like in play. As an action, I can take a stance. Now, if a creature hits me, I can use my reaction to potentially block the whole shot. And if I do that, it locks the other person's weapon up in a way that if they choose to use the weapon, I can get an opportunity attack on them later. It kind of feels like a I don't know. I feel two things about it. I feel like it's a lot of steps, and I don't know how much fun they will be. Like, is it fun to use your action to prevent something else from using its action? I don't know.
I think if it's a big enough threat, maybe, but that's why it's more of like a dueling idea. Because if you're like fighting multiple enemies, this would not work, and then you would either dodge or just attack.
Yeah, I understand, but it sort of feels like it feels less like dueling and more like wrestling almost, you know? I'm wondering, I also feel like the reaction block a whole attack is a lot. Especially because it sort of creates this position where you now are using your attack in place of your AC. Because what you're essentially creating is a situation where instead of the target, their attack roll versus your AC, it's their attack roll versus your attack roll. And I think that it can get there's some elements there that could probably get real janky real quick. So you just got to be like thoughtful about how that's going to work, because I think that is worth thinking about. I also feel like I don't love the idea of of it just auto negating an attack. Like, it feels weird just because there are things that kind of do this. Like, there are parrying mechanics. This is a little bit different because it's consuming your action. Does it consume your action and your reaction? It does? Yeah. So there's like...
That's why it allows you to be strong to like block a very powerful blow from a monster and lock them up, because
like
then they can't...
To me, this doesn't feel like a combat mechanic. This feels like a ability that I would give to a subclass or a magic item, and I would make it limited use. Like, I would make it like a proficiency bonus times per day. The Bulwark Fighter can do this. I wouldn't make it an all-the-time thing, in my opinion. I think it's an interesting idea for a mechanic. And if it sounds fun to you, I would strongly encourage you to think about it a little bit more and think about how to flesh it out. But in its current iteration, it shouldn't be, and it doesn't feel like it makes sense as like a core combat mechanic. It feels a little bit too niche. It feels like a subclass mechanic or like a feat. Or like a magic item. But even if it was a feat, I would say it should be limited use. I don't think it should be able to use all day. It's a melee counterspell. It is kind of a melee counterspell. But yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. I don't think it sits in the mechanic space of replacing flanking as something I would just throw in inherently as a feature. I feel like that could get tedious or very cheesy very quickly. By cheesy, I mean like easily cheesable.
Maybe it's just the idea is like at the bottom, if you get a weapon bind, then you have the ability to break it and get advantage on them. Because that way without flanking, you can't get advantage on attacks easily. So it's like a way to set that up. Was the idea, but
no, I hear that. I understand exactly what it does. What I'm saying is what it does, I don't think makes sense as a permanent. Everybody can do this as an alternative action. I think it's a cool mechanic, but I really think it feels more like a subclass feature than just like a specific, like a mechanic that you just have infinite access to, that everyone has infinite access to. It feels too specific. So like, I like it, and I'm not saying that I disagree even with like what the mechanics are doing, but I'm saying that it doesn't feel like just like a combat mechanic. It feels like a feature.
That's fine.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of something. Well, as I said, like, because I guess at the bottom I can get rid of the DM thing, because I gave examples of, because if you're trying to deceive them, with the feint, you could, like, overpowering would be strength, deceiving them would be deception, and, like, the idea was you get to choose what skill you're good at to try to break the bind in your favor. So that way it would make it more unique to who was using it versus being a subclass. But, I mean, I could see it just being a fighter subclass, too.
I mean, why does what skill you pick have to do with what subclass you are? Anybody can have any skills.
Well, the idea
fighter
was...
could be making a deception check to break it. They could be making an intimidation check to break it. They could be making an acrobatics check to like. It doesn't matter what subclass you are. You could, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't need to just be something that you would imagine as like a fighter subclass ability or a fighter skill.
Well, I meant whenever I wrote it originally as a general mechanic, it would let any class use it based on what they're good at. That was the original intent.
Yeah, I know. I understand. Yeah. I get it. I just feel like it's. I don't know, like, flanking is such a simple, straightforward thing. You don't have to think about it. It's just, like, very quick and fast. Like, that's why I feel like I don't even really use flanking in my games, but I understand people using it. But it's so easy to understand, and it's so quick and immediate. You don't have to think at all. This, you have to think and keep track of stuff more than a little, especially from the Dungeon Master perspective. And... It's just much more impactful than flanking. Like, it's much more impactful. Like, the getting advantage on an attack thing is minimal. The big thing is just negating an attack. That's negating an attack as an attack action is crazy strong and very, very potent. Like, that's the part that I think is going to be the most, like, that's the part that I'm thinking about the most, because coming up with there's a million ways in D&D to get advantage on your attack. Getting advantage on your attack is the easiest fucking thing to do in the game. Everybody can do it. You can. It's redonkulously easy to do. So I do think that you roll an attack to hit against the attack to hit, and you can just negate the attack is the part that I'm like, that's pretty fucking hectic for just like a combat feature.
Well, it's mainly just for like 1v1s or something like that, because multiple attacks, if there's multiple enemies, you can't block a second attack, so that...
I understand, and you're sort of just repeating your logic, but I disagree with that logic being enough to merit using this as is written as a mechanic that everyone has access to. I hear what your goal is, and what I'm saying is I disagree with this accomplishing that goal. I think that it's an interesting mechanic, but I don't think it is. I think it is too strong and too specific to be something that you would just put in a game that anyone could use in place of flanking, in my opinion. I feel like this fits much better as a feat or as a magic item or something like that, where it is tied to something specific that somebody is choosing to take, and that it has a limited number of uses. That's where I think this would work. Does that make sense?
Like short rest or long rest uses, because I'm fine with it offering as a feat. Because the reason I came up with this is because in the campaign that we just started, like my players, they voted off flanking, and they want, and so it was an idea of giving other options. And
Do they?
we were talking,
I mean, are they
so.
into this idea?
Some of them said I've only explained it briefly to some of them, and so I was gonna bring it up to them later. But then I remembered you were doing the stream, and I was like,
why did they vote for no flanking?
because there's been a couple things. They just decided they've been playing with flanking for a long time, and they said it sounded fun to try the alternative method because we're using a modified, like, you know how Pathfinder, I don't know if you played no 2E, but 2E has it where if you flank in 2E, the enemy gets a flat-footed condition, which the change is that basically if you flank in my game, you just get a flat +2 to your attack instead of advantage.
So this is like another change on top of that.
Well, this is completely separate. This was to be an optional thing, but I could see it being a feat, so that way it's not too overpowered, because then you can then limit it.
It's not even that it's too overpowered. It's too specific. It doesn't like it's like should every single fighter get a move where they can, should every single fighter get goading attack? I don't know. It seems like very specific. I would probably make it. I don't know. I'd probably make it like proficiency bonus times per day or something like that. Mm-hmm. That's probably what I would do.
Would you add, if it's like too specific, would you add something else if it's a feat?
No, if it was a feat, no, I probably wouldn't add any. It's fucking strong, dude. It's fucking strong. It's really strong. You don't need to apologize. But I'm just telling you, like, the reason I'm not the reason why I'm saying that it needs to be limited and stuff is because of how strong it is. It's not because it needs more, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, completely negating attacks is very strong. Getting to use your attack roll instead of your AC is very strong. Like, there's just a lot of stuff going on there that I think makes it strong enough that I don't think it needs much more. I don't think it needs much more. And I think if you do want to make it as a feat, I don't really know what else I would add, but if you thought that there'd be something else to make sense to add, I could see adding something else. I'm not going to be able to tell you what that is, though. But looking at this in this play, I don't really have much more to say about it. I just sort of feel like it's a pretty neat idea for like maybe like an ability that I'd give a subclass or a magic item or a feat.
Yeah, I can tweak it a bit. Yeah, it's just an idea that came to me. I just didn't know if it'd be good as a general action, but if it's like way too strong as that, then yeah, I can see that.
It just feels too strong and too specific. It's like, it's like, why would I give everyone Firebolt?
Yeah, so it's something that's a class that decided, oh, this sounds cool, then that's what feats are for. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the piece. And see ya. Click. That was Master Roxas with the guard bind. Let's give a round of applause to Master Roxas, the master of the Roxas. Certainly an interesting idea. That does to me feel more like a battle master maneuver or like a special combat thing for like that you pick. It's a neat idea though. I think that yeah, I'm trying to think if I would allow a player to use it in my game. I don't know. I have to think about it. Yeah, very battle mastery vibe. Next is the Liberator. I made this homebrew for Pathfinder 1. I don't know anything about Pathfinder. I'll talk to you for a minute if you want, if you're in the chat, but I'm not going to be able to give you any feedback on this. Sure, I'll grab you. Hey, Liberator, what's up? You got to unmute.
Yo.
Liberator, I've never played Pathfinder 1 before. There's no possible way I can give feedback on this. But if you want to ask me another D&D question or something, you can. How's it going?
It's going well, but honestly, I just made this because, like, in Pathfinder First Edition, when it comes to something like this, when it comes to paladins, you can only be lawful good, and I really like chaotic good, so I only really made this so I could play a chaotic good paladin.
That's cool. I don't really have any. I mean, I think that for me, I don't really use alignments in my games. Maybe in Pathfinder it matters more. But I think the idea of a chaotic good paladin is a lot of fun, sort of like a renegade superhero Robin Hood type. Do you have a question or something you would like to ask? Because I just there's no way I'm going to be able to get feedback. I have no frame of reference for anything for Pathfinder. So if you have any questions or anything you want to ask me, or if you want to share anything with the chat, you can. Otherwise, I'm just going to say high five to you, and it's a cool idea.
Don't really have any questions.
That's okay. I appreciate that you built yourself a class. Very cool. And yeah, in the future, just so you know, I am not familiar with Pathfinder at all. So whenever people ask me Pathfinder advice, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know nothing about it.
Yeah, it's I just know that, like, I just know one of the things I do know about Pathfinder, like, I have played it before, but one of my favorite things about it is that it's based off D&D 3.5 edition, which is considered to be one of the better editions.
I've never played fifth. I've only really played 5th edition and a little bit of 4th. So I've heard about 5th. I've heard about 3.5. What I hear about 3.5 is that for people that like there being very specific rules and mechanics for everything, and there for being like mountains of feats and options you can pick from, they like it a lot. But people that prefer a little bit more open-ended, a little bit more interpretive, a little bit more streamlined, prefer 5th edition. That's usually what I hear about. But yeah, I've never played 3.5. Sounds cool though. All right, buddy. If there's not really anything else you want to say, I'm just gonna say thank you very much for the call. And
no problem.
Have a good one.
You too.
All
Bye.
Right. That was the Liberator, liberating people from the limits of 5e, tapping back into some Pathfinder. If I wish I knew Pathfinder, I could give some thoughts, but I really don't. I've played Pathfinder like twice. Great gun from Fallout. I haven't played Fallout in so long. I haven't played any of the newer ones. All right, Baba's next. Hi, I think I finally cracked the code on speed-based monk. The key, I'm sure you're fucking with me, but I'm gonna keep reading this, even though I know you're fucking with me. The key was to replace key with blur point resources that you generate with movement and spend for attacks. Finally, you're definitely fucking with me. Finally, a tactical and dynamic zippy monk. Anyway, here's a spell for review. So, I know you're fucking with me. I accept it, Baba. I accept it. And I'm going to tell you guys something at home. This is actually, I'm going to use this as a teachable moment, Baba. I'm going to use you to teach. If you are in the audience and you heard me and you read any of these ideas and you think, oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that's really original. Oh, I should write that. Don't. And it's not. I have seen literally, the reason why Baba wrote this is because I have seen this monk 6 times. Minimum. Don't make it. Tired of it. Let's take a look at this spell. Baba. Yeah, I've seen it a lot. Yeah. 6 times in the past 2 or 3 months. Yeah, a lot. If I saw it a 7th time, I think I would take my hand, I would transform it into an element that could traverse like the airwaves, and I would reach through the lens, that little thin plastic glass lens of my camera, through the optic canals, down below the streets, through tunnels and passages, maybe even a massive tube across the ocean. And then I would emerge from your screen like the sun emerging after a foggy morning, where it sort of appears all at once, even though it's getting brighter. And then I would grab you like this with my fingers right here. I'd grab you. I'd hook my fingers into like the top of your cheekbones, this little divot here, and I would press in, and I would pierce the ridge of your skull here and here, and I would reach into your sinuses, and I would use those as a handle, and then I would pull out your skull, and then I would turn it around, and I would put it back, and then I'd go back into my computer. So that's what would happen. So if you're into that, give it a go. I didn't touch your eyeballs. I messed with your sinuses. Anyway, let's look at Karik's Repulsive Reek. 7th level Necromancy. Casting time 1 action. Range 100 feet. Radius 15. Duration 1 minute. Concentration. A jar of rotten intestine. Lovely. A supernaturally repulsive and acrid gas permeates a 15-foot radius sphere centered on a point you can see within range. When a creature enters the area for the first time on their turn or starts their turn in the area, we talked about that language earlier today, they must make a con saving throw. On a failure, they take 3d12 poison damage and 3d12 acid damage, and must leave the area of effect by the shortest route available, and can't willingly enter the area again until their next turn. On a success, they take half as much damage. Creatures that can't be charmed do not need to flee the spell's area of effect on a failed save. Creatures that do not need to breathe have advantage on their saving throws. On your subsequent turns, you can move the sphere 20 feet as a bonus action. Okay, this is really where the power is here. We can move it. I like the idea of this spell a lot. It does 6d12-ish damage, but the main thing that it does that's strong is creatures have to leave and can't come back. Like, you can just cut areas off with this. Shorten my flavor text? Arthur, are you saying that speech I gave just now was flavor text? You're a fool. That was mechanics I was explaining. No, that wasn't flavor text. That was mechanics. I was describing literally what would happen. I wasn't spending time being like, this would be doing that in flavor text. You feel the air across your breeze. Most monks are like this, but not you. You are the monk of the computer chair, and you feel the air of the computers writhing through you. That's flavor text. I'm talking bullshit. I said exactly what I was going to do. I was going to punch through the camera, grab you by the skull, rip it out, turn around, put it back. That was mechanics. Can't tell me any different. Okay. It's like Moonbeam. It's like evil fucked up Moonbeam. I think it works. I wanted to look up some other 7th level spells. I'm kind of curious to see what it's what it's like compared to the other ones. You have a feeling people are really gonna like the new class you're making? We'll see. Everybody thinks people are gonna like their class. Finger of Death, Force Cage, Prismatic Spray. Yeah, man, I like it. I see it as a 7th level. I get it. Mordecai Sword is terrible. That doesn't count. We're not counting that. I'm looking at good spells. I like it a lot. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if you need to do that. I don't know if I feel like I would drop the charm thing, Because I don't feel like they have to leave the area because they're compelled to through magic. I feel like they have to leave the area because it's so gross. You know? So I would drop this part. Yeah. Have I reviewed a scholar class before? Probably. I feel like I've seen, if I haven't reviewed it on stream, I've seen a couple scholar classes before. Here's what I'll say. If you're making a class from scratch, you are giving yourself the hardest job, and that's fine. But what's important here, Baba, did you want to come on stream? I didn't even ask. Hey, Baba.
Hey.
Sorry, man. I just dove in. I didn't even think.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to just say fuck you.
It was funny because I've done that before. It was a long time ago, so I was hoping you would you're obviously on to me, but it was still fun because you could see you going through the journey anyway.
Yeah, well, because the thing is, I feel okay. First of all, it was too on the nose. I think you could still get me if it wasn't so on the nose.
More sneaky.
But when you do make it so on the nose, I am viscerally feeling the same thing I would feel as if somebody was sending it for real. So it is still kind of working, you know?
Yeah. It's funny how that works out, yeah.
It's like it's like trauma.
You're triggered. I think that's literally triggering.
Yeah. So. I like this. So basically, I like this spell a lot. I don't really have a great deal of feedback, other than I think I dropped the charm thing. I think ignore that.
A lot of the reason that the charmed thing is there is because I'm worried that it could shut down a big boss type monster.
Yeah.
And those almost always have immunity to charm.
Okay, that's fair. I accept that. I just like the idea that it's like.
Yeah. But I see what you mean though. I mean,
if you let me phrase it like this. If you don't want to compare it, if you don't want to limit it, if you don't want to make it magically limiting in charm, you could make it gross limiting, where creatures that have some element of resistance or immunity to poison or being poisoned don't have to leave it. Don't feel compelled to leave it. That would be the other direction I'd go. Go more physical.
Yeah, that could work too.
I like it a lot though. Do you have any questions or things you want to share about it or
Yeah,
thoughts?
I mean, a very recent change I made this morning basically to this, even though I submitted earlier, was originally it was more like Stinking Cloud, where they were going to take damage. They were going to take a little less damage, but they were going to lose their action. Mm-hmm. You know, it kind of used to be a pumped up Stinking Cloud, but then I thought that was too derivative, and I didn't really steal the Stinking Cloud action negating thing, the retching and vomiting from Stinking Cloud, even though that obviously works thematically for this.
No, I like that it doesn't do what Stinking Cloud does. I like it. It feels like what I said is it feels like an evil moonbeam, and I like that. Yes.
The other thing for this is that it comes from a Dawn of War 2 sort of spell-like ability. Do you know Dawn of War 2? It's a computer game, RTS.
Did they they made a Warhammer version?
Warhammer. Yeah, it's a Warhammer.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. There's a very powerful Nurgle spell.
Nurgle's my homeboy.
Yep. Yeah. This Carrick is.
I love Nurgle.
Yeah.
He's the chaos god of choice, no question.
Absolutely.
If you got to pick one, he's the one.
He's a nice guy.
He's the bestie guy. He's Papa Nurg.
Papa Nurgle. Yeah.
Also, Sarah, that was a very nice comment. You just saying nice stuff. I have to ignore it though because I'm not good at compliments. My people in the chat are saying they think it should be 120 feet, and I kind of agree.
120 foot range.
Yeah. Unless you picked 100 for a specific reason.
Not really.
It's 7th level. Funny. Everything's so fucking far away when you get to 7th level. You know what I mean? Monsters are shooting you from across the map. Everybody's flying 1,000 feet a minute.
Yeah. And I think that, 120 foot is not that big of a difference from 100 feet for me anyway.
Yeah. I like it though. Did you have Moonbeam in mind when you were building this or no?
No, not really. It was.
It's sort of
I
a
never really thought about
what's it
movement.
called when evolution happens next to itself, but not
Convergent evolution.
It's convergent evolution.
Yep.
That's cool. Cool. Yeah, man.
You're
I like it. I don't have a lot more. I almost want to.
Cool.
I think the compulsion to leave the area is a very successful way to emulate the feeling of a noxious place without doing stinking cloud. Like I really like how that's handled. I think it's good.
Good. Yeah, I think it opens up good like tactical.
Also, a jar of
Possibility.
rotten intestines.
Can I tell you where I got that from?
Yeah, please.
I have a player who is running a grung cleric who worships a god of like hunger and eating.
Cool.
He's all about like eating stuff, but he like kind of eats weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he came up with a disgusting food, which was a jar of like rotten fermented fish intestines. Sort of like some Norwegian type countries have similar foods where they
Yeah, Strossenflöschel.
yeah, the Sturströmming, I think. or something
Yes,
like
Sturströmming.
that's
Did you ever watch Trailer Park Boys? Do you know that show?
yes, I love that show.
Did you watch when they did the European like side tour show? They did like one of their
No.
spin-off shows. So
I never got that far.
So they did some very mediocre spin-off shows where it's like the three of
Sure.
them traveling through Europe, and it's not Trailer Park Boys. Like it doesn't have like the Trailer Park
Yeah, it's sort of
Boys
them
is,
going
like-
on tour. Yeah.
Yeah, and Trailer Park Boys is like it's like has so much heart. It has as much heart as it
Yes.
has trash, and like that's what makes it work.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, it's sort of equal
the
parts.
show the them on tour, no heart, all trash. But
Oh.
it is fun watching them like fuck around in other countries. And
Yeah.
there is an episode where they eat strumming or whatever it's called.
Oh my
And
god.
you watch them really breaking character in a way that you've never seen in the show before, and like
It's-
laughing at
a
how fucked up it
real
is, and like Ricky is like
bioterrorism.
vomiting, and the only one that can like sit anywhere near it is the guy who plays Bubbles, and you can
Nice.
see the actor breaking character and like laughing because even though he can sit near it, he
Yeah.
like understands how gross it is, and they're sort of just chuckling at how horrible it is because it really just becomes a reality TV show for a second. It's pretty great. So I highly recommend at least watching that scene.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, it's a good time.
My player basically did that to like a bunch of like a room full of dignitaries.
That's fantastic. Can't think of a better person to do it to.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the review. Good luck with the rest of the stream.
All right, buddy.
See you around.
And he hung up on me. He's a professional. All right. Let's give Bob a round of applause. Baba. Oh, Sarah with the 5. Thank you, buddy. Thanks, pal. Off topic. A campaign to overthrow the celestial bureaucracy and the Immortal 9. I don't know what the Immortal 9 are, but I love a campaign. One of my favorite ideas for a campaign, and I haven't done this, is you are in a good guy world, but the good guys are like the bad versions of good guys, like sort of like Lord Farquaad from Shrek, or like the angels from Good Omens, and playing like evil creatures in a world where good has won, and you're like fighting it back against the stupid good. So I do like that a lot. Yes, I think it's a great idea. I think that you would need to make sure that whenever you're doing a campaign that's like that focused, it's important to make sure the players are all into the idea and all kind of make characters that work within the idea. Because if they don't, then it can be very hard for you to make their characters, backstory, whatever, fit into the campaign if the character doesn't fit. And if they don't like the idea, then it's like you gotta like not do the idea, or like kind of like force, you know what I mean? Like you gotta be like, yeah, this is what it is. But I do like that. Yeah, Overlord style for sure. Guys, I need to pee so badly, so I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll do another spin of the wheel. But I will be right back. I need to pee. 1 second. I gotta find my be right back scene. 1 second. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. I'm still here. I haven't left you yet. I'm gonna leave you soon, though. I'm gonna leave you real soon. All right, be right back. 1 second. What are we gonna listen to while you're gone? I don't know. How about this? What's up? Did you miss me? You missed me so much, didn't you? Didn't you? What are you guys gonna do? Are you guys gonna be so sad when I'm gone next week? Are you gonna miss me so much? Tomorrow is my last stream for like a week. I won't be back till, I don't know, some point in September. Milky boy. You better miss me. I'll miss you. Didn't have anything prepared for stream, so here's a monster you made 5 months ago. I accept. Ugh. That was a little acid refluxy. An Eldritch dragon. This is different than the Eldritch dragon we know and love. Let's see if he wants to come on stream. Milky boy, the milky boy. Does he like whole milk or
There we go.
skim? Hey, Ben, how's it going?
I'm doing good. Good.
I was just pondering what your preferred milk was. So we're looking at an Eldritch dragon, I see.
Yeah.
Tell me what you want this Eldritch dragon to feel like. What's the goal of it?
So, it's a dragon that's been corrupted by the Far Realm.
Mhm.
So, appearance-wise, it's twisted. It doesn't have any arms, legs, or wings. They've all been replaced with tentacles.
Cool.
So, and it just hovers around. And the Far Realm's a really weird place.
Mm-hmm.
So I
So we-
tried to make it something that would live there.
Okay, so we're going for like a true Eldritch, where it is like alien in many directions. Michael McVeigh.
Yeah.
Thank you for the 5, Michael. Guys, everybody should know that Michael McVeigh. I did have a nice pee, Michael. Wait. Give me 1 second. Let me just say, guys, I'll be honest with you. I peed outside. Bathroom was occupied. I didn't have time to think. I didn't want to wait. So what did I do? I opened the back door, went outside, and had a whole world to pee in. And that's what I did. Peed outside. And it was great. It was a nice night for it. It was a good pee. So we're looking at an Eldritch Dragon. Also, hi, Mike. How's it going, man? We should hang out soon. Okay, let's take a look at what it's getting that's distinct. Everything in the main core is this is all very dragon basic.
Yes.
We're getting a lot of
Tried to
range
make
dragon.
it alien, but still dragon.
So let's see. So instead of getting claw attack, so it still has a bite too. So it has a normal
Yes.
mouth. And then it has a tentacle instead of a claw, and it looks like the tentacle grapples.
Yes.
It's 6 grapples, so it almost has like a Kraken vibe going on there. I want to make a. Okay, wait. Let me read the whole thing first, because I think I was gonna make a suggestion that you already did. So let me see what we get with sightless breath. What a strange. Okay, I'm so curious. Okay, the dragon exhales a chilly darkness from the far realm in a 60-foot cone. Each creature in the area has to make a DC 21 con save. On a failure, they take a bunch of damage, and they're blinded for 1 minute. On a success, they take half damage, and they're not blinded. Okay, I want to make a suggestion for this immediately.
All right.
I think a good way to make this feel different than a regular dragon is, instead of it blinding creatures that fail the save, I would have the whole area be magical darkness.
Yeah, but the breath only is around for a moment.
So it's an eldritch creature. You could make it magical darkness that lasts until the start of the dragon's next turn. It could just be a round of it. I mean, a 60-foot cone area of magical darkness for a round is very strong. You could also make it last for a minute, or until they uses its breath again, or is like dispelled. The idea being, because look at what you said here. Because I want to point out what you said here, and I really like what you said here. If this isn't breathing cold, it's breathing chilly darkness from the far realm. It is pouring the far realm out into ours. So I feel like a good way to represent it pouring it out is for it to sit in the space for a little bit, you know? Like, it doesn't just blind you. It blinds you because it is the far realm, and it is not meant for you. And you are now stuck in it a little bit.
I like that.
Let me look at what Eldritch Drain does. Each creature grappled by it has to make a Dex, Wisdom save, or take a bunch of psychic damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. I like this a lot. If I were you, I would not make it a recharge mechanic. I would make it an every turn mechanic, and I would lower the damage to make it a little bit more balanced, keeping in mind that it's going to do it every turn.
Get rid of the temp hit points too.
I don't think you need to get rid of the temp hit points. I think that no. I mean, you could make them less if you want to, but I don't think you need to. If anything, you could. Yeah, I like the temp hit points. I think they're solid. I like them. So I mean, if you could make it, they could make them D6s or even D4s if it feels like too much. But I actually think it's fine. Psychic damage is very far realmy. It's true. But cold damage can be also, like, I think that cold, necrotic. I think cold and psychic probably the most, and I think necrotic can sometimes dance in there too. I understand being cold. I also feel like cold is a better option if you are literally breathing the far realm out. You know, it's like you're breathing the coldness of space.
Yeah, and I tried to give it diverse damage types.
Yeah. It says 27 because 27 is the average of 68. So the average of 6d8 is 27. I'm going to assume that. I'm not actually doing the math, but that's what it says.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat just asked. And then it can teleport, it can tentacle, it can quick drain. Okay, so I like this a lot. I think if I could make any suggestions, I would push farther to make it more Eldritch, and I have a couple ideas of how you could do it.
Okay,
One,
and what?
Oh,
Okay,
you first,
before
you
you do
first.
that,
Yeah.
one more thing. It does have layer actions.
I know. I'm not gonna get it. We're not gonna dive. We're not gonna worry about
Okay.
them right now, unless you feel like they are the most important part and you really want me to look at them. But I'd rather
mean, I
talk
want-
about the monster stat block a little bit more first.
I like them.
You said that so quietly. All right, I'll read one
I
of
think
them.
they're pretty cool.
Okay, let's see. You know that's just gonna make me judge them so much harsher. Okay, so one is we get Eldritch Lightning. We shoot some lightning and also force damage. One is Everard's Black Tentacles. One is an acid cloud forms at a point it can see within range. Creatures take acid damage and are poisoned. I feel like it's too much of the same thing. This is like here's like a damage power. And here's like a damage power, and here's like a damage power. They're all damage powers.
Well, I mean, the Black Tentacles is less. It does damage, yeah, but it's not really a damage spell.
I guess.
More of a control spell.
I guess that's true. I guess that's true. I guess that's true. I think they're fine. I don't think they feel particularly eldritch to me, if I'm being honest.
What would you suggest then?
For layer actions?
Yeah.
I don't know, stuff that was more reality warping, more madness inducing, more aberrant, more like I would lean into body horror. You know, the dragon touches the ground with a tendril and then grows a tendril out of a wall somewhere it can see within 120 feet and can make a tendril attack as if it was standing in that point. The dragon, you know, it becomes ethereal or something. You know, I mean, like, you know, that sort of thing. The ground around the ground in the layer becomes soft like dough, and people start like wading through it, even though it was once stone. Any creatures that are stuck in it at the end of a certain time get restrained as it hardens up. I don't know, stuff like that. Stuff that feels like reality warping. What I was gonna say. Yeah, I don't think you need to change it if you don't want to. That's just where my head goes. The other thing that I was gonna say though is I think it should have amorphous. I think it should be able to squeeze into little tiny holes. I love the idea of. I feel like it's also very Eldritch that it could be a huge dragon, but it could fit through like, you know, like sewer grates. So I would consider giving it amorphous. I also would consider maybe giving it a second breath attack that does something else.
2 breath attacks.
Yeah,
Put them on the same recharge, though, right?
No, different. Yes, same recharge. Usually good dragons have double breath attacks, but also a lot of the more neutral ones, like the crystal ones, sometimes have 2 breath attacks. So I feel like it could make sense for it to have 2. You don't have to, but I do feel like the darkness of space is a cool idea. But I'm wondering if you wanted to do more of like an eldritch breath, right? Like, I'm almost imagining like. You know,
like a giant tentacle coming out of its mouth.
Oh, I mean, it could be that. I was thinking like, you know, it breathes out like aberrant madness. Every creature has to make a saving throw, and on a failure, like their body is like mutated and like starts to like grow mouths, and it starts like attacking itself or something. I don't know. You could do some weird stuff with it. But those are my thoughts. I think it's a fun idea. I like it. I like that it feels different than the Elder Brain Dragon too.
Yeah.
I really like the tentacles. I like the brain drain. I like the I like honestly I like everything. I just think it needs a little bit more.
All right. Thank you.
Any questions, thoughts, or anything?
Not really. Wait, yes. At the very end of the layer actions, you know, it has the thing of if the dragon dies, the these fade over at some time. I have it set on 2 different things. Like, one of them fades over 1d10 days, and the other fades over 3d10 days. I feel like they should be the same, but I'm not sure.
No, I don't think they have to be. I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think it's totally fine. I also think that, honestly, a lot of what I think you could do for the layer actions to make them feel more distinct is to think about how you flavor them. So like, for example, Eldritch Lightning, this could feel really weird depending on how you describe it. If you describe it as like, you know, a bolt of lightning strikes down, that just sort of feels like lightning. But if you describe it as like an eye tears out of the sky and launches a beam of light down, it can literally do the exact same thing. But I think it will help sell the fiction a little bit more if you like lean more into that true otherworldliness and like how these abilities manifest, or how the mechanics manifest. Does that make sense?
Yeah, more flavor.
Not even a lot, just like a tiny bit. Like a couple
like
words.
seasoning.
Exactly. Like, it's like you don't want too much chocolate syrup in your milk. You want the right amount.
I mean, I put caramel syrup in my milk. Tastes better.
You are wild. You're a loose cannon. You're a daredevil. You're a what's the word? You're a disruptor. And I accept. Any final thoughts for the people before I hang up on you?
No thanks.
All right, buddy. Thank you for the piece. Very cool.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. All right, that was the Eldritch Dragon. I think it was a really solid base of a dragon. I mean, here's the thing about it. If you wanted an Eldritch Dragon, you could actually just use this as is, and it would be fine. You could. I think that anything that that Milky adds on top of it can help make it feel more distinct, which is, I feel like, where the piece is at now. Which I think it should. I think they should aspire to do. But I also think that if they wanted to be done with it now, I think it would work pretty well too, as is. Let's give a round of applause for our dear Milky Boy. I have acid reflux right now, and I hate it. I don't know what's happening, or what could make them see the truth about my past. Impossible. Turn away from me. There's like 3 songs happening at the same time. These are a few of my basic ideas for class feats. Feats that enhance the baseline class features that you get, and features you get to make them better at the cost of an ASI. Okay, cool. Gio, I don't see you in the chat. Tell you what, if you show up while I'm streaming this piece, we'll call you in, but I don't see you in the Discord or the chat. Here we go. Boop. Boop. ASI means ability score increase, so every class at different level, some of them are the same for every class, some of them are different. So like at 4th level, every single class either gets an ability score increase, where they increase their ability score, two ability scores by 1 or 1 by 2, or optionally they can take a feat. That's what ASI is. And certain classes get more ASIs, certain classes get less. Let's see, this is called consistent performance, and it's a bar. We got a bard one, a fighter one, and a cleric one. Let's look at the bard one first. If you or an ally roll less than your proficiency bonus when using your bardic inspiration, treat the roll as if it were equal to your proficiency bonus. Oh man, conceptually I really like this. Mechanically, it's too strong. Because what it turns into, it turns into your proficient, it turns into inspiration being minimum of like a +4 a lot of the time, or a +5 or whatever. But like, it's just gonna, I don't know, because I like the idea. I do like the idea a lot. I almost want to suggest you make it less. Like what if it was whenever you roll your bardic inspiration die, you can add half your proficiency rounded up, but you cannot take the number above the maximum possible roll. So, for example, if you took this at level 4, then you would add a +1 to your bardic inspiration die roll. And then at level 20 or 17, you would be adding a +3. Make the minimum a constant, like 3. Don't we already have a bard that can reroll ones? I guess we do. That's a good point. It is not that far off from that. I mean, I think that's what the goal might be, is to build something that like is like that but a little different. Gio's in the waiting room. Oh, they just got here. Hey, Gio, what's up? Gio, I can't hear you, but you're in the room with me. We'll see if you start talking at some point. You might need to leave and come back if your voice isn't working yet, because I can't hear you. You're not going green. But yeah, like I'm wondering if the idea was like this is you're on mobile. Oh, okay, dang. All right, I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, I'm wondering if the idea was like, because this, I will say, what I like about it is it doesn't step on the toes of any bard features. It sort of just works alongside them. I just think it's a little too strong at the moment. We do not have a bard that rerolls ones. What is that? I don't know. We can look. Do we want to hunt bards for a second? I mean, I'm happy to. This one gets advantage on its inspiration die. This one doesn't get shit like that. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I don't really care. Yeah, there's one where the bardic die is not spent if you fail the roll. That's a different. It's different. It's different. Either way, I feel like it's a little too strong as is, but I think the core idea is solid. Let's look at fighter. When you use your second wind, you can also expend a number of hit die equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded down and roll them to heal that amount. I like it. It's eloquence bard. Gets that? Okay, cool. I like this. I think it's just solid. I like it. I got no qualms. No qualms. I think it's good. You made a bunch of bards? I've made a couple. I haven't made a bunch. You can hear Gio in the waiting room from time to time. Please mute your voice if you're not on the mic side. Isn't it so strange? I don't know why some of your guys' Discord's mics stop working when I pull you into the room. Let's look at Turn the Sacrilegious. Choose 2 creature types from this. Your turn undead now affects them. I would not do this because there are very specific cleric subclasses that are built around getting channeled divinities that do turn undead on different types of creatures. Like there specifically are a couple that literally this is like a core class feature of them, is basically this, but more specified. So I probably wouldn't keep this as is. I probably would change this. Just because I feel like it hits too close to home to a couple clerics. You can't think of any clerics like that? I mean, I can point some out to you. What is it? It's the knowledge domain or the arcana? This one. There you go. This one is basically that, but for fiend. This one is that, but for fiends, elementals, etc. Yeah, arcane. Boom, easy, done. So yeah, so it just feels a little too similar to that. But I like the idea, and I like the idea a lot of like the core idea of making these things. Paladins get stuff like that, but so literally that is arcane abjuration, except arcane abjuration only targets one creature. I like the idea of these a lot, though. I think the one that works the most right now is the middle one. This one just feels too much like the Arcane Cleric's Channel Divinity, in my opinion. And this one I think is a little too strong, but I like both of them. Gio, if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask. I'll keep an eye on you on the chat. You don't enjoy being turned? I enjoy being turned up. I want to be turned. I might not enjoy being turned, but I love being turned. You know? Who added me? GeoStellar. You added me. I tried to pull you in. It didn't work. I'll try again. Oh, you left. Alright, then I won't try again. What are some ideas, suggestions for those instead? I'm gonna be really honest with you here. I think that it is gonna be a lot easier to come up with these for some classes than others. And I feel like this is a great example of that, because some classes have way more core class mechanics that make sense to build off of than others. Like your channel divinity feature doing turn undead is, I guess it's something you could mess with, but in the same way that, like, you know, like, I don't know what thing I would give a druid to make them better at wild shaping. But it would have to be kind of basic, and I'd have to make sure it did not step on any other unique wild shape things. So, like, if you want to use... If you're trying to think of how to improve a cleric, the other thing to think about is the 8th level feature, either potent spellcasting or divine strike. You could maybe do something with that, too. But if your goal is to do something that affects channel divinity, the first thing you need to do is make sure it's not doing anything that any of the subclasses for any of the other channel divinities do. So I can't tell you exactly what it should be, but it's got to be something that is not what any of the other subclasses get. How to enhance the turn undead? I don't really know, and I don't, like... I almost want to ask what's the point of enhancing turn undead? Right? Like, if you're either making it so you're just better, it just makes it so it does the one thing that it does but much better, or it does something different. And if you want it to do the thing that it does but better, there's a lot of ways to do it. You could make its range farther. You could change the CR that monsters are affected by. You do a lot of that sort of stuff. If you want to make it do something totally different, then that's a very open-ended spectrum to pick from. Maybe you could give every cleric a channel divinity where they could max healing on a healing spell once per day or something. Or you could give them something like that. Like, you can expend a channel divinity when you cast a leveled spell that heals a creature to deal more, to max out the healing, maybe. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there. But I do think that, I understand that the idea is to enhance some of the basic features, but what I'm saying is, some of that is going to be a lot easier than others. Because Second Wind is like a very simple mechanic. There's not much to it. You bonus action, you gain some life. Channel Divinity is something that is very specifically tied to undead due to very old lore. And then it's also something that's tied pretty intrinsically to every subclass in a way that you got to just have more stuff you need to look out for. Channel Divinity to give someone proficiency, does that exist? I think it does. I think it's the knowledge domain. But even then, it's like that's almost too much vibe. It's too specific. Like that feels too much like a vibe almost. You know what I mean? Yeah, knowledge. I guess that I just sort of feel like the only thing that I would say, the only other thing that I would say is I kind of disagree with too much of feats just being you are this but better. I much prefer you are this but extra. So, like, even with the Second Wind, I feel like there probably are things... I almost want it to be more like when you use your Second Wind, you can do something instead of regaining hit points. You know? Like, what if you could use your Second Wind to end a condition on yourself that you didn't want to have? In the same way that a monk can use their action to get rid of Charmed or Frightened, you could use Second Wind to remove a condition or to remove a level of exhaustion or something like that. Because I feel like what this is trying to build now is just like built-in power creep, and I don't mean that with a negative connotation, but it's like, how do I make core but better? And if you want core but better, it's just you add number. Core but better is just add number. For Wild Shape, I was doing a thing of something like granting to another party member or being able to cast Speak with Animals. I mean, that just feels like things druids can already do, you know? Using Wild Shape on another character is an interesting idea. Choose another domain's channel divinity. You can use your channel divinity for that new one. That's a pretty neat idea, too. That's a very strong one. That's very strong. You'd have to be a little bit conscientious of that because there could be some weird overlap there, but I think that's a very cool idea. So you don't have to see squeal but be sad while wild shaped. Telepathy and wild shape is a good idea. Yeah, I like that. Telepathy and wild shape makes a lot of sense. While you're wild shaped, you gain telepathy to a range of 60 feet. I would say that you would have to limit which domains you can choose from. Yeah, I think so too. Stealing channel divinities is the worst idea. Genuinely hate it. Ooh, some controversy. But yeah, that's sort of where my headspace goes. Is like, I don't know what the move is going to be here because I would need to go through. Like, if I was going to be like, what's an alternative to channel divinity? The first thing I probably would do is read all the channel divinities and make sure it wasn't doing anything like them. The second thing I probably would do would be thinking about what is something that is true of all clerics that this channel divinity could do. And I don't know, but that's where my headspace would go to think about it. I want the feat to be kind of optional core enhancement without just doing big number, but that is simpler. Yeah. I mean, right now that is what they do though. Right now they do just do more number. This is just inspiration, more number. This is healing, more number. And this is turn undead. This is turn undead, but more number because you're just affecting more creatures. So I would lean into like you can extend a second wind to remove a negative condition affecting you, for example. I think Tasha's already gave great options and improvements to channel divinities. The one where you regain spell slots is really good. Oh, that's a good point. Those do exist and are definitely worth looking at. It's pretty rare when the channel divinity gets used. That is 100% dependent on which cleric you play, my friend. Some clerics have channel divinities that they are using all the time. Some that they have using that they do not use that much. Very much depends on the cleric. Either way, you don't want to do something where you're making your cleric awesome in a way that it detracts from another cleric. Sort of. Some clerics are Twilight clerics and you hate them. War Domain is spammed by the end. Yeah. All right. Those are my thoughts, Geo. I hope that's somewhat helpful. Oh, this burp is fucking killing me. All right. Let's give Geo a round of applause. Very interesting idea. I think that you should definitely keep working on it. I think it's got a lot of legs. I also want to just point out that it's like a fun challenge. You know what I mean? Like, when I started the critique being like, some of these things are going to be easier than others, that wasn't me being like, you shouldn't try this. I love the idea of being like, I want to make a unique thing for every class. And then like trying to figure it out. Because you are going to have ones that are like, oh, duh, easy, done. But then you're going to have other ones that are like, whoa, this is really hard. But in learning how to build them and in trying to figure out the ones that are really difficult, you're going to end up familiarizing yourself with the structure of the class, with the fundamental of like its design in a way that I think is going to make you significantly improve as a writer, even if you don't end up with something that you feel really satisfied with what it does for that class. Just going through the process of figuring it out and looking stuff up and familiarizing yourself with the mechanics is going to do wonders for you. Really want to make a 2nd edition style Wild Mage. I've never played 2nd edition, so good luck to you. I'm sure it will be wonderful. You've tried making class specific feats. I don't know if I've ever done that. I don't remember if I've ever made class specific feats before. I've made a couple monster feats where the goal was to try to make it so you could feel like a monster. Derek, you coming on stream tonight? I don't see you in the chat. No, you say you have to go to bed, I think. Review item, Gilded Golem. Oh, you want me to review this? Fine. This is largely based on the Iron Golem for its stats, with changes to fit the idea of the golem made of gold. You're hoping to reuse the idea of a 1-round alternative state caused by taking certain types of damage. Cool. I'd like my main focus to be on how engaging the features are. That's usually what they are, no? And well, you think the malleable form will work. I think you mean how well. As opposed to balancing numbers. Okay, cool, yeah. We don't need to worry about numbers. Numbers for the birds. You just got here, Alejandro. What's up? Welcome. Lovely to have you. You did a Circle of Monsters, Druid? Oh, I hope we spin that. I would love that. Although I don't think you're going to be on the wheel tonight. I think you'll be on the wheel tomorrow night, because this is the wheel for members. I don't think you're a member. You might be on the Patreon, though. If you're on the Patreon, then you might be on the wheel. Could also make it immune to corrosive, because it's made of gold. All right, let's just see what it got. Malleable. When the golem takes at least 15 fire damage from a single source, it enters its malleable form until the end of its next turn. When in its malleable form, the golem keeps its stats except as specified for features. So it's amorphous while malleable. It's magic resistant normal. Mutable form. It has a disadvantage on any saving throws or spells that would alter its form when it's malleable. And then when it's malleable, splat. Any creature that deals damage to the golem takes some fire damage. I do think that it should be immutable when it's in its solid form. Like you did mutable. I think it should be both. It should be mutable and immutable, and it should switch between the two. Can't be immutable because it's malleable? Ah, maybe. You could also sort of rewrite it if you wanted to be like, it is immune to all features that change its form except for malleable, for example. I like the idea, though. I like the idea. How does it switch back? Oh, I guess it's just once on a turn. Then it's got some punching. Spray. The golem sprays molten gold in a 15-foot cone, and then the golem takes a bunch of damage. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Why does it take a bunch of damage? I guess because it's like giving up parts of itself. It's interesting that there's only one downside to not being normal. Magic resistance. It'd be worth it to add some vulnerabilities. I think that makes a lot of sense, Data. Yeah. There should be more downsides. I agree. I think there should be more downsides too. There don't need to be crazy downsides, but there should be little ones. Because taking 15 fire damage is like not easy to do. That's got to be like an intentional thing. You know what I mean? You got to really choose to. Yeah, I agree. There should be more downsides to it. I also think that the damage of the weapons should be higher when it's mutable. I think they should do a little extra fire damage. When designing a monster, you should approach it from how the players will fight it, not just how it feels to run. Yeah, for sure. Vulnerable to fire, melt it. Is it vulnerable to fire? No. It shouldn't be vulnerable to fire. That would be silly. That would be silly. Yeah, I think it's mostly cool. I want it to feel more distinct in both forms is kind of where I'm at. Splat I like. I don't like mutable form that much. I feel like that sort of takes away from the game loop of it turning into things and back into things. So I probably would I would consider dropping that. I might also... Yeah, I would give it a couple of the little things. It's hard to be an arsonist when you're flammable. I almost feel like this needs 2 stat blocks for me to run this effectively. Not actually change the stats, but just sort of for ease of reading. I could see that. I think that it does sort of fall flat a little bit in that there is no symmetry to how it's written. Which is very similar to, to most monsters that have different forms in D&D, unfortunately, where they're like a shape changer and they've got like, it gets this feature here and this feature here, and those are written like this. But I do think it would be cool if the way that you had it worded was like it has a malleable form and like a steady form, And like you wrote malleable. When the golem takes this much damage, it enters its malleable form. While malleable, it has the following effects. And then you bullet point out those effects. And then it's like all right in one spot. You're like, okay, it's malleable. I look here, I can see the 3 things I need to keep track of that are different, as opposed to like trying to hunt for them, you know? Make it immutable so it can't be changed in form other than through fire. That's kind of what I was thinking, was that only fire would be, I think, is the move. Heat metal is 2d6. Yeah, heat metal's not going to get you there. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I like it. I don't have much more to say. I would reorganize it a little bit. And I would consider giving it more features that change dynamically. Like, I feel like the AC could be lower when it's in its mutable form. Stuff like that. Heat metal is not 2d8 plus 1 per spell level. You're crazy, Butt Poncho. And no one look it up. If you look it up, you're crazy. That's called gaslighting. I don't know what you were arguing about. I was just yelling stuff. Anyway, I think it's a pretty cool monster. Lean into the symmetry of it being in different forms and do what you can to simplify the way that it's expressed in the stat block. Give it a couple more weaknesses in its melted form, and maybe 1 or 2 unique things when it's in its not melted form that feel a little bit more distinct. Boom. I know you're right, Butt Poncho. I was joking. You fool. While it's a non-solid state, it has advantage on grapple attacks and does 2d6 fire damage. You could do something like that. You're joking too? No. Only I joke. You serious. That's the rule. Snotty's up next. I'm just kidding. You can joke. Snotty's up next. Holy moly. All right. I got to add Sarah and Michael to the credits of the show before I forget. Okay. They are added. Okay. Let's see. We got Snotty. You're always serious? Yeah, me too. I never joke. I created a teleporting lightning-themed rogue. I had this very vivid picture in my head, and I wanted this to feel like I hope it comes across. First rogue you homebrewed, and you found that for 3rd level rogue subclasses seem the most disjointed of all. I disagree. My main concerns are balance related to mobility. All right, let's take a look. I feel like I looked at this piece before. I didn't look at this piece. I looked at a piece with a very similar vibe. All right, let's see what we're looking at here. Let's see what we're working with. The roguish archetype, the Blitzer. Whether willing or not, your body is host to a raging storm. You appear in a flash of light, striking down at lightning speed. All right, I see you devoted a lot to the quote. That's a lot of I'm gonna warn you. A lot of people are gonna skip the quote. I would make sure that you get enough flavor text in here too. As evidence of me skipping the quote. You missed everything. Cinder made flapjacks. I did make flapjacks. That's true. Hey Bildo, what's up, buddy? We're looking at a lightning teleport rogue by Snotty. They're worried about balance. Okay, your connection to the storm allows you to weather its effects. You gain resistance to lightning damage and an advantage on saving throws against being blinded or deafened. I would drop the advantage on saving throws against being blinded or deafened to just give you resistance to lightning. You could also do resistance to lightning and thunder. I think that would be fine. I'm jacked. I'm jilled. I'm smacked. I'm smilled. I'm Jonathan. I'm Jonathan Taylor Thomas, Steven. Can we talk about Baldur's Gate 3 yet? I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Don't say any spoilers. Then we get Surge. So normally rogues at 3rd level will get, not always, but a lot of them, they will get a way to interact with their sneak attack type features a little bit uniquely. That's like the main, like, here's a thing that they're going to get. You like the part when squirrel? Yeah, man, for sure. Okay. You can transform into a body of lightning, rushing ahead unbounded. As a bonus action, you can move up to 20 feet in a straight line, passing through the space of any creature to an unoccupied space that you can see. Make it that you can see. Until the end of your next turn, you have advantage on the next weapon attack you make against any creature whose space you moved through using this feature. Moving this way does not provoke opportunity attacks. You can use this feature a number of times per day equal to your proficiency bonus. It kind of feels lackluster. I don't like that their core feature is the bonus action. I almost want this to, I almost feel like you should tie this to disengage. Like, what if it was this? What if it was what if it was this? What if about this? When you use your bonus action to use cunning action, it triggers something like this. Yeah, I think this needs to be more powerful. Like, you can deal lightning damage with the sneak attack when doing so, and it does X. So you can fly through someone, then strike them. Yeah, basically, that's sort of what it's like. I mean, I like the idea. I do sort of feel like, I don't know if it's enough. It's weird, but kind of good for core gameplay loop. I think it's cool. Yeah, that's true. Maybe if you just remove the X times per day, it's fine. Because a bonus action 20 feet movement not provoking opportunity attack is okay, but it's not crazy. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it could just be like combine it with the disengage from cunning action. You already get bonus action dash. The key here, the goal here, Databank, is not the dash, I think, or not the movement so much as it's like the no opportunity attack and like giving them like the static that you can hit with the sneak attack. When you land an attack, the advantage seems like they're trying to make it less than disengage and dash. Yeah, I don't know if they need to make it less than disengage and dash, but I like it too. I don't know if it's enough for third level. This is what I would do if I were you. Give you resistance to lightning and thunder damage, give you this, and then make it so when you deal sneak attack damage, you can choose for it to be lightning or thunder damage instead. Not a crazy powerful feature, but very flavorful and very fun. You could also maybe tie that into some combo wombo stuff later on. Let's look at 9th level. Your attacks brand your target with the Mark of the Storm. You kind of already do that with Surge, no? When you deal sneak attack damage to a creature, it becomes marked for 1 minute. You deal an additional 1d6 lightning damage when making a weapon attack on the marked creature. Nah, I disagree. I think you drop this and you come up with something new here. I'll tell you what, this is a great place to give them stuff like Thunderstep. Stuff like weird becomes cloud bullshit. I don't think that this is where you give extra sneak attack damage. And we're already getting a thing where we mark a creature and we get extra stuff. That is how Surge works. So I would not do Lightning Brand. I would come up with something new here. Thunderstep is a really cool spell. Anything not directly combat related? Yeah, I feel like that would be a good idea to not go directly combat related. Stuff that you could use out of combat for sure would make sense. Lightning Bolt, Misty Step. I mean, you could give them spells, but I feel like... I don't know, I probably wouldn't. If I was going to give them anything, it would be like if I was going to do spells, I would do at 9th level, you can cast Thunderstep, you know, proficiency bonus times per day or something like that. Or have your proficiency bonus rounded down or something. Could you maximize sneak attack damage if it was lightning or thunder? No, I wouldn't do. I think that it has to be from a spell with the Tempest Cleric. Oh, I guess you could do that. Yeah, so maybe I wouldn't do that. I mean, although it's like you know, I don't know. It's still a channel divinity, so you would be doing that to one sneak attack. It wouldn't be the end of the world. I don't think that's any stronger. I don't think that's particularly stronger than doing this to one lightning bolt, you know? So I don't think it's actually that big a deal. I think it's actually fine. Yeah, it's a weird multi-class. I think it's fine. The line between your locations is the bolt, save or suck. That's true. You could do something like that. That could work. Where it's like you got to teleport that as like a static shock in the middle. All right, let's look at. But yeah, this is not the move. There's not enough going on here. And it's just not. It's just like we already get this feeling from this. We don't need more of it. Let's get Arcing Strike. You can use those marked by the storm as an anchor. As an action, you can teleport to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of a creature marked by your lightning brand feature. Don't do that. Come up with something new here. We're getting rid of lightning brand, or tie it to your surge or something. Any number of creatures of your choice within 5 feet of your teleporting destination make a dex saving throw. See, this literally is you writing out a more convoluted version of Thunderstep. That's literally what this is. You are teleporting and dealing lightning damage around you. That is Thunderstep. Just give them Thunderstep. You don't need to make up a new version of Thunderstep. Unless I'm missing something. Creatures within 5 feet of your No, it's Thunderstep. Yeah, just give them Thunderstep. Let's look at Electrocute. I know Thunderstep deals thunder damage, but it's not that different. Pilk boy, come on! Oh my god, you guys know exactly how to push my buttons, you silly fiend. The 13th level feels too... I don't know what you're trying to say there. CinderBlocksally, helping D&D bros, D&D better, doing the good work. I'm doing some sort of work. I don't know if it's good work. Hey, Bildo, what's up? Did I miss something important? It's thunder damage? Oh, God. I could just do this and make you watch me do this. It's your punishment. Can you guys remind me a little bit more about how it's thunder damage? I'd really appreciate it. Can we not wear out the streamer? I do feel like there is oftentimes this battle between you guys wanting me to stream for a long time and you guys intentionally doing stuff that you know makes me like want to mash my head against the wall. It's pretty great. I think it's a good community. Let's look at Electrocute. You can tap into the heart of the storm to bring forth lightning strike. I'm going to be really honest here. I think I know what my feedback is going to be before I give it, which is that we need something that isn't lightning. We got enough lightning. Give us some other element of the storm. You know what I mean? Or give us something else. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can force them to make a con saving throw. On a failure, they take some lightning damage and are paralyzed until the end of their next turn. No, you don't paralyze them, you silly goof. You can do this twice per short rest. Nah. I pretty strongly disagree with this feature. I'll tell you what. I think if you want to do extra lightning damage, fine. I think if you want to do paralyzed, I disagree. I think there's a lot of ways you could make this do more damage. You could make it so you just deal extra lightning damage. You can make it so when you hit a creature with your sneak attack, it makes a burst of lightning, or it does a little chain lightning off of them. Or you can make it so when you deal sneak attack damage, you can choose to deal lightning damage, and if you do, you use D8s instead of D6s. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff you could do. Not a fan of the paralyze. Not a fan of the paralyze. I would rather this feature be able to be used all the time and be a little bit weaker than have it be paralyzed and have it be a limited feature. If it is going to be a limited feature and you want it to be paralyzed, I think it has to be less frequent than twice per short rest, in my opinion. Personal opinion. Them be my thoughts. Shock someone with a liver punch, but Cinder Thunderstep does thunder damage. Oh no, are you sure? I thought it did lightning damage. Or does it do force? I think it does force. Wind of tornadoes. Well, now I'm gonna be honest. I don't actually think it needs to be storm, because I'm not sure how much this is supposed to be storm and how much is supposed to be just like a lightning teleport guy. But I do think we need a little bit of some other vibe going on here. I like the idea quite a lot, though. I think some of it works really nicely. I think, to be honest, I think you have a lot of room to fill this thing out, because I think that there could be a little bit more going on at third. I would just redo 9th. I would just make this Thunderstep, maybe even make it 9th. And then I would probably do some serious work on this. At least pull out paralyzed, be like, oh, now it sucks, and then make it interesting without making it have paralyzed. Oh, it's psychic damage? I thought it was, are you sure it's not force? Because thunder is a big force of energy. Thunder is like a concussive wave. It's literally force. Why not take out the blinded and deafened and resistance and add them as a modifier you can implement on your sneak attack instead of damage dice? Oh, that's an interesting idea. I like that idea. Yeah, you could do that. You could get rid of the blinded thing and tie it into the sneak attack somewhere else here. I like the resistance to lightning damage. I think that makes sense. I also think that we could put something else here too. I don't know exactly what it would be, but I like resistance to lightning. I think it's easy, simple, straightforward. It's not like such a crazy thing to make a character resistant to. Can you sneak attack after doing Thunderstep? Not normally. I think it's an action to cast Thunderstep. Oh, Thunderstep deals wind damage? Oh, my bad. My bad. I didn't realize. Oh, Thunder does falling damage. Oh. Give the rogue Booming Blade. That's not a bad idea, just giving them the cantrip Booming Blade. I like that idea. That's a fun idea. That's a really fun idea. Very simple, very straightforward. I like it. Either way, I think it's a nice idea for a subclass, and I think you have some space to work. And I feel like the chat is having some pretty good ideas. Yeah, I think Booming Blade work makes a lot of sense. One of the things, whenever you're making something where it's like you have, like this is a good example of like the flavor is very strong and the vibe is very strong, but we want to think a little bit in like the broader too. We want to make sure we're covering more bases than just the lightning blips, which is part of why I feel like 9th level is not enough on its own, you know? Booming Blade plus sneak attack? Yeah. Anyway, it's a pretty solid little piece. Thank you, Snotty. The sound of thunder is sneaky if storming outside. This is true. This is true. You can already sneak attack on Booming Blade. I can sneak attack on my heart. Grixin. You sound like an evil troll. I am Grixin, Lord of Rock, Master of the undercompartment of the Hillside Wayfair Studio Apartments. And I am here to feed, and I am here for flesh. Okay, Grixin. Hey, Cinder, been loving all the content. Hey, back at you, buddy. Here's my design for a custom class I call the Analyst, an information and observation-based caster. Let me know what you think. So, as I say as loud as I can from the mountaintops, if you send me a class, I am not going to look at the whole thing. I'm going to look at parts of it. And that's just how it goes. I'm not ever going to look at a whole class on stream. It's just too much. But we can look at what we get. Why is everything getting fucking weird with the lighting? What's going on here? Let's just turn that off. Maybe I could turn it back. No, you're going to be fucking weird. Okay, so we're D8. We have light armor. What do we get at first level? Are we a full caster or a half caster? We're a half caster? Okay. We get Astute Observer +1. Perfect Perception and Spellcasting. Okay. Let's see what Astute Observer is. The Analyst has the unique ability to discern specific weak points and holes in the power of their enemy, granting supernatural knowledge of the battle to their allies. The feature can be used as a standard action. The standard actions don't exist in D&D, just say action. And lasts 1 minute. And again, you want to talk in active tense. As an action, you can use blah, 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 blah. As you use this ability, designate one target and a number of allies within 40 feet equal to your wisdom modifier. These allies gain the following benefits for the duration. Add Astute Observer bonus to the source of the damage they deal to the creature each turn. The first attack roll that an ally makes against that creature has advantage. This occurs per activation of Astute Observer. What the fuck does that mean? Increasing the first attack at level 10 and the first 3 at level 20. This is not the way to write this. Don't write like that. Don't put the growths in here. If you want things to grow, figure out how to write it in a way that's not going to be annoying to read. You want to make sure that the things are like, this occurs once per activation of astute observer is a confusing sentence. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is a little bit messy. The first time that the creature is targeted with an effect that incurs a saving throw, you can't use this. Don't use word like incur is never. Let's just look up if the word incur is ever used in any D&D book to describe any mechanic. It might. Looks like it's not. If the word, if you use a verb that is that to describe mechanics that is not ever used in any D&D books to describe mechanics, don't use the verb. There's a link in the description. Why would I click the link? I don't click fucking links. Why do you want me to click this? Why is that the thing that everyone was yelling about? Oh, you're not talking to me. I'm sorry. I assume everyone's talking to me. Yeah, this is really confusingly worded, and I don't really understand what it does. It just gives people advantage on an attack. Incurs the first time a creature is targeted by the effect that incurs a saving throw. Which creature? The ally? The enemy? What are we talking about here? When the user of astute observation makes a wisdom ability check of any kind, on the target, they gain advantage on that roll. When the observed creature is slain, the analyst, don't say may, say can spend their reaction to change the observed target, but the duration persists. This ability always counts you as a designated ally. What does that mean? This ability can be used a number of times per rest equal to your wisdom modifier. This is just doing too much. This is I'm going to be really, really, really honest. This is too much going on. Normally, when I look at people that make new classes, they don't do enough to make it feel distinct by level 2. And that's the big thing. And I'm going to say something here, and you might not like it. This has so much going on that it is equally not distinct. Not only is it mechanically pretty confusingly worded, it's doing like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's doing 5 different things. It's too much for first level. It's too much. Let's compare this to another half-caster. And are we getting cantrips? I think we are. We're getting cantrips. So really, the only half-caster we're actually comparing this to is the artificer. What does the artificer get at first level? They get magical tinkering and spellcasting. What does magical tinkering do? Oh, it basically is a cantrip. It allows you to do one of these very simple amorphous things and cast some spells. Oh my goodness, Crazy Moose with the 20 gifted. Crazy Moose, you're crazy. You're out of control. Thank you, I appreciate it. That's very generous of you, my guy. Also, I really hope that you don't... I'm really glad that you're not super sick anymore. Crazy Moose, who is by definition the craziest moose in our community, was sick. And he had just gotten off leave from like Navy stuff. I think he's in the Navy. Crazy Moose, am I correct? Are you in the Navy? Why do I feel like you're in the Navy? And not like another part of the armed forces? I don't know. I'm going to assume you're in the Navy. I feel like you said you're in the Navy. I feel like I heard you say that once. Or maybe I saw it in the Discord. Anyway, I'm glad you're better. And that is very generous. You're very generous. You're out of control. You're crazy. So, this is doing a lot too much at first level. A lot too much. This feature feels unfocused. And it's doing too many things. So, what I'm going to suggest to you is to boil this down to something simpler. And spend more than a small amount of time making sure that the language that you're using is matching the language of the game so that it feels like it flows naturally. Part of the confusion I think that I'm feeling is your sentence structure is a little disjointed, But another part of it is because you're using language that is like a roundabout way of describing things that D&D language uses, it just makes it harder to read. It literally just makes it harder to read. Do you know what I mean? Your brother is listening and he's loving it, by the way. Oh, hell yeah. Tell him I say hi. Tell him I say, here, wait, actually, tell him I say, hey. Tell him that. So yeah, that's my main feedback so far. I think that this does not do a good job of conveying what you want this thing to be. It's doing a little bit too much. Simplify, 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 simplify. Figure out a first level feature power thing that this can be. And that maybe it can scale, but it's got to be not a million different things, especially if this is a half-caster. All right, that is my feedback, good Sir Grixon. Let us give a round of applause to dear Grixon. Where did my applause go? There it is. Oh yes, there should be there's formatting aside. There was a lot of formatting stuff. There should definitely be a table for the astute damage. And then yeah, I'll definitely ask folk to help you with the D&D lingo. But yeah, there should be a table whenever there's something that grows. That should be part of a table. In the same way that like your rage damage increases and it's on the table. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Much appreciated, good Grixon. Yeah, that moose is crazy, guys. It's a good thing he's on our side. That's all I can say. Hold action. I saw you in the chat earlier. I wonder if you're still here. Hey, Cinder, this is my very first homebrew. I know it has a lot going on, and I hope you enjoy it. Nonetheless, bring the pain. I love when people know that their piece has too much going on, so they try to, like, let you know that they know. I hope you're here, and I can just talk to you. You are wonderful. Hey, hold action, what's up?
Hey, give me a moment.
I'll give you as many moments as you need.
All right, I'm ready.
That wasn't even a moment. All right, so you know that this has too much going on, it sounds like?
Yes, but I think you'll see what I was going for as you go along.
Sure. Tell me elevator pitch it to me. What is the path of the honeybee supposed to be like? Are you literally like a bee?
More like a swarm of bees.
Okay, cool.
Or rather a beehive.
Okay,
that
cool.
would be more accurate.
Okay, love it. Love it. Love it. Let me dive in. Let's see. The path, did I post it in chat? Let me post it in chat. Boom. Boom. I am really here. We're all really here. It's 5 a.m. in Sweden. Lucas, can you tell Sweden to send me some fucking chocolate? Okay. Seriously though, tell Sweden to send me some chocolate. Path of the honeybees is the path of the honeybee is striped with uncanny mist. Oh my god, we're starting early. And those who tread this path leap into the fray. I don't know if I would use the striped is. Oh, I get the joke here, but it's also so weird. With all the subtlety of a frenzied beehive. I like that. Path of the honeybee. Path of the honeycomb. Excuse me. Is it path of the honeycomb or path of the honeybee?
Path of the honeybee.
Got you. So patterns of honeycomb. I'm misreading. Patterns of honeycomb pulse across your flesh, and the urtication of 1,000 barbs erupts from the vault of your rage. Great sentence. A fusillade barrage of vicious vehemence. Using too many big words.
Yeah, I think I should. Yeah. I can fix that.
This is a great sentence. This starts to sound like you were using like a thesaurus. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like it gets.
I see that.
This is good. This starts to sound cocky or
thesaurus. Right.
But I'm get the flip. Also, the other thing is like you don't need much more than this. Like you're sort of repeating yourself with this sentence. It sounds like compared to this.
Yeah, I think I can combine the third and fourth sentences to make something pretty effective.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's dive in. At third level, we get Nectar Blood. Fantastic name for a subclass feature. Really good name. At 3rd level, when you adopt this path, when you enter a rage, a thrumming horde of honeybees envelops and enshrouds your figure, granting you the following. You know what's so funny? This subclass would be perfect for the swarm. That thing that we looked at earlier. You know?
When it came up, I was so stoked my face hit my monitor.
Isn't that crazy? Like, literally, they had a B option. I love the serendipity of the universe. There is a weird thing where sometimes there's emergent patterns that are lovely. Okay, so when you're raging, you get some extra honeybee powers. Let's see what we get. You gain +1 to your dex and dex saving throws for the duration. I'm going to tell you right now, this is almost certainly the part that I think we drop. But let me read the rest. While you're raging, you have a swarm of magical bees that you can use as a bonus action to make melee weapon attacks. To make a melee weapon attack with the light thrown and magical property. You're overcomplicating this, and we'll simplify it. The swarm has a range of 15 feet and deals 1d4 plus your strength plus rage modifier. Oh man, we're gonna make this. You're gonna be so pumped once I explain how we're gonna make this easier. You're proficient with the swarm. It shares your space and moves with you. It has no actions on its own. The swarm returns to you immediately after you attack it. If the swarm is separate from you or is unable to return to you for any reason, it vanishes or reappears in your space. The swarm cannot be disarmed, dispersed, dispelled, or destroyed. If you have a shield equipped, you cannot use the swarm. Can you guess what I'm going to say how to fix this? Give me a guess. Chat or you. I hear silence.
Right. I'm really not. I'm not sure.
So let me
I'm
tell
eager
you
to find out because I feel like that's like a really long.
Yeah, it doesn't
segment.
need to be. This doesn't need to be that long. Okay, so I'm gonna point out what you're doing here, and I understand the logic, but what you're doing is something that one of my programmer friends talks about, where they're trying to solve a problem, and they build a big machine to solve the problem, but they can build a much smaller machine to solve the problem. You are trying to give a paladin, not a paladin. What does this ability actually do? When we boil it down,
It gives you a dagger.
it doesn't give you a dagger. It does something very different. It gives you a bonus action attack that uses your strength that has a reach of up to 15 feet. That is what it does. So you do not need any of the language about it being dispersed, dispelled, destroyed. You don't need any of that. Any of it. This is how you write this. While you're raging, you have a swarm of magical bees that you can use in combat. Period. As a bonus, when you rage as a bonus action, and on subsequent turns while raging, while bonus actioning, you can make a special attack that has a reach of 15 feet. It deals 1d4 plus your strength plus your rage modifier piercing damage. That's all you need. Just call it a special attack that you make with a bonus action. Just give it the range and the mechanics you need. You don't need any of the other stuff. You can keep other stuff that's flavor, but when you boil this down, what is it? It's a 15-foot little attack. Now, my next question is that enough? And I don't think it is, so I want to see what it says in additionally as an action at the bottom here. Excuse me. Additionally, as an action, you can create a bead of honey that you or a creature within 5 feet of you can consume as part of your action to regain hit points equal to your rage damage. The honey vanishes if it is not consumed before the end of your turn. You can use this action number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, regain expended uses on a short or long rest. Okay, so this should be probably a different. I would make these different. I wouldn't have them be in the same under the same thing. I would probably call this bottom feature Nectar Blood, and I would probably call this one like the Raging Hive or something like that. I think an action to create a little like double good berry a couple times a day as honey is solid. I think it's fine. I don't think it's. I think it's a really solid little like extra feature. I think that you should spend a little bit of time and think about how else can you express the idea of you have a swarm of bees that like are erupting out of you when you're raging, and try to build that in a, I mean, the stinging thing, like this is like you're just like shooting bees at people. I think that works, But I think that I don't know if I don't feel like it's strong enough on its own. Like, chat, maybe you disagree with me, but I feel like, yeah, this feels just like an alternative version of like almost like a beast barbarian. It's a very similar thing to this. And I feel like it would be advantageous to either give this thing another feature, like make this attack feel a little bit more distinct and unique, other than it just having bonus action D4 with reach. And I'm wondering if it would make sense to give something else to this, like maybe it can poison or something, or giving something else to replace this little dex bonus that really doesn't make any sense being there. Do you have any immediate thoughts?
Well, I'm hoping that it adds up by the time it gets to 14th level. So I mean, if I can condense all of this, this bee throwing thing adds up to a bit more as the levels increase.
Oh, I see. So like the mechanics, it gets better. Like it gets things that add on to it.
Yes.
That makes sense. I still think that you might want to play around with making it a little bit more distinct at 3rd level. Keep in mind, most games end at around 5th level. So, like, you want to make sure it really feels like its thing by 3rd level. I don't think it should be a companion. I kind of disagree with that. I like the idea that it's, like, coming out of you, and it's not like a thing that's taking up space on the map. I really like that. So, that's very much a opinion. I don't think there's a right or a wrong option there, but bee bullets. All right, let's look at 6th level. Waggle dance. Beginning at 6th level, it's also a good name. You overflow with some word I'm not going to try to pronounce.
Terpsichorean.
What's going on? What does this word mean? Is this an insect
It
word?
means it means
psychopath?
of dancing. It means of dancing.
So you're just a madman.
Yeah.
All right, I accept.
You can dance like a bee.
I accept. What do we get? You have advantage on performance dance checks. Amazing. You can cast locate animals or plant spells, only choosing to name or describe a specific plant without verbal or material components, but only as a ritual. What is the intention of this?
It's bee stuff.
I would drop it. I don't understand it. It doesn't fit. It's
like, bees float around and look for flowers and stuff.
Yeah, but like okay, then you need to figure out how to write. Okay, then
it's like a goofy
ribbon. You need to figure out how to write it in a way that's more clear. I don't know. It's the way that it just doesn't sit right to me. You can cast locate plants or animal spell, only choosing to name or describe a plant without verbal or material components, but only as a ritual. I don't know. It doesn't really fit the 6th level vibe of what you normally get at 6th level as a what are they called? What is this guy called? A barbarian. I almost feel like it would make sense to figure out a way to put this at 3rd level. But yeah, I don't know. Gaining a ritual casting of a spell at 6th level feels weird. I would also look at the totem barbarian as well as the zealot barbarian. Totem barbarian 3rd level features or 10th level features, zealot barbarian 10th level features in terms of how to express in D&D language what you want to do, because both of those essentially do this, but with different spells, and some of them I think also require you to cast them as a ritual, and you should copy their sentence structure because it's going to be a lot more clear than this. While you're raging, when you use the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks with an attack using your swarm. Again, yeah, none of these the advantage on performance checks is nice, but these really don't fit the vibe of a 6th level feature for a barbarian, in my opinion. If you want to do something that it has to do with your rage, so like most barbarians work like this, they get a core rage feature at 3rd level, and then they get something that enhances that core rage feature maybe at either 10th level or 14th level. That's like where you do that. So the reason for that is because you don't want your piece to be one note. You want to make sure that it's branching in a lot of different directions. So 6th level is a great place to do that, because 6th level pretty exclusively, with the exception of the giant path, excepting the path of the giant barbarian, 6th level features are utility or defense, which are really good for helping you make your guy feel distinct and feel like their subclass, and also they're almost never tied to rage, which is nice. I know that these aren't either, but making it so it's like not something, so you have something that's not linked to rage, I think is really important. The music's oddly fitting. Excellent. Let's look at B-Ball, 10th level. The range of your swarm increases by 15 feet, and the damage increases by 1d4. I think that's fine. I don't think it should increase by, I guess 30 feet's fine, yeah. Additionally, while you're raging, when a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is attacked by another creature or is forced to make a dexterity saving throw, you can use your action to direct your swarm to intervene, granting the creature 3/4 cover until the start of your next turn. You can do so after the rolls are made, potentially turning a hit into a miss. This reaction can be used a number of times equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded down. I like that a lot. It's very strong, but I like it. So basically, for folks that don't know, 3/4 cover is essentially a +5 to your AC. So I would probably not do the... I guess you could do the buff here. I think that's fine. I like 10th level. I think the 10th level is just... I like it. I think it's good. I don't really have too much feedback, other than you might want to add... You know what you could do? You know what you might want to do? You might want to choose... You could make it so you can choose, or you could play around with the idea of making them obscured as opposed to having cover. So you could sort of add like an optional stealth element in there, where it's like they could use it as like a place to like it could just be harder to see them. There might be something to that. I'm not sure, but I like 10th level. I think 10th level's solid. Let's look at 14th. When you enter a rage, you gain the benefits of half cover. Nah, I would just cut that out. Moreover, while you're raging, you can cast the spell Insect Plague at 5th level with Con. The spell ends if it's dispelled. You leave the area. Blah, blah, blah. While you're within the area of your Insect Plague, you gain the following benefits: fly speed equal to your movement speed. You can see normally. This is just giving too much. You're just giving too much. You can I'm not even gonna read the rest of it. I'm gonna be honest. I think that the move is, I would probably take what you like from the elements of Insect Plague out of the spell Insect Plague, combine them to a certain extent with some of these. But I would not, and I'm going to put a big bold underline here, don't make this like an altered state, avatar state thing. That's what you've created here. Don't do that. Come up with one or two things that it does that are unique and interact in a unique way, or make it a bigger expression of the initial 3rd level feature. Yeah, this is just doing too much already. Like, I don't even need to read past it. Doesn't matter what else it does. It's all just too much.
Right, that occurred to me. I don't actually know much about avatar states.
So that's just a phrase that I use to describe paladin capstone features.
Right, and I realized what it is you meant by that when we were covering a paladin earlier tonight, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be rough.
Yeah, so this is the way that I would do it if I were you. This is how I would do it. I would make the 10th level feature be one that is limited in use, the way that it is with this proficiency thing. I would make the 14th level ability one that is not limited in use, that somehow goes back and enhances your rage nectar state. That's what I would do if I were you. And I would not worry about it increasing at 10th level. I would drop the increase at 10th level, figure out a way to simplify this into the increase at 14th level. And it could increase in a handful of ways, but that's what I would do here. Yeah, like if you really, really feel like Insect Plague is the thing that you need to make this feel like what it needs to feel like, then obviously keep Insect Plague and then just cut everything else out and, figure something else out to do with it. But I don't think Insect Plague is what you need to sell the fiction. I think what you need to sell the fiction is the nectar blood stinging thing, and something new and distinct that feels really distinct at 6th level, that really helps like solidify that feeling of you are a bee, or you have a hive inside of you.
Gotcha.
Like things that you could do, it could even be the kind of thing where it's like you could just get like you could add some bonus to your passive. Like what if you could add your Constitution modifier to your perception checks and your passive perception, because your bees are always like keeping an eye out. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. Like,
Well, I didn't want to step on the toes of the barbarian 7th level feature where they couldn't be surprised.
that's fair. I think passive perception is different than surprise, though. Passive perception is spotting hidden creatures, it's spotting traps, it's like a lot of stuff. And perception checks and surprise are not the same thing at all. You know what I mean? They're all quite different. But like that's sort of what I mean in terms of thinking of like alternative things you could put in that would feel interesting and like they relate to bees, but they don't have to be like super specific to bees. They can also just like work as ideas separate from bees.
That's right. Initially, I was thinking that the insect plague spell was fairly balanced out by the fact you had to stay in it the entire time that you were doing it, so you're constantly taking damage. But if I can, I guess, find a lesser expression of this.
I don't even think it's a matter of, it's not even a lesser expression. This is diluted by the amount of stuff it has. This is like you might feel like you love what's happening here, and you may have spent a long time figuring out how to put these pieces together and how to make this work using insect plague. But I will tell you, one of the hard truths of writing Homebrew is that you sort of have to decide at a certain point, who am I writing this for, and what is the goal? And if you're writing it for yourself, and the goal is making yourself feel good and right, and like do your own writing, that is a noble and wonderful thing. There's nothing wrong with it, and you don't need to listen to any feedback ever. But if your goal is, I want this to be expressive and distinct and easy to use if I'm not in the room, like somebody can look at this and read this and they'll understand what my intention is and they'll be excited to use it and want to use it. If you're looking at it from that perspective, there is enough going on in this 14th level feature that I would say it is the opposite of it is diminishing the vibrance of what you're trying to express, because it's just a little bit too much going on. It's a little bit too much going on, because what's going to start happening is I'm looking up insect plague. I'm trying to understand how insect plague is uniquely interacting with this, and now I'm trying to keep track of all this. It's just too many little pieces of the puzzle. It's just a little too much. It's just a little too much. You're getting lost in the sauce. Like if I were you, and I was gonna, if I needed it to be insect plague and I wanted it to be insect plague, I'd be like, okay, once a day, as an action, I can cast insect plague centered on myself. It stays with me. It lasts a minute. It doesn't require concentration, and I'm immune to the damage from it. Just keep it simple. Boom. That's it.
Well, I didn't really want them to be immune to the damage from it, but
Why?
at the same time,
But does it matter? Like, is them taking damage what it needs to feel like its thing?
Not necessarily. It was insect plague was a sort of, I guess, quick answer for what I thought a quick answer for what I was trying to express.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like the trade-off was that I know it's a powerful spell. You're getting beat up the entire time you're in it.
I don't think that's a good trade-off. I would also argue giving a feature a strong negative in D&D is not really the design anymore. Like, if you want to balance a strong upside with a strong downside, you put that in a magic item. You don't put that in a class feature.
Thank you.
It's a 5th level spell. It's not that strong, dude. It does 4d10 piercing damage. I don't think you need, if it's a once a day feature,
It's twice at higher level.
why would it be twice at higher level?
Because of the number of uses.
Oh, yeah, I would just not do that. If you wanted to, this would definitely just be a once a day feature.
Gotcha.
But I would, look, there's nothing wrong with using a spell. If you like the idea of using Insect Plague, you can. I just think that if I were you, I would use Insect Plague as an inspiration so that you can make it closer to what you want without giving yourself immediately something that you need to work around now. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you feel like Insect Plague is a little too strong but does a good job of expressing the idea, just take Insect Plague and tone it down. Like, what if instead of it being a 4d10 and a 20-foot radius and all that, what if it's 1d10, a 10-foot radius, but it's just always on when you rage? When you rage, it happens. Like your swarm is just always going to be
cool.
dealing piercing damage. It's not going to be a mountain of piercing damage, but it's just always, you know what I mean? Like you don't want to I don't want to diminish grabbing spells and using them as answers to questions, because I think that's a great idea, but sometimes I think it's important to think about, is using this spell making it work easier, or is it giving me more work to make it work? And if it's giving you more work to make it work, then it might be better to just make something new, and you can take the inspiration from the spell. It's a lot of the time when I am making it, when I'm writing Homebrew, I find myself in a situation where I'm doing something like the Fathomless Warlock does this. The Fathomless Warlock gets they get a unique casting of a spell. At 10th level, I think. Yeah, they get Everard's Black Tentacles. And it like works a little different than it normally does, but not crazy different. It's just you get some temp hit points. And damage can't break concentration. It's like pretty strong, but it doesn't, it's not making up for anything that Everard's Black Tentacle does. It's just adding on to it. If they wanted to do something that was like Everard's Black Tentacle, but they needed to scale it down, then at that point, then you should just pull features out. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Do you have any questions for me or anything like that?
No, thank you for taking the time. Ultimately, I think I would in my home games, we don't actually use very much homebrew except for the most minor tweakage.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, if I'm gonna write homebrew, it's got to be. I'm trying to write it for everyone's use.
For sure. I think that I don't know where you got this idea, but I think I would like to say that I genuinely hope that you keep making stuff and keep working on it, because the flavor, like when you're thinking about writing D&D homebrew, there's sort of like 4 pillars. There's how clear is it? There is how balanced is it? How mechanically unique is it? And then there's how evocative is it? And those are like the 4 things that I think you need to think about the most when you're trying to write D&D homebrew. And the most important of those is that last one, is how evocative is it? And I feel like the path of the honeybee, where it's like what you described as like you are a beehive, is in a weird way, but if I'm being honest, is incredibly evocative. So I feel like you are you're moving in a good direction, and I strongly encourage you to keep making stuff, because it's a very fun idea.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right,
thank you very much. Have a good time on your trip.
Thank you. I'll be back. I'm off for a week, but I'll be back like on the 10th or the 11th or something like that. All right, man. See ya.
Yeah.
That was hold action. Action held. Let's give him a little round of applause. What a fun idea. A barbarian. What an interesting, goofy idea. Next is the Morningstar. The Morningstar. Path of the Angel Oh, we're getting so many barbarians. Path of the Angel Barbarian. You're opening to renaming the subclass and definitely some reworking and reorganizing of the feature. Let's take a look. An Angel Barbarian. All right, let's see what the deal is. Okay. Barbarians on the path of the angel get their strength from the power of their divine parentage, a celestial deal, or a ritual sanctioned by a holy order. These barbarians slowly turn into mortal angels by connecting to this power through their rage, focus, and trance. I'll tell you what. It's short enough that I'm okay with it. If it was any longer, I'd be like, I need to understand what this barbarian does, because right now I still don't. At the end of a long rest, you can choose your divine duty. The divine duty you choose affects the upcoming subclass features. Guardian, Radiant, Messenger, Psychic, Abandoned, Necrotic. Don't give us too many. You're giving us too many choices. I see too many bullet points. All right, let's see what we get at Consecrated Armaments. At 3rd level, you learn a ritual. that creates a bond with an item, transforming it into a consecrated armament. You perform the ritual over the course of 1 hour, which can be done during a short rest, or expend a use of your rage to perform the ritual instantaneously. All right, let's see. You can't be disarmed, and you get a +2 to your AC. And you can use a reaction to parry. You need to clarify what this attack is. I would argue that you should probably say, you write in full sentences, it'll do you a mountain of help. I would say, when a creature attacks you, I'd probably say with a melee weapon attack. Shield, you gain resistance to fall damage. And when you shove a creature, the creature takes damage equal to your proficiency bonus. The damage type is the same as your divine duty. I like that one. I think that one's fine. I'm not really sure why we're getting resistance to fall damage, if I'm being honest, but I accept it. Clothing and armor, you add your proficiency bonus twice for any athletics or acrobatics skills. For any acrobatics or athletics skill checks, you gotta write the full things out. Your movement speed cannot be reduced. You can make a ranged spell attack as an action. The ranged spell attack deals damage equal to 1d6 plus your strength or con modifier. What is it based off of? What are you using for the attack roll? I see what we're using for the damage. What are we using for the attack roll? And it's equal to your divine duty. The ranged spell attack benefits is from your rage bonus. All right, here's what I'm gonna say. None of these don't work. All of these work. They all work fine. I think they're all medium interesting. I feel like this one is the one I would cut out. I don't think you need it. I would actually 100% suggest getting rid of it. Actually, that just might be it. I think if you get rid of this, I like it a lot more. Do you guys, chat, do you feel like these are in line? Well, we're getting another thing at 3rd level, so we're going to see what that is. But, like, this is getting close in power to the Beast Barbarian, so we can't have that much more. Because the thing that we get with this, that we also get with the Beast Barbarian, is the opportunity to pick and change. We're not just picking one and then we have it forever. So that makes it stronger. You know what I mean? Does this do enough to separate itself from the Zealot Barbarian? Yeah, this is radically different than the Zealot Barbarian. The Zealot Barbarian gets extra damage and like a crazy revivify feature. This is like 100% different than the Zealot Barbarian. And you're making choices here. It's very different. You can summon your armaments as a bonus action on your turn or when you rage, causing them to teleport your hand or body. You can dismiss your armaments, no action required. You can have up to a number of armaments equal to your proficiency bonus. If you attempt to consecrate an armament above your armament count, you must... Wait a minute. Does that mean I can have more than one of these things active at a time? If you intend that you can have more than one of these features active at a time, that is not the move. I would make it so you pick one each time you rage. No, you shouldn't be able to have all of them active at a time. That is too strong. Evocatively, kinda. It's a little bit similar. I would say the main difference is the Zealot Barbarian, it's like you are the undying warrior. This is like you get a magic thing, a magic gift. Hey, Tom, what's up, buddy? Depending on your divine duty, the light you emit... Okay, wait, what is this? When you rage, you gain a pair of small wings. Your movement speed increases by 10 feet. No, get rid of that. Too strong. Sometimes I say get rid of that because it's like, this is already too strong, the way that it's written. So we got to majorly tone this down. We already get movement speed bonus from being a barbarian. We don't need it here. So I would drop that. If you or an ally has a consecrated armament, the armament releases a 10-foot radius dim light. The light is sunlight, and undead and other creature types of your choice has disadvantage on saving throws within it. That's really fucking strong. Messenger creatures of your choice can speak telepathically to each other and use the dash. Okay. This is just doing way too much, dude. You have to understand that this is doing way too much. Look at what barbarians get at 3rd level. and check yourself. Beast Barbarian gets 3 different interesting distinct attacks. That's it. The Giant Barbarian gets thaumaturgy, and when raging, it can throw things and it can reach farther. That's it. Totem Barbarian, it can cast one of these spells as a ritual, and it picks one of these new powers. That's it. Zealot Barbarian deals a little bit of extra necrotic or radiant damage, and Raise Dead is free on it. That's it. So you gotta majorly cut this bad boy down, friendo. You're here to party. Welcome, Rex. You're starting the Nautical Hexcrawl campaign this Sunday. Hell yeah, dude. Your advice has helped you out a lot in focusing the idea. Thank you. Enjoying vacation? I will enjoy my vacation. Thank you. Also, great D20 deathmatch. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm so glad you liked it. Rex, I don't know if we talked about this, but the other thing that I wanted to point out when I was thinking about a Nautical Hexcrawl. I think that you should incorporate depth up and down in it. And I think that the way you incorporate depth is not by having different hexes up and down, but by changing the danger level and the frequency of danger up or down. Like, the lower you go, the higher chances of seeing a bigger creature. The darker it is, that sort of thing. So it's like each hex is still sort of its own individual flavor, biome, place. But if you go far down, it gets darker. I was thinking about that the other day. We're going to keep reading this a little bit longer, but I think really what this comes down to is, like, this guy, like, you're just giving people a key rogue feature. You're giving creatures, like, disadvantage on saving throws, which is fucking huge. Like, there is a whole sorcerer. The Shadow Sorcerer subclass is good because they can spend 3 sorcerer points to summon a wolf that does this to one creature against only the sorcerer's spells. What about a Stepping Barbarian that does extra thunder damage? That could be cool. Depends on what else it does. How about a Water Barbarian that has resistance to suffocating? Why would it have resistance? I would just make it immune. You should surprise the players with the depth hexes, like adding new dimensions. That's what I was sort of, well, like, I was thinking more like, almost like it's like the different depths enter like New Game Plus mode. Or it's like bigger risk, bigger reward. Maybe you're made for it. Maybe it's Maybelline. You have a phobia of the deep? Oh my god. You're a madman. Yeah, so you're gonna need to cut these in half. Cut this whole... I don't want to be mean, but that's what you need to do. You gotta cut a lot out of this 3rd level. Saintly Spirit. At 6th level, your consecrated armaments are considered magical. Okay. Additionally, as a bonus action, you can choose a number of creatures equal to your rage bonus to regain hit points equal to your con modifier plus your proficiency bonus. I would probably make it a roll of the dice plus your con modifier and not 2 static numbers. And I would not let them become temporary hit points. And I would not give them resistance to bludgeoning, passing, or sleep. I would just cut all of that out. It's just really fucking strong. Right? Like, a barbarian being able to heal, especially being able to heal on a bonus action, is ridiculously strong. And very distinct. I'm not against it, but I think you probably need to decide how much of it, like, it's just a lot to make it all of these things. You're making it like 3 different things. It's just too much. I mean, we can, and if we want to go back, let me point out, one of the strongest barbarians in all of the game, the Zealot Barbarian at 6th level, if they fail a saving throw while raging, they can re-roll it once per rage. That's it. Ancestral Guardian, a very good, powerful one. If you're raging and you see a creature take damage, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage by 2d6. Beast Barbarian, in my opinion, this is probably my favorite 6th level Barbarian feature. You always have a climbing speed or a swimming speed, or you can always jump really far. Friggin' awesome. But, Poncho, the only reason you think the Ancestral Guardian is the weakest barbarian is because you didn't play with a group that knew how to use them well. They are so strong, especially if spellcasters, you combine them with spellcasters, like, because you can basically play keep away with them with magic. Oh, the Aura one. Yeah, the Tempest one. The Storm Herald one. Storm Herald one is not very strong. That is true. That is true. Celestial Soul. At 10th level, your spirit becomes imbued with otherworldly power. You can cast the Commune spell as a ritual. Additionally, you gain the Celestial Creature type. A damage resistance the same as your Divine. And you are no longer aged. Alright, this is kind of fine. It's a little lackluster. I mean, Commune as a ritual is probably a big deal. What level is Commune? And is Commune normally a ritual? I don't even remember what Commune does. Oops, I spelled Commune wrong. It's a 5th level spell. I mean, yeah, getting a 5th level spell as 10th level as a barbarian is big. I would probably make Commune a once a day feature if I were you. I wouldn't make it like ritual infinite. I would just make it you could do it once a day. 14th level. When you enter your rage, you can choose a bunch of creatures. You gain a fly speed equal to each creature that accepts this feature. Venerable Blessing. Okay, this... if you want to do a thing where when you rage, you can give someone a blessing, I think that's a really cool idea. This is not the level to introduce that. Build this up, drop the fucking sacrament consecrated armaments, and make it so you are the blessing barbarian, and then that works. And you give them something interesting here with it, and then you have it sort of bookmark it here. If you want to be the barbarian of cool consecrated armaments, then your 14th level feature should tie back to the armaments. We are getting too many options on too many options, and it just sort of feels like it sort of just turns into a big pile of stuff. And it's sort of, it doesn't, like, I don't know what the vibe of this is supposed to be other than, like, celestial barbarian or divine barbarian, and that is not a clear enough vibe because that exists. That is the zealot barbarian. So, like, I think you got to lean into something. I think leaning into the consecrated armaments could be cool. I think leaning into the blessings is really cool, and I would maybe do that if I were you. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I'm not going to worry about the details too much other than that because I think, truthfully, you are in a position where you got to do a lot of cutting back and refocusing. You're thinking of barbarian subclass that might be too strong. But how do you have resistance to suffocating? Suffocating doesn't do damage. Resistance makes you take half damage. How do you have resistance? What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. When you miss with a reckless attack, you can replace your attack roll with your constitution modifier. That's weird. You would lean into having wings because wings are cool. And yeah, there's a lot of different ways you could go. Although I would also argue that if you want to have wings, just go Azamar. But yeah, I think you need to. You got to focus it in and tone it back a little bit. And I would spend a little bit more time making sure it's balanced well against the other barbarians. And the best barbarians to balance it against are going to be the Zealot Barbarian and the Beast Barbarian because they are two of the strongest barbarians. So you're not going to be underpowered. But if you make it similar strength to them, you will certainly be good power level. All right, that was Z Morningstar. Let's give Z a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Z Morningstar. When we get to midnight, I am going to go from the wheel to pulling people that are in the waiting room. Just so you guys know. So if you are in the waiting room when I get to midnight, I'm just gonna go down the line and pull you in. Big Pimp. This monster requires the party to split in order to kill it. One half will attack on the astral plane, the other will on the material plane. This link is the astral plane aspect monster. That sounds intense. Is that going to be fun? That's always the question I have for monsters. Is it going to be fun? Why is it challenge rating 3? Is that on purpose? If the cursed druid guardian spirit dies, drops to 0 hit points, it is not defeated, it freezes in place and is invulnerable. It may easily be revived by the cursed druid guardian physical. If only both are reduced to 0 hit points, does it dissolve to dust. Is this 2 different monsters or 1 different monster? I'm confused. Derek, you did come up on the wheel. We've been done Reddit. Okay, so it's CR3. It's got 50 hit points, 13 armor. Not really any good stats, which is sort of surprising. Pretty regular movement speed. If the cursed druid guardian spirit drops to 0 hit points, it is not defeated. Don't say it's not defeated. Defeat doesn't mean anything in D&D. Say it doesn't die. Instead, it freezes in place. Say instead it goes unconscious, freezes in place, and becomes invulnerable. May easily be revised by the guardian physical spirit. What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. There's no mechanics involved there, so I wouldn't add that. Only if both are reduced to 0 hit points at the same time does it dissolve into dust. Okay. It has multi-attack. It makes 2 Eldritch Blasts or 2 staff attacks. Why is it +7? Where does that come from? It's charisma? Okay. Why is it a reach of 30 feet? It's Eldritch Blast. It should have a range, and it should be the range of Eldritch Blast. Also, why does this have a +7 to it with its quarterstaff? Where's that coming from? It's not attacking with its charisma. It should be attacking with its strength. It should have a +2 with its quarterstaff. Revitalize. If the cursed druid physical drops to 0 hit points, can spend an action to begin a spell. Before casting the revitalized cursed druid guardian, uses its reaction to cast shield if the concentration is not broken before the beginning of its next turn. What the fuck are you trying to say? That is so confusing. The cursed guardian reawakens within 12. What the fuck are you trying to say? The cursed guardian uses. Okay, let's read that again. If the cursed druid guardian drops to 0 hit points, the cursed druid spirit guardian. Just call them different things, man. Don't call them the same. It's gonna be so fucking confusing. Like, I'm already confused. Just make them different monsters. Can spend its action to begin a spell. What spell? What are we talking about here? Before casting Revitalize, the cursed druid guardian physical uses its reaction to cast shield. Isn't it unconscious? It's at 0 hit points. So how is it using its reaction to cast shield? Its concentration would be broken because it would be at 0 hit points. I don't understand what you're trying to say with this ability at all. Basically gets +5 to your AC if to break concentration or revives itself. I don't... But, Poncho, if you understand that, you get a gold star. I genuinely don't. Yeah, shield doesn't require concentration. And also, like, what fucking spell are you casting? Revitalize is not a spell. Is it? No, it's not a spell. They didn't say revivify. They said revitalize. So figure out what the fuck you mean by that. If you mean revivify, write revivify. Reaction if the revitalize spell fails, again, not a spell. And it can't. How does it fail? I don't know, because it's revivify, and revivify doesn't really fail usually. The curse guardian druid guardian spirit channels their energy or its energy. You don't need to gender it. Into a powerful explosion of force. Each creature within 15-foot cone. If it's an explosion, it should be a radius. It shouldn't be a cone. Makes a DC 16 dex save. 16 is a little high for a CR3 monster. I'd probably lower that. On a failed save or half as much. Additionally, creatures hit by the attack. It's not an attack. It's a saving throw. Must succeed on a DC 16 con save or become stunned. Just don't do that. Don't just give them one save. How long do they say stunned for? They're just stunned until they succeed on the saving throw? Damn. That's a little too strong. If it's not concentrating on revitalized cursed, again, don't know what the fuck that means. Because revitalizing the curse is not, like, that's not a spell that exists. Can make an Eldritch. You are really, really, really suffering from lack of clarity here, my man. I think what you need to do, I feel like you're missing the forest for the trees. Like, I think that you sat really hard in the idea of I want to make these monsters bounce off of each other, but you have to understand how confusingly worded this is. It's very confusingly worded. It's not the physical and the spiritual. They are two different mobs. When one goes down, the other can cast a spell to give up to the other HP. There's no spell that does that. Just if you want to make you a unique ability, make it a unique ability. Don't call it a spell. It's gonna confuse people. Yeah, so yeah, it needs 2 druid stat blocks, each with simple action. Yeah, I would say, like, this needs to be majorly simplified. Like, there's too much language like this and like this that just makes it, like, fucking confusing. And I'm trying, like, people in the chat seem to understand it, but I'm telling you, they are working to understand it. And they're certainly putting in the work to make it happen. I think that the main feedback that I have for you is to read some monster abilities, read some monster mechanics, and make sure you are mimicking the language. Make sure you're not writing stuff like this. Make sure that if you introduce an idea in the stat block, you need to clarify that idea. So as soon as you're talking about, like, whatever the fuck you're talking about with casting whatever spell up here, like, we need to see what that is. Because I'm just, like, in dingle dongle mode. Do you know what I mean? I forgot to put my name as wanting to talk. What do I do? Are you in the Discord? If I see you in the Discord, I know you want to talk. Just hire a translator for whenever you play the monster. A little stress headache. Based and dingle dongle dingle dongle mode. Did I just say dingle dongle mode? The spell is in the block. There is no fucking spell in the stat block. Are you talking about the spell Revitalize? Oh, look. If it's a spell, it's going to be here. It's not a spell. Do you mean Revivify? Is what you mean? Because there's aspects of Revivify that made me assume it wasn't Revivify because you talk about things like concentration and it failing. I guess it can fail this way, but there's no concentration. It just happens. I think if I were you, I would pull back on a lot of this and I would think about what is the core goal component. I want to make a monster that can heal its companion and vice versa. So, first of all, don't make it have these crazy long names where the only difference is the tiny little end. That's going to be really confusing. So make it so, like, when the cursed spirit drops to 0 hit points, it does not die. Instead, it goes unconscious and becomes invulnerable. Period. It remains in this state until its companion monster uses their blank ability to revivify it. It only truly dies if its companion monster is also dead. And then you have Revitalize, which again is not a spell. Unclear what the fuck it does. Don't call it a spell. Not a spell. Revitalize. If the cursed spirit touches a living land spirit that has dropped to 0 hit points and entered into its hibernation state, it can restore 2d12 hit points to the target. Period. That's it. You're trying to do too much here. If the revitalize fails, which I don't understand how it could, because there's no mechanic for it to fail written into it, so I don't understand how it could fail. If the revitalize fails, the cursed druid can use their reaction to create an powerful explosion that blasts out from them in all feet in 15-foot radius. They and their companion creature are immune to the effects. All other creatures must make a whatever saving throw, taking this much damage, period. Simplify. Simplify. This is an ability. This is not a spell. This is a spell. I hope that clarifies it. But I don't have any more thing else to say. Big Pimp, if you have questions, let me know. If you want to ask her, if you want to clarify, if you want anything clarified, let me know. But your language, I'm not sure if stuff's getting lost in translation, or it was just written this way. But you really want to make sure that you are writing things using the proper terminology, or it's gonna get confusing. A spell is a very specific thing in D&D. It is a very specific thing in D&D. An ability is a very specific, different thing in D&D. And making sure that you are understanding that distinction and using the correct terminology is going to help make your piece a lot more clear. All right, let us thank Big Pimp for their dual creature. Much exciting. Much exciting. All right. Let's spin again. You would like to rebut the weeb accusations? It's too late. It's too late for that. You've lost your chance when you decided to make something so cringy I didn't want to read it. Thanks to whomever gifted me the membership. I'm new to creating homebrew in general, so I decided to dip my toes in the water by making a silly, funny, haha, goofy item. Cool. Let's take a look. Are you here, John Smith? You are. Lovely. Are you in the Discord? Do you want me to, am I pulling you in? You are. Let me grab you. Hello. Hello? John Smith, speak. You're gonna have to leave Discord and come back. If your mic's not set up, yeah, you gotta leave Discord and come back. I don't know why. Do it. They did not want the dingle dongle, very anti-dingle dongle. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey buddy, can I hear you now? That's the question. Talk. I don't know what's happening. Can't hear you. Are you sure your mic is set up correctly? You're not turning green. You're not turning green, which means that your mic is just completely not connected. So, I don't know what to tell you. You can try to come back again. Here we go. We'll see if he pops back in. You could try to come back in. Don't have to apologize. Try one more time. I am going to tell you something right now. I am not going to read this item. Almost certainly not going to read that much of it. This is way too much. This is way too much. This is way too much writing for an item. In my opinion. Right, did you try again? Let's see. Let me try one more time. Hey, buddy. Let's see. Does it work this time? Did you actually close Discord? Like, truly exit out of the Discord program and return back into it and come back. Try that. So, if you are trying to make an item, you need to structure it like an item. This is what I talked about in terms of formatting. And it's... I'll read a little bit of your thing, but it's like, it's the difference between something being readable or not. This is how a magic item is formatted. This is not a good example. Let's find something simple. This is how a magic item is formatted. You get the name. Actually, here, let's go to this page. You have the name of the item. Underneath the item, you have the listed item. You have how rare it is. And then you have what the item does. It makes it very, very easy to find the item. It makes it easy to navigate to it. Let's try again. Hey, let's see if it works this time. Can you talk? Can I hear you? I wonder. Man, looks like it's not going to work. I can't hear you. I don't know if you're talking, but I can't hear you. All right. Sorry, buddy. I look at this item. I'm going to be honest. I don't know where any of the mechanics are. This is going to be too hard to find where the things are. I see a +4 here, but I don't really see... You know what I mean? Like, you need to structure this like a true magic item at the very minimum, just so it's easy to navigate. Dylan, thank you for the 5 gifts. Let's see what the description is, and then we're going to look at a couple features. A cursed pair of well-crafted black tap dancing shoes with multicolored musical notes stitched to the sides. The shoes will unleash the inner dancer. Okay, let's see what. So it's a +4 to Dex, and you're yeah. I'm gonna be honest, dude. You gotta. I would say you should familiarize yourself with some magic items. This is legendary item or artifact. This makes it an artifact, basically. Like right here. It's now an artifact. +10 to your movement speed. You're able to ignore difficult terrain for the next hour. If you are ever going to give an item a feature that is based on a time limit, where it's like, or an activated thing, you need to express how you activate it. Is it as an action, you click the shoes together, and they glow with illustrious light. You ignore difficult terrain for 1 hour, period. So it's really important to get that action economy in there. You've tried a bunch of downsides to caliber balance the Dex. This is just an opinion thing. I don't think the way to make a really strong thing fun is by giving it a bunch of really shitty negative downsides. That's just like, now I have something that's broken and things that aren't fun. It doesn't make the broken thing not broken, you know? Let's see what some of these curses are. You roll disadvantage on all stealth checks and saving throws related to stealth. Why would you... Then this just becomes like... They just like... Again, it's like, well, what's the point? And what's the point of having the high dex? Disadvantage on intimidation's fine. You and anyone you spend more than 1 hour with each day must make an intelligence saving throw equal to 10 plus your dex modifier or take some psychic damage. Here's what I'll say, John Smith. Here's what I'll say. I love the idea of trying to come up with a goofy magic item. And I think cursed tap dancing shoes is a great idea. I think it's a great idea. I think it could be a lot of fun. I think that you are making this do a lot too much. You're trying to squeeze too much in. So if you're trying to make something feel like a cursed dance shoe magic item, let's think about, like, what would we want that to be? I think part of it should be you get some element of positive with the dancing. Maybe you get a bonus to your dex. I think that's fine. I think the other part of it could just be as simple as you have disadvantage on intimidation, persuasion, and performance checks. Or maybe you have not performance. I would say, like, what if it's like you have, it could literally be like you have advantage on acrobatics and performance checks. You have disadvantage on intimidation and persuasion checks. And, you know, whenever you move, you emit a loud tapping noise that can be heard audibly within 15 feet or something. I don't think you need to go more complicated than that unless you, like, have a really important reason to. Whenever you're making a magic item, you should have the goal of the item in mind first. And by goal, I mean what mechanically is unique about it, but more importantly than what's mechanically unique, what is it supposed to feel like? And what do you want people, like, what sort of toy is it for people to play with? And then you can think about the simplest mechanical way to accomplish that goal. My book doesn't have all the magic items in it, so I had no real frame of reference. That's fine. John, a lot of magic items you can see for free online. You can find a lot of them online. And the main thing that I would say that I would suggest you do is start simple. Start small. So don't worry about it needing to do 10 different things. Try making a magic item that does 2 things. A good place to start for a magic item is, in my opinion, 1 passive feature and 1 active feature. And by that I mean 1 feature that's just on all the time, and then another feature that you can activate that does something in that moment. Let me give you an example. You could have a magic item that makes it so you are resistant to cold damage, and you can ignore difficult terrain created by snow and ice. That's the passive feature. The active feature is it has 5 charges. You can expend 1 charge to cast Ice Knife, or 3 charges to cast Cone of Cold. So you have a thing that is always on, and a thing that is resource-based, that is more like, I'm doing it in this moment. Something like that. That's like a good headspace to be at when you're trying to design your first magic item, or magic items in general. Now, you don't need to stick to that structure. Obviously, there are some items that have more of one thing or more of another, or just a bunch of one thing and nothing of the other. But that is a good place to start, because you want to try to start simple. I was concerned it was a lot to track as I kept adding more. I guess I got carried away. That's okay. The thing is, it is totally fine to be carried away. I'm not expecting when look, I know I'm yelling a lot of the time, but I don't expect anybody to send me stuff that's just done. That's not the point. The point is for you to send me stuff that needs work. So sometimes the work requires me to dive deep into the writing and we sort of get into the mechanics. Sometimes I don't need to dive deep because I think that the work doesn't require me to give you feedback on this specific class feature. So don't worry about it. You don't ever need to apologize for sending me Homebrew. I am grateful and gracious that you decide to send me Homebrew. It is very, very kind for you to put yourself on the chopping block and to create stuff that I can use for content and like make into a show and use as a educational teaching tool for other people. It is very generous of you to share your Homebrew. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Simple, simplify. Pretty much everyone that's left on the wheel is in the waiting room, so we're going to keep spinning the wheel. Quincy, are you somebody that's in the waiting room? I can't tell. Snotty Man, what's up, buddy? Quincy, are you a person that exists here that goes by a different username? Are you Lucas Morning? Are you Quincy? You said Ayo. Hey, Steph Brown, what's up? I'm here. You are here. You're Prince Quincy. Prince, are you in the wait? Are you in the Discord? I don't see you in the Discord. You're not Quincy. That's okay. You're Quincy to me. I see you now, Quincy. All right, let me grab you. Ahoy, hoy. What's up, buddy?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. So,
wait, 1 second, I just got a little... 1 second. Snotty Man, thank you for the 70 Czar. I love a good Czar. Starting with Rally yesterday, it's so good. Oh, I'm so glad you like it. Thank you, buddy. Rally is the podcast that I'm on. It means a lot to me that you like it. What's up, Quincy? So tell me about this piece.
Okay, so just for a tiny bit of context, this is a subclass that I made, which might have been fueled by a teeny tiny bit of spite. Because, long story short, I got into Dungeons and Dragons, and I have this Hexblade Warlock that I love from the bottom of my heart. I played with him for 2 years,
yes.
And in the 2 years that I played with that Warlock,
yes.
I got to take 1 short rest.
Okay. Is this a Warlock that doesn't recover things on a short rest?
No, this still recovers things this still is a relatively standard Warlock, but I tried to build a Warlock that doesn't feel like it needs to short rest as frequently as a normal Warlock does. Because, if you're the average Warlock, you cast 1 spell slot and you have spent half of your spells
I am
until
going
you
to
get a
make
short
it.
rest.
I'm excited to dive in, but I can tell you almost immediately what my feedback is going to be.
Yeah, I fully expect to get a lot of feedback on this.
You might not get a lot. You might get one thing said 6 different times. Because, in my opinion, I haven't read it yet, but I'm just going to tell you straight up. Every single time I've seen someone try to fix a class with a subclass, especially if it's because of a very specific situation from their home game that usually has to do more with the home game than with the mechanics, it doesn't work. I've never seen it work well. And the main reason why I don't think it works well is twofold. One, it is just the thing plus better, which is not a good way to do it. Or two, it doesn't actually have any specific story to it. Like, it's not there to try to make you be like, whoa, I have so many ideas of how this character could exist in the world and what sort of interesting relationship they could have with their patron. It's more just like, I like this mechanic because it makes me strong. And that is not a great place to start. People, you can start a piece there. And I will say you can certainly start a piece from Spite. Spite can be a great creative tool, but the quality of the outcome judges whether or not you earned making a piece based on Spite. Anyway, that being said, let me dive in. Most people make their warlock packs. Don't do this. I wanna punch space. Have you seen my streams before?
I poke into them when I find the time. Yeah.
Have you seen what I say about opening sentences about flavor text?
I've heard your comments on them. Yeah.
What is my feedback for this first sentence?
This is not the way to do it. That there's better ways to do it.
No. What is my specific feedback for this sentence?
Like, don't go down the most people do this and that, but these people do this instead.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So
it's corny. Yeah,
it's not about corny. You can be some of the best writing in the world is corny. It's not about being corny. It is about thinking about what the point of the flavor text is. What is the goal of flavor text? The goal of the flavor text is to sell the reader on the idea. If you have flavor text that makes the reader excited to read your piece, it makes them curious about what's going on in your piece, it makes them want to read it, they will accept so many flaws. They will accept so many mistakes. It doesn't matter. But you need to sell them on it in order to do that. It makes your writing stronger. It makes the reader come in. It's the kind of thing where it's like, if you're about to get a tattoo, or if you're about to have surgery, do you want your doctor to be in a good mood, or do you want them to be in a bad mood? You know what I mean? You want them to be in a good mood. And it's the exact same thing. When you have somebody that's reading your work, you don't want them to be grumpy because it's not catching their ear. You want to surprise them with how much it's catching their ear. And the best way to do that is to hit the ground running with the flavor text. Don't spend any time talking about what it's not. Jump right into what it is.
I think I go Jimmy.
Where do we talk about what they are? Let's see. Okay. Some decide to reach out to those who are so familiar with the arcane that it flows through their veins. The sorcerer supreme, an avatar of magic incarnate who can spare and shed their boundless sorcery to give similar magical talent. Okay. First level. At first level, your sorcerer's patron imbues you with the vigor to cast spells where others could not. That means, and the means to warp them to your will. You gain an additional pact magic slot. I'm going to keep reading before I give too much feedback. Additionally, you learn a single meta magic from the sorcerer meta magic option. You can use your meta magic sorcery points. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna have feedback other than the feedback that I just said. I mean, certainly for the first level, this is not a, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, this is not a subclass feature. This is a warlock but better, plus a little bit of sorcerer. I'm okay with a little bit of sorcerer. I think it's that. I don't love it. I don't think it's particularly evocative of anything, and I sort of feel like if you want to be a warlock sorcerer, you literally can just multi-class and accomplish that goal.
If I could say something, one earlier draft that I have had with this had a little bit of extra sorcery spice in it, where instead of it just being like a plain extra casting slot, it was more of a it had a little more of a wild magic twist to it, where it's like you can cast something. You get an extra cast once per long rest at the cost of some extra side effect that you're not from like a small table.
I think that could work depending on the table. I like that a lot more than just an extra pack slot. Chad is pointing out some very important information here. It is kind of messed up to give this warlock sorcery points before warlocks get sorcery. Meta magic. This guy gets meta magic before sorcerers do. I don't know how I feel about that, but I think that's worth thinking about. But yeah, there's no vibe here.
I do have one tiny defense towards that, which
you can, but I'm gonna push back just so you know.
Yeah, because I mean, sorcerers can get meta magic before their own class gives them sorcery points through the sorcerer feat, right? There's that one feat that lets you get 2 sorcery points of 1 meta magic, and you can take it before you unlock.
What I would say to that is feats are an optional mechanic in D&D.
Yeah,
and using
true.
Argument, my guy, you are taking a shovel and you're digging underneath your feet.
Yeah.
And you are just digging deeper and deeper. Your defense is a bad defense.
Yeah.
And it makes me want to point out that it's a bad defense so people don't get confused that are watching.
Yeah.
Like,
I understand.
Okay, good.
Don't worry. I came on here and I'm ready to get all the critique. Like right.
Let's look at
I was just trying to clear up my thought process while I was making this.
Gotcha. All right, let's look at the 6th level. At 6th level, your patron bestows upon you the secret to further modifying spells, as well as a secret technique to overcast them. You learn additional meta magic, and a special meta magic known as Overcasted Spell. The Overcasted Spell meta magic allows you to spend 1 sorcerer point to make a spell you're casting functions if it's 1 level higher. My guy, same feedback. There's no vibe here. What is this supposed to evoke? It's just warlock but better. The other thing that I think is like it's just too much warlock. What I would suggest is look at something like the Wild Magic Barbarian. So the Wild Magic Barbarian is sort of like inspired by the Sorcerer, but what does it get? Everything it gets is radically different than what a Sorcerer gets. It gets a very distinct alternative version of detect magic that is it's the only thing that gets this. It has its own unique Wild Magic Surge table that it is the only thing that gets. It is a Sorcerer subclass inspired Barbarian subclass. But every single feature it does is a new thing that is specific to it. Bolstered magic at 3rd level. It is the only... It's restoring spell slots on other people. It's just like weird stuff. So on one hand, it is sort of a sorcerer barbarian, but it's also really not. And that's what I think you need to think about here. I do not think the way to build this is to pull features from sorcerer and meta magic and then make you a stronger caster. So what I would ask you, and I think the move here is probably if the idea that you like the most of this is that your patron is a sorcerer supreme, which I think is a cool idea, then I think you should extrapolate that and lean into what does that mean? How would a warlock be changed by a sorcerer supreme? What is a sorcerer supreme? Because magic is in the bloodline of sorcerers. So perhaps the way to make this warlock is to lean into that. Maybe you are starting to take on some physical manifestations of the creatures that your sorcerers are connected to, or you know what I mean, like you get like arcane blood, or you know what I mean, like lean into stuff that has to do with you have a patron that is a magic is their blood kind of thing, as opposed to you have a patron that is a sorcerer class. The other thing that I would say is that there is a little bit of a structure to warlocks, where at 1st level They usually get 1 or 2 features, depending on how strong they are. But between 6th and 10th, it's like defense and utility features most of the time. So like 6 is almost always a defense or utility, and then 10th is a little bit all over the place. You have resistance against damage from spells. This is fine, but this is just the same thing that the Abjuration Wizard gets. So I feel like I would want to give them something distinct and unique here. Let's look at 14th. At 14th level, your patron teaches you a secret technique to reinvigorate your magical bandwidth. You learn the Catnap spell, and you can cast it once without expending a spell slot. When you cast the spell in this fashion, you must only target yourself with it. And while under the effects, you become enveloped in a magical cocoon. That's cool. While you're in the cocoon, you are immune to all damage, but the cocoon breaks if the spell ends or if you are hit with an attack or a harmful spell. So it basically like stops one hit depending on the hits.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
it prevents the normally catnap ends if you are damaged.
Yeah.
This cocoon is basically meant to be one instance of protection from having the spell interrupted early.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a unique 14th level warlock feature, but what does it really do? It gives you the benefits of a short rest and sorcery points. So it's not really adding anything new. So my main feedback for you for the whole piece is I do think that spite from your home game has influenced this too much. And I think that you have to look in the mirror or look in the monster book, and you have to ask yourself a question, which is, if I completely took away the extra spell casting and the meta magic, would I still like this idea? Is there still something in this idea that I think is worth trying to build? And if the answer is yes, then I think you say what that thing is to yourself and you build towards that thing. But if the answer is no, then I don't think it is. Then I think you can keep working on it if you want to, but I think that my feedback won't be helpful anymore, because I think that at its core, I struggle with the this is going to sound harsh, and I don't mean it to sound harsh, but a question that I always think people need to ask is, like, what's the point? Like, why does the thing that you're writing merit existing?
I get what you mean.
And I think that, this is a thing that it's a thing that I ask myself a lot when
this
I'm
is definitely
writing, like, really short fiction. Because
a lot of the
why does every word matter? Why does every sentence matter? And it's the same sort of thing with that. So that's what I would do. I would spend a little bit of time thinking about, like, aside from the extra spell casting, aside from the meta magic, what do I want this to feel like? How do I want this to be distinct? And if you have an answer, then let that answer be your guiding light.
Yeah. I will confess it. Of all the homebrew that I've tried to make in the past, this is definitely the roughest that I've.
I don't mind it being rough. You don't need to apologize.
No. Like I don't mean to say it in an apologizing sense. More like I recognize that this is definitely flawed, and I think I get a better idea of what I can do to fix it, because I knew that it was a little bit on the Warlock Plus angle, but now that I sit down and, like, really look at it with you, I see that it's a lot more of that than I initially thought, and I can see how I can rejigger it to be a lot less bigger numbers and a lot more fancy things.
Yeah, and I think it does. And I think that if you like meta magic, you could even figure out weird ways to incorporate that, or at least give it its own distinct version of it. But yeah, I think that regardless of what ignites the fire in your heart, whether it's an image of a monster, whether it's spite, whatever it is, I think that it's good to let that engine drive you, but you want to make sure that the meat of the path still, like, you want to be, you like where that path is going, you know? Because spite will take you so far. And I am a spite creator also a lot of the time. I will say that I probably once a week make a video and then delete it because I just make it out of spite. And I'm like, this is not actually adding anything new. It's just me dunking on somebody that's a stranger on the internet and will, at the end of the day, probably be worse for my brand You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to be a bully.
I think I get it.
And I think that you are trying to beat up your old dungeon master with this.
I probably am. I might be. Just a little.
But all that being said, I do want to just reiterate a point, which is that the idea of a sorcerer as a patron, I think, is unique, and I do think that if you like that idea, that is worth investigating. It's an interesting idea.
I do want to. I'll probably take a second crack at this. I probably won't submit it here, but I probably do want to take a second crack at this and
I do hope you submit more things in the future. I would
like to see more of your stuff. I'll probably submit other things like those fancy golems that I told you about.
I would love some fancy golems. I love fancy golems.
The actual inspiration for me, like having like a sorcerer patron, is that my hexblade patron, actually like their patron kind of came by through like a convoluted series of events where, long story short, Mike, they were like the only child. They were like the only non-magical child of a sorcerer lineage, and their dad got so upset at that they forged themselves into a magical weapon to be their patron.
That's fun. That's very cool. Very cool. All right, Quincy, thank you very much. You're wonderful.
Have a nice night.
You too, buddy. Thank you for sharing.
I'm going to bed.
All right, that was Quincy. Let's give a big round of applause for Quincy with their sorceress warlock. Oh yes. If you want to submit Homebrew, there is a link in the description of the video. And it'll go on tomorrow's stream, not tonight's stream. Tonight's stream is closed. That was Quincy. Thank you for sharing, Quincy. Also, Butt Poncho, I don't think I switched your piece. Oh, look at that. Did you guys know that I have psychic powers? I actually have psychic powers. I joke that I don't. I joke that I'm putting on airs. But so we need to go find it, though, is what I'm saying. Hey, man, unmute. How's it going?
Okay, here I am.
Welcome. How's it going?
No, it's fine. I mean, it's 7:30 a.m. here in Moscow, but yeah.
You're in Moscow?
Yeah, I'm in
That's
Moscow.
So cool. Yeah. All right, wait. Did you DM me, or did you post it in the one of the channels?
No, I mean, this one is for member stream, so it's already fixed.
Oh, okay.
The other wheel, so.
Then I shan't worry about it, good sir.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine.
My mom and her sister went to Moscow like 20 or 30 years ago for like a couple weeks. We have family. They were traveling all over Russia. We have some family over there. It's a monk. Cool. All right, let's see what we're working on.
Yeah, it's a monk.
Listen, monks go. Listen, just because I hate monks doesn't mean I hate all monks. Here is in the chat. Tell me what this is. What are we working with? What's the goal here? What's the vibe?
All right. So basically, you play Tekken ever?
Yes.
Okay, so there was this guy, one character called Wong Jing Rei, I think, or something like that. He was the old guy who like redirected attacks, I guess. So
yeah.
Basic idea is
He's one of the last characters you unlock in Tekken 3.
I played Tekken 3 Plus
Tekken
only
2,
on PlayStation 1. I don't remember that far back.
In Tekken 2, the last characters that you unlocked, where there was the old man who could redirect attacks, there was the old man who laid down on the ground, and then there was the giant guy with all the different animal parts, and then there was the little dinosaur with the shell.
Dinosaur, yeah. There was the old guy was like a mad doctor. I think he like spewed at you or something, right? The one that lied on the ground. Yeah, that one. So, the idea is basically it's a grappler monk, to be honest, because I think it's an underutilized mechanic. I know it may look like open hand, but better in certain aspects, or not better, but sideways. Okay, and I can admit to that.
Open hand, but listen, something but sideways, I'm a fan of. I don't think there's anything wrong with something but sideways.
Because it's like open hand just takes up so many holes, and it's like when you make a monk, it's bound to be a little bit open-handish if it is martial arts.
Yeah. Don't worry,
you can't really go.
We haven't started. Don't defend it until you feel attacked. You're good.
Okay. Start it now.
All right,
Start it.
Let me let's dive in. Way of the twisting current. Monks that follow the way of the twisting current master the tempo. Can I just say something, by the way?
All right.
Your username is so childish that it really threw me off with how much you had like insightful things to say in the chat. I was very surprised at how regularly you were saying smart ideas, because I'm not used to people with goofy names being so thoughtful, and it threw me off. Okay, I'm going to read it now, though. Monks that follow the way of the twisting current master the tempo of melee, creating a sense of clumsy desperation within their enemies. That is an example of a long sentence that works. That is a rare sight to see. These martial artists consider brute force used against them as part of their own graceful toolkit. Okay, interesting. Let's see what we get. Bonus proficiency, 3rd level, we get athletics. If you're already proficient, you get another one. Fine. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's see. Okay. Ductile stance. Deuce-style stance. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Ductile, I think, but...
I don't know how to pronounce anything. I am a dingus.
The name is kind of stupid, I think, but I just...
All right, well, maybe we'll have an idea for a better one. Chat!
Yeah.
Let's see if chat, as we read this, if you have a better idea, share it. The funny thing about the name butt poncho is that another word for it is just skirt or dress.
No,
it's so funny to me. I know it's not, but if you say that to people, they think it is. Is it like it's like the little flap, maybe? I don't know. Okay, wait, let's just read the mechanic. At 3rd level, you learn how to move your joints in malleable ways, snaking around your foes' defenses and out of their clutches. This is also a good example of flavor text opening in which, like, not too much. Whenever you make a strength athletics check as part of the grapple or shove action, to resist being grappled or shoved, or against an escape DC, you can use your dexterity instead of strength for the roll. Cool. So this just lets you use dex to grapple. Simple, straightforward.
Yep.
When you use Flurry of Blows, you can substitute one of your unarmed strikes as part of the bonus action with a grapple or shove. Interesting. You know what? I just realized that you can't do that. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I like this a lot also. I think that makes it very straightforward. So for folks at home, normally whenever you make when you take the attack action, when you make an attack, you can replace that with a shove or grapple. But specifically with the monk's Flurry of Blows or their bonus action unarmed strike, it has to be an unarmed strike. But now it doesn't. When you use patient defense, you also gain advantage on strength saving throws until the start of your next turn.
Yep. So the idea is because you get dex advantage, because dodge gives dexterity saving throw advantage, right?
Yeah.
This one gives also strength saving throw advantage, so you're less likely to fall prone from features and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Good night, Bildo. Yeah, I really like it. I think that I really like it. I think it's pretty solid. I think that it could use something else. I think that you should figure... This is what I would do if I were you. Take this bonus proficiency feature at the top here, change its name, call it something else, and make it so you gain proficiency in athletics, and it gives you something else too. And I don't know what that something else should be, but it could be... I really don't know. But I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough as is. It could be...
I think...
It could be something like, I mean, it could be an aspect of like the unarmed fighting style where it's like, or the grappling. You could pull aspects of feats and stuff or something where it could be like, maybe when you, it could be something like you have proficiency in athletics checks, and when you attack a creature that you have when you hit a creature that you have grappled with a unarmed strike, you deal extra 1d4 damage to them or something. Like it could be something like that.
Sorry if I talk over you,
no,
but
fine.
I just value shoves really highly in my games because in practice, because you can knock someone prone as a shove action, right?
Yeah.
You can do a lot of stuff with just Flurry of Blows with a person, like with a creature that is no larger than large, I guess, right?
That's true.
You can just really disable him really hard. So I think this might actually be too strong in my opinion, like the Flurry of Blows shove thing, but it's dependent on
the way that I
circumstances.
would tone it down if you felt like it was too strong. I don't think it's one shove attempt. I don't think that's too strong.
You can grapple someone as an action, then you can shove them as a bonus action, and then they're prone grappled, which is like the worst thing that can happen to a brute person, right? For
yeah,
instance.
but you could do that with a fighter. You know, you could do that with
Yeah,
anybody.
you could, but a monk at 3rd level can do it. So there's a difference. Without action surge, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I'm not super concerned about it. I think.
Yeah, you can.
I think it's. I'll tell you why I think it is. I think it's because there's so many. None of it is automatic, right? All of this has to happen because something else happened. Like everything is behind a roll. Everything is behind a save, not a save, but everything is behind a contested check. I don't think it's too strong.
All right, I'll think of something else for 3rd level to add on top of pathetic.
I don't think it. I would make it. I wouldn't make it stronger than a proficiency bonus. I would make it something like. I would probably make it something like, like a grip strength thing or something. I don't know, something.
Yeah, something different from not messing with bounded accuracy in terms of just checks. No, that's enough.
Let's look at a coiling rebound at level 6. When you reach 6th level, you grow accustomed to the flow of battle, the force behind each blow, and how to manipulate it to your advantage. You can use your deflect missiles reaction against melee weapon attacks. All right, I think that's pretty legit. If you reduce the damage, blah, 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 it's the same. You can immediately take the grapple or shove action. Oh, that is nice. That is very smart.
Because I think it's a redirection where you block someone's attack and then they're prone.
Yeah,
like that one
no, I like it. It's like Aikido.
Yeah.
It's like Aikido.
Yeah.
And it also is like it also helps balance out how often it is much stronger to redirect a melee attack than to like throw an arrow at someone. So it helps balance in that way too. Like if it just redirected the attack and they had to target someone else of your choice, I think that would be too strong. All right, I like it. I don't think I would make no changes to 6th level. I think it's just solid.
It's my favorite one.
Yeah,
Sure.
It's very nice, very clean, very straightforward, very evocative. Steel Sinew. Upon reaching 11th level, your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check that you make that uses athletics.
I don't know about that one.
I would maybe draw. I feel like we already are getting so many boosts with that, with getting to use our dex, and getting proficiency automatically in it. I don't think we need to get
you would
athletics
still
in there.
kind of want skill expert with this one for sure to get expertise in athletics. So I just thought that if everybody who would follow that one would still want expertise because that's like the focus of the subclass. So I thought that I would just put it in, but I didn't know what to do.
I don't know either. Let me look up what the other feature is first, but it does feel like a lot of the same sort of thing. 2 birds, 1 shove. Okay, Poise Disruptor. At 11th level, you are able to instill fear into those caught by you, as well as manipulate the stability of greater foes. When a creature starts its turn grappled by you, it must make a wisdom saving throw. This is going in an interesting direction. On a failed save, the creature is frightened of you till the end of its next turn. Interesting. On a successful save, it's immune to the effect. Additionally, you can shove creatures that are 2 sizes larger than you. I like that. When you successfully shove a creature and choose to push it away, you can increase the push distance by 5 feet. I like that too. Okay. I like all of this. I think this is fun. This is very fun. I'm going to be honest. I kind of feel like you should make them work for the expertise, because what we are getting if we succeed on the grapple is getting so much stronger at this point. It sort of reminds me of like that paladin that we were looking at earlier, where it was like the creature was growing, like it summoned monsters, and it was growing because it could summon more and more monsters, but also the monsters themselves were growing. I feel like because of the rate at which what we're getting with grappling, like getting this just like basically essentially infinite use so long as it succeeds frighten on a grapple for no extra action economy is like pretty good. It's a very cool ability. And I feel like in order to make it really cool, we got to make it so like, hey, guess what? You needed to take the skilled feat if you wanted to get expertise.
Yeah. Okay, I get it completely. I mean, the image in my mind was you grapple a guard from behind. They try to yell for help, and they're grappled, and they become frightened, and then they're like stuck in fear. I guess that was like the point.
You could also, can I make a suggestion here? You could also sort of. What if you could impose other conditions other than frightened? Like, what if when you grappled a creature, you could like, maybe, there's a saving throw, or maybe there's a handful of saving throws, and either they are frightened or muted, like silenced, right? Because what if you could like grapple them and like make it so they can't talk, or grapple them and blind them? I don't know. I feel like there's a couple things you could do there. I like the fear mechanic, but I feel like that might be a fun place to go further. And when you said specifically like you come up behind a person and grapple them, I feel like the silent move really makes a lot of sense.
But it doesn't really make sense when you grapple something that doesn't have a mouth or something like that. Frightened, you can still kind of work around it.
I guess that's true. I guess that's true.
And you can't really do that, right? So
yeah, but you could phrase it so you could make it so like they can't perform the verbal components of spell. Like you don't need to necessarily silence it like they can't make noise. You could silence it like they can't speak or call out.
Yeah, you can do something like that.
Yeah.
Instead of the expertise. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you decide to go in that direction, obviously.
By the way, capstone is the worst thing I have here for sure.
Okay, well then maybe it needs the most work. Let's take a look. Force transmitter. You look, John realized he was pushing the wrong button to talk. That's funny. All right, live and learn, my guy. Live and learn. Once you reach 17th level, your body can now turn harm done into destructive power. When you take damage while not incapacitated, you can spend 1 to 5 key points to store it as energy, spending 1 key point per 10 damage taken. Record the amount. Psychic damage cannot be stored this way. When you hit a target with a melee weapon attack while you have energy stored, you can choose for the attack to deal additional force damage equal to the recorded number. Alternatively, you can fire the sword energy in a beam, Kamehameha style, at a creature you can see in 60 feet. Dex save, force damage. You can't use it again until the end of your turn.
So that was like
really
stepping
different.
into...
It feels so different.
Yeah, but it steps into the paranormal because the monk kind of gets a little weird by those levels, right? Between 11 and 17, they get so many features that are like you become invisible, you get like you can walk on water and stuff.
Yeah.
I was like thinking something that is that guy still, but it's like another level of that guy. So he just takes damage that's done to him, and he like kind of redirects it, redirecting force, and it's like absolute, I guess, idea, but I don't know how it works.
If I were you, it's just, I like the idea conceptually, but I don't think it fits this subclass. And I think that this is a place where I would lean into the silly extreme of what you've built upon already. So let me give you an example. Like, what if at level 17, when you shove a creature, you can push them up to 30 feet. When you grapple a creature, you can drag them around at no cost of your own movement. You know what I mean? Like take the things that you've built upon and just blow them out of the water with power. That's what I would do if I were you. Think about like at level 7, because if we're building a grappler redirector type, I feel like you should feel like a dragon is coming at you, like a true ancient dragon, and maybe not all the time, but certainly if the rolls are good, you can literally Aikido it and like fling it across a map, even if it's 10 times your size. Or you can Aikido it in a way that like you can like pull it in a direction of your choosing, in a way that like shouldn't make sense, but you have just such control over the direction of its movement. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Totally get it.
I would go in that direction. I would think about that. That actually got another thing that I'm thinking that I think would be kind of fun. Yeah, you should totally do that because it also fits so well with all the other features. Because now it'll turn it so like your melee redirect could just be like a throw, you know?
Yeah, it's already kind of a throw by 11th level, but it's even more of a
we're not
throw,
throwing a person off the battle map.
Well, maybe, yeah. I'll think about it.
Those are my thoughts. I don't think you need to go that extreme exactly, but I do feel like the absorbing and redirecting energy this way, it feels almost too otherworldly.
Yeah.
Like it's a little too much magic energy power, and I think that it would make sense to keep. You could do extreme with like, if I were you, I would go extreme with like the limits of the power, but I would keep the power itself still fairly grounded.
All right.
I think this is a really, really solid subclass, though. Like, most of it, I think, works really well. And the thing is, you're never gonna get this level 17 anyway, so that doesn't really matter. But like, I think it's very solid. And considering it is both a monk and a mostly non-magical monk, that's like the hardest. Like that's like you're putting me in a position where I'm really looking for something to judge. Because I want to look at monsters and magic crazy things. So, and I like making fun of monks. But yeah, this is pretty solid. Do you have any questions for me, or things you want to share, things missed, things you feel strongly about?
I feel very strongly about bed right now, so I think I'm gonna try. It's right here. I can see it.
Go to bed. Go to bed. All right. Good night, buddy.
Good night.
All right, let's do a round of applause for Butt Poncho. Lovely. Lovely. Next, we got an apple on a tree, or apple. They were here earlier. I don't know if they're still here. The music is pretty evil sounding right now, isn't it? Did anyone else notice the music got kind of evil? How strong on average do you think a sorcerer's 18th level subclass should be? Is it a free reincarnate every 100 days too strong? No. I would make it stronger than that. Any ability that you can only cast every 100 days is essentially an ability. Good night, John. I will be up tomorrow. Good night, everybody that needs to go to bed. I'm gonna keep on going. We don't have a lot. I want to see if I can get through all of them. I really try to get through all of them on the member stream. We'll see if I can. No promises, but I'm gonna try tonight. I got the energy, I think. What was I saying? I had something I was saying. I don't remember what it was. Second time submitting Homebrew. I literally lost my train of thought, but I had a thing I was saying. I don't remember what it was. Oh, sorcerer capstone. Thank you. Any ability that you only get every 100 years or 100 days, it is likely you are going to only get that ability one time in the whole campaign. So that's just something to keep in mind. Apple on a tree, are you in my Discord? Do you want me to bring you on stream? I don't see anybody that has your name in the waiting room. Anyway, let's take a look. What you got for us? Wait, a table of contents. I gotta look at what you want me to read then. This is technically your second time submitting Homebrew. It'll be the first time I see it. The piece I want you to review is the Ignusti. Okay, Apple might be here. I don't know what their username is, and there's nobody in the Discord waiting room with the name Apple. So unless they tell me what their fucking name is in the Discord, I don't know how to I can't pull them in. As mentioned moments ago. let's see what we got here, guys. This is the Ignusti. Ignusti. Oh, if you join the Discord, you can come on the call if you want to. Ignusti were once all part of a prospering city of humans with rather advanced technology and a great economic status. However, during the Great Burn, the lesser fire spirits took unfused humans. What is this, these fire people? Yeah, they're fire people. Okay, if I'm seeing fire people, the first thing I'm thinking is why we have them. And I don't mean this in a negative way. I mean we have fire people already. They're called fire genasi. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull up the fire genasi and we're going to do a comparison. And we're going to be like, does your thing matter as existing because this exists? Which is not the most fun way to think about things, but it is good for deciding if it's worth your time to make it. They have an age, they have a size. Don't worry about ability score increases. They should just be whatever. You have a base walk speed of 30. When walking on a burning surface or a surface that has been burned in the last 6 hours, your walking speed is 35. That's cool. That's cool. I wouldn't make it last 6 hours. I'd probably make it last hour. I would not give them immunity to fire damage. I don't think it's good to give immunity to a damage type as a race. Certainly not fire damage. It's way too common. Yeah, so drop that. Give them resistance, but don't give them immunity. You get a proficiency. Then we get a sub. Okay, you can cause fire around you in a 3x3x3 square. That's called a cube, my guy. 15-foot cube. 1d8 fire damage if a creature gets within range. It lasts up to a minute. How often can you use this? Is there a saving throw or is it automatic? The way that I would word this if I were you is I would say when a creature starts their turn, I would actually say when a creature ends their turn within 5 feet of you, they take 1d8 fire damage, period. And this ability can last a minute, but it has to be a once-a-day feature, and it has to require probably an action to activate. And I'm going to be honest. You should end it here. If you want to keep immunity, that's strong enough. I wouldn't do anything else. It's already, potentially, I would argue, too strong. So, if you wanted, you could drop immunity. But that's up to you. There's a smoke guy, which gets a cleric spell. And then there's a fire crunchy guy, which gets +1 to your strength proficiency. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Drop that. Yeah, I honestly, neither of these spark anything that vivid to me. I think that, man, I don't really know. Here's what I'll say. I don't think this feels like it should be a D&D race. Straight up. Because I think in order for this to be a D&D race that really does feel distinct, you got to do the, like, immunity to... I don't know. It just feels like Genasi different, which I guess is fine. Like, instead of getting spells, it can make a fire thing, a shield, that can do once a day. Depending on how you do the fire shield, it's probably fine. But it could also very, very easily be completely broken with the fire shield. But getting immunity to fire damages, I think, is too much. I pee everywhere. I'm the king of pee. I don't really have more feedback other than that. I think that you are giving yourself a hard time, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. But whenever you are actively building something that is very similar to something that already exists, you have to face the fact that it is going to get compared to it. And a lot of the time, you're playing the power game and looking at which of these is stronger. And if we look at the fire genasi, what do they get? They get dark vision, they get resistance to fire damage, they get a cantrip, they get once a day burning hands, and then once a day flame blade. And this feels a lot stronger than that, in my opinion. So I think that that's going to be an important thing for you to figure out. And also, I think that you do a pretty good job of making this feel different than the Fire Genasi with the Blood of Fuel is kind of an interesting feature that's a little bit different. But... somewhere spicy? What are you talking about? Talking about pee? You guys are gross. But yeah, you got to be careful with the power creep. Like, even the Fire Genasi, I don't know, man. I feel like Burning Hands, Flame Blade, I feel like those all kind of feel that same way as the fire erupting. This one is a little different, but it's not mechanically clear enough right now to, like, for me to really tell you if it's too strong or too weak, just because you got to write out, like, is it an action to use? Is it a bonus action to use? Do the creatures take the damage on your turn? On their turn? If it's on their turn, is it the start of their turn? Is it the end of their turn? Do they only take damage when they touch you, or when they try to grapple you, or what? You know what I mean? Like, there's like, the parameters are gonna have a big impact. Those are my thoughts. I think the coolest thing, in my opinion, is this. I like the movement speed where you can a little faster when you're in an area that's been burnt. I think that's very cool. I would almost lean into that sort of stuff if I were you. I don't have much more to say. Apple on a tree. Thank you very much. Your Fire Genasi alternative. This time, they're not genies. They're burn victims through magic. The Ignusti. Alright, there we go. I'm a free American? I'm something. Thank you, Apple on a Tree. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate you sharing it. Ooh, next is Arthur. Arthur's in the chat. Let me grab Arthur. Hey, Arthur, what's up? You're gonna have to unmute for a second. Whenever you notice I'm talking to you. Arthur, you have to unmute if you want to be on stream. I'm gonna hang up on you soon. You're gonna lose your shot. Hey, Arthur. Do you need to activate? Are you having a push to talk issue? Are you having the thing where you need to leave Discord and come back? It's one of the two. You either got your push to talk fucked up, or you need to leave and come back. I definitely can't hear you. You can also see on Discord that there is no green when you're talking. So, I guess I'm just gonna wait here for a couple seconds. If you should leave Discord and come back. That's what you should do. And I'll start looking at your zombie dragon. What's up, Violet? Swinging by briefly just to say hi. What's up? Violet is our what kind of music? Wait, don't tell me. You listen to like noise something? There's like a name of the type of music you make, and I forget what it is. Violet's our local music maker. Arthur, I don't know if you're here or not, but you literally need to leave Discord, turn it off, and then turn it back on and come back. That's what you need to do. And you're probably on your phone, so it's going to be a little bit synth metal. There you go. That's what it's called. Arthur, if I don't see you leave Discord soon, I'm going to disconnect you and not worry about you being here, because I feel like you are not listening to my instructions. You're just sort of flailing around, or you're just sitting waiting for something to work. So I'm just going to start reading your piece, and maybe I'll start hearing you, and then I'll hang up on you when I'm done, I guess. Or if you decide you want to try to make it work, you can leave and come back. So this is a CR15 Black Zombie Dragon. So we're trying to make this dragon different than the Draco Lich, which is also an undead dragon template. It's been wild. There's been some good ones tonight. There's been everyone's been good tonight. Every single one. All of you are wonderful. Can you put me back and try again? Can you put me back in and try? I mean, I can. It's not going to make a difference. Hello? You need to leave and come back. Yeah, you go. Finally. Jesus Christ. Say it like 6 times. All right, come back in and I'll pull you in. We'll see if it works. It has Undead Fortitude. It has Death Gaze. Is this like an alternative breath attack? When a creature that can see the zombie's eye starts its turn within 30 feet of the zombie, they can force them to make a con saving throw. If they fail by 5 or more, they're reduced to 0 hit points. Fuck that. That's very strong. Oh, or they take 6d10 psychic damage. All right, let's try to call Arthur again. Hey, buddy, is it working? I wonder. Ahoy, hoy. Ahoy, hoy. Did you refresh your Discord, or did you just leave and come back? I still can't hear you. It's probably a push-to-talk issue or a Discord issue. I don't know what to tell you. I am going to leave you in the room until you figure it out, and then I'll hang up on you if we can't hear you. But I love you, and I appreciate you trying, and I hope you can figure your shit out. And then creatures can avert their eyes. I don't know how I feel about the drop to 0 hit points. I feel like... Here's what I'll say. I like that if you fail by 5 or more, something bad happens. I love that mechanic. It's one of my favorite mechanics on monsters. And there are some that do this. This is essentially taken from the... it's the Bodok. It's definitely not exactly the Bodok. I mean, I was thinking the Banshee. Are all of the features just pulled from other monsters? I would encourage you not to do that specifically, but let's see. So here's the main thing that I want to point out, that why I think it's different in a way that is worth thinking about. The main thing has to do with the size of the creature and the speed of the creature. The Bodok is a medium creature that can move 30 feet. This is a huge creature that can move 40 feet, flying. So by the very nature of it taking up a lot more squares, that radius of 30 feet is a lot bigger. I don't know. I feel... Hey, Stream Elements, where you been all stream? I think copying the idea is okay. Arthur, I think using an idea that is similar to get the right language is fine. I disagree with just pulling a class feature because, like, you see how you like still say Bodok down here? Like, in my opinion, like here's what I'll say. Like, I can give you feedback like this. That's why I'm not really going to give feedback on this feature because you didn't really write this feature. But the feedback that I'm giving is what I think you should think about, how the implications of this feature on a huge flying creature as opposed to on a medium walking creature. That's what I mean. Worth thinking about. Turn Defiance, cool. It has a bite. It has claws. It has tails. Frightful presence. Corrosive breath. Is that... Let's see. 60-foot line, necrotic damage, and acid damage. That's an interesting combo. I like that. What was your goal here? It's part of a zombie-based framework I made. So here's what I'm going to say. Here's what I'll say. This is what I think you should think about, Arthur. This works mostly fine. And the reason why it works mostly fine is, for the most part, it's just an undead dragon. It has a little bit of unique stuff going on, but most of it is a little bit undead. Most of it is the Draco Lich, or dragon plus zombie stuff. I think dragon plus zombie stuff can work really fine, but what I do want to point out, and I think is worth thinking about, is that the way that it's written right now, truly the key unique feature that it has is Death Gaze. Now, Death Gaze is a very cool feature, but as you mentioned, it is also not unique to this dragon. So I don't know how I feel about this dragon's most unique feature being just something from another monster. So if I were you, what I would do is I would ask the question, what else can I give this dragon, or what else can I change, about this dragon to make it feel unique and make it feel like it's mine, and to answer the question, why does this exist? So I would either give it other stuff to make it feel more distinct or unique, change some of these other features around, or change Death Gaze so that it isn't so fundamentally similar to the one from the Bodok, but is a little bit more distinct and its own thing. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I think Death Gaze on a dragon is terrifying, and I think it's really fun and cool. And if I was running a high-level game with players that really needed to be put in their place and to be made to feel the fear of God, I would definitely do something like this. I like it. I think Death Gaze on the dragon makes a lot of sense. I don't really have any other feedback. Arthur, you're more than welcome to ask a question, but in the meantime, let's give Arthur a round of applause for their black zombie dragon. Very spooky. Big old spooks freaking us out. Thank you for sharing, my guy. Big high five. I don't know what to tell you, Arthur. I'm not a tech guy. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry that it didn't work. You're wonderful, and I will see you later. I don't know why it works for some people and it doesn't for others. Most people leaving and refreshing and coming back is what does it, is what they need. Most of them. Omega. Guys, I'm going to say we're getting towards the end of the night. Not in the way that I am ending stream early, but there's not that many people left on the wheel. There's not that many people in the room. I might go a little faster with some of these than I normally do, or I might just point out a couple things. Hey, Cinder, this is my first piece of homebrew. Whoa! It's probably going to suck. You think so? Also, I just got gifted a sub. Word, shout out to Crazy Moose. Big ups. Yesterday, but you already submitted your piece for non-homebrew last Monday. Let's see. Let's see if it got picked. I don't remember. Your name is very familiar, Omega. So we may have looked at you before. Toil and Trouble. It's a long sword, and it's very rare. It's a long sword and a short sword. Let's see what they do. Legend tells of many iconic duos. Partners who take on the worst of the realm has to offer and live to tell the tale. They face vicious beasts, greatly outmatched, yet come out victorious. With these weapons, you don't need a partner to take on an army. You become the army. All right, cool. I like that. Let's see. Toil and Trouble. Yeah, those are really good names. I agree. Toil is a long sword. Very rare. +1 to attack rolls made with the weapon, but not damage rolls. Interesting. This weapon's attacks count as magical. You don't need to say that. It is a magic weapon. That's redundant. When you hit with this weapon, you can force the target to make a con saving throw. On a failure, the target is primed for 1 minute or until you hit it with trouble. Being primed gives them the following effects. Their movement speed is cut in half. They have disadvantage on dex saving throws. This is way too strong to be something that happens every time you attack. I think it's really cool. This needs to be based on charges. This sword has 3 charges. When you hit a creature with it, you can expend a charge to prime them. While primed, they're under this effect. But just always on, way too strong. There is a body attached to it. I incorporate more or less depending on what my needs are. So if I'm doing a stream where I need to have like torso and arms and stuff to type, I incorporate more. Let's look at what Trouble does. You gain +1 to all attack rolls made with this weapon. Again, it should be attack and damage rolls. It shouldn't just be attack rolls. This has a number of charges equal to 1d4 plus your proficiency bonus. Weapons do not get charges based on you most of the time unless they are very specific weapons. Almost always, they just get a number of charges. They don't grow with you unless the item is designed around growing with you specifically. Usually. These are set daily at dawn. When you hit a primed creature with this weapon, you can choose to expend a charge to make the target explode. I would say, okay, forcing all creatures in a 10-foot radius, excluding you and your allies. Don't exclude you or your allies. Maybe exclude you. Don't exclude your allies. Make a saving throw. The creature hit automatically fails. On a failed save, targets take 2d10 fire damage, or have as much on a success. Scroll down for drawing. I like the idea of these items a lot. I would tone them down a little bit in the terms of the power. And then the other thing that I want to point out, and I don't know if you did this intentionally, but unless you like take the dual wielding weapon feat, you can't wield a long sword in one hand and a short sword in the other. So you can't do the iconic hit with one, hit with the other. Just so you know. I wish you could, but you can't. I think it's neat. I think it's neat. I feel like the charge should be on toil, and trouble should just activate when it hits. I would switch the way you did the charge mechanic. But yeah, I think it's good. I also don't think the main guy should automatically fail the save. I think they should make it a disadvantage. Them's my thoughts. I think it's a very fun idea for an item. I do think that it probably should be 2 daggers so that you can actually dual wield it without needing a feat. Or 2 other light weapons that you can dual wield. But any weapon that doesn't have the light property, you can't dual wield with it. So you couldn't have a big weapon and then a little weapon. You need 2 little weapons. You could look at the Scimitar of Speed for that mechanic. You could. But yeah, not much more to say. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Flavor-wise, very fun. I love the idea of the prime and then the explode. Let's give a round of applause to Omega. Thank you, thank you. Let's spin again. We got Aton. I wanted to make golems available at low-level parties, so I resurrected this guy from an older edition. He fights hard but goes down fast. Glass golem. CR... Is this supposed to be like a magic item that you can summon? It's just a little golem. I love a little golem. Vulnerable to bludgeoning. I also think you should make it vulnerable to thunder. The stats are kind of funny. Negative con is silly. What does it get to make it feel like it's glass? Oh yeah, you can definitely still submit for tomorrow. I usually stop before like an hour before. Yeah. Dylan explained it. Good on you, Dill. Immutable form, magic resistance, magic weapons, shattering pains. The golem cannot use its multi-attack ability if it has less than half its hit points. Alright, that's fine. But that's very... There's a lot of... That's like swarm mechanic, kind of. I'm making cast silent image, color spray, and mirror image. And then it has a slam attack. I'm gonna be honest here. I mean, I think it's fine. I think that it should have less hit points, probably. I don't know. Maybe that's crazy talking. Maybe it's not too less. But my question is, where does the glass come in? If I were you, I like this. I would lean into this, though, and I would probably have it so, like, if it takes a certain amount of damage, there's, like, it like, fractures and maybe, like, deals glass damage, right? Like, shouldn't there be, like, a exploding glass element to this thing? Like, or, like, it leaves dangerous, spiky, like it's hard to walk in the areas that it's hurt. Like... If I called this here's what I mean. Like, if I called this a crystal golem, or I called this an arcane golem, I think you could make it basically the same, and it would be the same. I don't feel like the spellcasting is the move here. I would probably, if you want some spellcasting, keep some spellcasting. There's nothing wrong with it. But I would move away from spellcasting and more into thinking more about glass. So, like, maybe it can stealth really well. Or maybe it can't stealth really well at all, but it's really hard to perceive because it can, like... be like it literally is clear, you know? Maybe in water it's basically invisible. Maybe if it takes damage that is too much, like damage over a certain threshold, it loses part of itself, or it permanently loses some of its stats or AC and deals like splinter glass damage. That's what I would say. But I think it's a neat idea. I just want to see more of the mechanics fleshed out. You know what I mean? Aton, thank you very much. Thank you. Vander says they feel like it should use glass's actual AC in D&D. Oh, that's not a bad idea. There is AC for glass in D&D. Yeah. The other thing that I was going to say about is I wonder if the low AC medium hit points is the move. I'm wondering if the move is high AC, really low hit points, because there is a strength to glass, a hardness to it that exists before that moment of shatter that might be worth leaning into. I don't know. You could. You don't have to. Anyway, thank you, Aton. Next is Gavin. Oh, shoot. It's Gavin. Well, well, well. Look who we have here. Gavon. All right, let's grab you. Let's see if your mic's working. Hey, Gavin, are you going to be able to talk? No? Doesn't seem
Hello?
like it. Oh, hey, buddy, what's up?
Yeah.
Welcome to stream. What are we looking at?
This is a piece I made for my favorite show, Doctor Who, and
You didn't make it public.
I didn't.
Nope.
Change that.
You want to make it public right now?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you a second. Oh, man, guys, you got to make it public. Come on, y'all.
Done.
Done? All right, let's do that. That was very fast. Let's click it again. So a Dalek is an evil trash can with a slime monster inside it that destroys everything and has a plunger that can crack all the codes. I like Doctor. I used to love Doctor Who. I haven't watched it in a while, but I was a big fan for a long time. Let's take a look at it. Challenge rating 3, armor 17, very low hit points. You didn't calculate the hit points correctly. That's just what happened. Do you know how to calculate hit points?
Okay.
Do you want me to tell you how?
Yeah, I do.
So
no, I don't know. Yeah.
So it's fine. So basically, a medium creatures have the size of the hit die is based on the creature. So a medium creature uses D8s. So it would use D8s, not D10s. And then every die it uses, you add the con bonus. So if its con bonus is +4, and it had 5d8 hit points, 5 times 4 is 20.
It would be 20.
So it would be
Okay.
5d8 plus 20. And then the average is the number 0.5. So like the average of a d8 is 4.5. And the reason why it's not 4 is because you can't roll a 0 on a dice. So it's not between 0 and 8, which would be 4. It's between 1 and 8, which is 4.5.
Okay.
I'm gonna let's see. Looks like you got the saving throws done correctly though, which is good. It's resistant to all damages but force, radiant, and psychic. That's pretty cool. Very strong.
So yeah, the Dalek itself can only be hit by some things.
Mm-hmm.
So I just added that feature.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Due to having an outer shell made of metal, they're nearly invincible. I wouldn't call them nearly invincible. Their armor is not as good as plate. I would just.
Well, yeah.
I would just say, you could do things to make them tougher if you feel like you need it to be, but like, you don't. I would change the language a little bit there. Eye stalk. They have an eye stalk on their machine that, if destroyed, will cause permanent blindness. If you are going to give a monster a specific weak spot, you need to include if there are any mechanics involved in targeting the weak spot. So, like, for example, there is a monster that's like a Duragar, where it's like a little guy in a mech warrior suit, and you can target his face as opposed to the suit. And if you do, it's a different AC, and it creates a different reaction. So, like, if they want to target the eye stalk, you need to know, is the AC the same? And how much damage does it take to destroy the eye stalk versus destroying the monster? You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of stuff that I would build into the stat block if I were you. As an action, it can do exterminate. It shoots a ray of blue light out of its eye stalk, which shoots towards a creature. Where's the +5 come from? So one thing, if you don't know, that's fine. There's no right or wrong answers here. I wasn't sure if you had a thought process involved. If you didn't know where it comes from, that's 100% fine.
This when I was really tired.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. So what I would say is, in the same way that hit die work, that like attacks work the same. So attacks for monsters are figured out the same way that they are for characters. So if you want this guy to have a +5 to hit, realistically, you're assuming they're using their dex. because +3 is their dex, and 3 plus their proficiency bonus, which is 2, equals 5. So it's the exact same as if this was just like a player character shooting a crossbow. I would not add the extra +4 bonus here to the damage.
Okay.
Generally speaking, if you use a spell or ability, usually the only time you add the extra bonus damage is if the impact of your skill affects that damage. So, like, it makes sense adding the dex on top of a bow because it's your body that is determining the power of the arrow. If you're shooting a laser beam, it's just a laser beam. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not. It's not really a weapon.
This should probably also get multi-attack. It's only attacking once, so it's like it's not getting that much damage in.
Yeah.
As a bonus action, they can clean off their eye stalk and regain their vision. And they can hover. Let me ask you a question. You have 2 different mechanics here that are tied to the eye stalk. Do you think the eye stalk is the most important part of this monster?
Yes, I think it's the most vulnerable part, at least.
It's definitely the most vulnerable part, but I mean, is it the most important part to emphasize to somebody that might want to use it? Is it the most important part to make the Dalek feel like a Dalek? I haven't watched Doctor Who in a while, but what I remember about the Daleks is that they have their laser cannon, but they also are like very good at hacking machines and like stuff like that. And I feel like their laser eye, I think about way less than like all of the different tech stuff they have going on, or the fact that they're a little slime monster in a chassis and they're not really this chassis. If I were you, I would think about incorporating some of those mechanics in. So, like, for example, what if let me just give you an example. So what if the armor casing, okay? What if instead of it having an AC of 17 and a bunch of hit points, what if it had an AC of 9 and it had 10 hit points? But then it had armored casing. And with armored casing, it has 50 extra hit points. And while it has those hit points, it has an AC of 17. And that represents the armor. So the idea being, once you break through those 50 hit points of the armor, it breaks. And now you are looking at the slime monster inside. Something like that. You know what I mean? Like think about how you want to incorporate that vibe in. Or like, you could also make it where it's like, what if it can just cast the knock spell? The knock spell is basically a way to unlock doors. It's magic, which is a little different than sci-fi, but kind of could fit that vibe. Or like identify, which is like allows you to scan things, you know? I would think about stuff like that and think about how to incorporate them in. Because right now, I think a lot of what you have here works. I just don't think it's enough to make it feel like a Dalek specifically, as opposed to any other alien. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Those are my thoughts. Do you have thoughts? Do you have thoughts, feelings, yearnings?
Not really. I just wanted to see what I could add to it to make it better.
Yeah, I think that calculating hit points and all that bullshit aside, I think the core is you have about half of the core here. I think the other half of the core, not half, you have more. I think you have 2/3 of the core here. I think you need to capture a little bit more of the vibe of the Dalek in terms of some of its other features, whether that is the slime guy inside or some unique mechanics to like engage with other tech. But it's definitely in a solid spot. One of the most important things to think about when you're making homebrew monsters specifically is that you want the stat block, you want the mechanics of the stat block almost to tell a story. It doesn't need to be a complicated story, but you want to be able to look at the mechanics and be like, I understand what this is going to feel like in a story. I understand what this is going to feel like in a battle. I understand what this is going to feel like, or I understand how I could use this in a unique way. And that, thinking about that is going to help you a lot in terms of informing what features you want to give it. Like, what Dalek story do you want to tell in your game? What things would they need to be able to do in order for you to tell that story? Or to create those cinematic moments with your players, you know?
Yeah.
Them my thoughts, Gavin. Any questions before I hang up on you?
No.
All right, buddy. Thank you for the piece. Also, if I remembered any cool Doctor Who quotes, I would make them at you, but I don't. I'm sorry. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Let's give Gavin a little round of applause for the Dalek. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. All right. We have 7 pieces left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I can get through all of them. We're going to try. We're going to try. If a piece is really long, I might skip it. This is me being a person that now just needs to survive the evening, too. Gangamel is next. I'd like to get through all of them. It would be cool if we could, wouldn't it? Cinder! That's me. Thanks for looking at your stealth wizard. You're welcome. This is your second submission. It's the Oath of Law Paladin. There's a bonus magic item. Oh, you know we're not going to look at the bonus magic item. I never look at the bonus content. I never do. All right, let me grab Gangamel. Ahoy hoy.
Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
Good. My time has come.
Your time has come. You rose. You stepped up to the pyre and lay your flesh upon it. Let's see what sort of smoke comes out of the ashes. So this is a Oath of Law Paladin. What is the goal here? What do you want it to feel like?
I guess sort of like I want you to be able to lock down enemies with a sprinkle of interrogation in there.
Okay.
That's kind of the general goal of the subclass.
Cool, cool, cool. I really like the layout also. And I like the
Thank
art
you.
a lot too.
Yes.
What spells do we get? We get Command, Compelled Duel, Hold Person, Zone of Truth, Dispel Magic, Slow, Faithful Hound, Locate Creature, Gaius, and Scrying. I'm hesitant to. If I might pull out Hold Person, maybe. I don't know. Somebody else gave Hold Person to a paladin the other day, and it was fine. I thought, but.
Vengeance Paladins get Hold Person too,
Yeah,
I believe.
yeah, it's probably fine. Ignore me. I think it's fine. I like all of these. I like all of them. I think they're pretty good. I feel like the one thing that I want to point out, which I don't love, but it's opinion. The 13th level spells, neither of them are that good, in my opinion. They might which might be fine, but and this is a little one. I would also argue that these. I think you could replace Gaius with something stronger.
That's probably true. That's probably true. And Gaius is on the Paladin spell list anyways, so I could probably replace it.
I would think about it. There might be a spell that doesn't directly fill out the flavor, but helps sort of give a little bit of a different tone to it that I think.
Wall of Force might work. That might be a good one.
Yeah, Wall of Force. Boom, done. Wall of Force.
I'm doing it now. Can I do it now? I'm doing it.
All right, I'm giving you this option, but to do it now. But normally I ask people not to. Okay.
Yeah.
I really like the fonts you picked. Okay, but let's look at Channel Divinity. We have Righteous Interdict.
Yes.
And Divine Authority. You can use your Channel Divinity to stop the nefarious in there. Are you Israeli?
I am. That's me.
Ah. We've had this conversation before, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. I talked about we had like the Akko Haifa conversation.
Yeah, that was a very good accent. Really good.
Yeah. I'm not good at Hebrew. I'm good at like 3 sentences. I understand it if it's an emergency and people are using like words that are simple. But if you were trying to have a conversation with me, I would just be smiling and not knowing what you were saying.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's so much. I just think of all the food that I miss. Okay. At the start of any creature's, your food is too good. It doesn't make sense. And yet you're all so fit. I don't get it. I think that if I was to live, here's the problem: is that I'm American. I'm not Israeli, so I don't have Israeli powers. So if I was to move to Israel, And I don't really want to move to Israel just because I don't want to live in a country where I don't speak the predominant language because I'm lazy.
Yeah, that's very fair. Yeah.
But if I was gonna live in Israel, I would just get a big chair with wheels, and I would go to every hummus place, and I would just eat hummus in basar until I died.
Yeah.
And then I would wheel and I would get some knafe, and that's it. And I would just have horrible poop, and I would die. That's what would happen. Because I would just be eating hummus and meat and pickled stuff, and then a lot of sweet goat cheese. Oh, it would be terrible, but it was so good. Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the opposite situation as you because I'm Israeli, but I live in America. But that's besides the point. Yeah, we can keep moving.
Do you miss having vegetables taste good?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't do that here.
I know, it's really sometimes they do, but it's rare. You think they do, and then you have them in other places. You're like, I wouldn't. Okay, let's righteous interdict. At the start of any creature's turn, you can use your reaction to move up to your movement speed, say movement speed, towards it without provoking opportunity attacks. Interesting. If the creature is within your reach when you end this movement, you can make a weapon attack against it, reducing its movement speed to 0 until the end of its turn on a successful hit. So, minor thing, I would change the way you wrote this last sentence. After making a weapon attack against it, I would put a period, and then I would say, if the attack is successful, their movement speed is reduced to 0 until the end of their turn. Just a minor thing. I think this is a really interesting channel divinity, though. I like it. I think it's pretty cool. It's one of those ones where it's doing a couple things at the same time, but none of them are crazy powerful. But it also sort of scales with you because of that extra attack. Let's see what the other one is. I think it's quite strong. I think it's sort of it's elusive. It almost looks like it's not that strong, but I think it's quite strong. Divine Authority. As an action, you can use your channel divinity to instill your voice with divine authority for 10 minutes. Okay. For the duration, when a creature hears you ask a question, you can compel it to respond immediately, provided it understands you and can speak. It need not answer truthfully. Cool. But any charisma deception checks it makes has a penalty equal to your charisma modifier. And you can do this 5 times. So, the way that I'm reading it, just to make sure I understand, is you activate it, and it's on for 10 minutes. And within that 10-minute span, you can use this feature 5 times?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I like it. I could see arguments for messing around with like some nitty-gritty stuff, like maybe having them make the charisma check at disadvantage as opposed to doing a penalty. That's neither here nor there. I think the core mechanic of what's happening here is fine. And it's any creature, so it's not just one creature asking 5 questions to. It's like in mode that you activate.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. It's different than Zone of Truth, but it's similar sort of.
Yeah, it synergizes with Zone of Truth because then you can make them the problem with Zone of Truth is that they don't have to answer you; they can just be silent, and this solves that.
Yeah. Vander says that they like the channel divinities, and most paladins they don't like the channel divinities. I think what I like the most that's going on here is that you are covering one of the things that I talked about a lot today. I talk about a lot in general is that you have very limited space in a paladin to make it feel like itself. So when you have 2 channel divinities, you really want to make sure that they're covering a lot of ground.
Yeah.
These are covering a lot of ground. These feel radically different, but also intrinsically connected. And this feels so combat, and this feels so everything else. So I think that they're pretty solid. I could see arguments for people saying righteous interdict is too strong, but I think it's fine.
Yeah,
but
I think considering response for combat,
if somebody pushed
fine.
back on this, they're not being unreasonable. I just think it's mostly fine.
Yeah.
At 7th level, you can use your reaction twice per round, but only once per turn. I don't like that. I wouldn't do that. This is a me thing. This is a me thing. I really don't like features that just give you more reactions. I don't know why. I feel like it's like anything that like adds. There's like one monk subclass that gives you an extra reaction where I feel like it makes sense. If this is really important to you and you feel like the reaction is does a really good job of uplifting the flavor, then you could keep it if you want to. But I would go in a different direction here. I would lean into honestly there should be I feel like this guy should have an aura. They are like a beacon of law, and I feel like there's stuff you could do to represent that. It could be, I know you probably don't want to do stuff that has to do with like lying or things like that, because you already got that basically double covered with the Zone of Truth and the Channel Divinity. But you could do stuff about things being hidden or characters sneaking or sleight of handing. Like you could be like it could be hard for people to like do illicit things around you, or easier to spot or something.
It was
like that.
creatures of your choice within 10 feet of you can't take the hide or like disengage actions or something like that. That was fine. I personally really like the extra reaction though. It lets you use like the protection fighting styles more. It works with the Channel Divinity.
Like, I like being able to if you like it, keep it. That's a me opinion thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
I a lot, and you know where honestly where it comes from is a lot of the time, if an idea is not that thought through, they will an idea like this will be thrown in. So I sometimes associate these with people not thinking it through. But even in that tiny little thing you just said, like it's mostly fine. I don't think it's a huge deal.
Okay.
Let me look at. I want to see what we get at the other levels though. Let's see what we get at Unwavering Pursuit. Your movement ignores difficult terrain, and you have advantage on saving throws against effects that would reduce your speed or knock you prone. You should also have advantage against effects that would move you against your will.
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. Yeah.
Is that enough? Is that good enough for 15th level?
I feel like effects that would reduce your speed includes things like paralyze, stun. There's a lot of things that reduce your speed. So I feel like that's pretty broad, and that's gonna like...
Yeah, that's true. No, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Yeah. All right, I accept. It's strong enough. It's strong enough. I accept. The paralyzed thing I wasn't even thinking about. Yeah, it's a good idea. Okay, let's look at Lawbringer. Oh, it's so nice when we read an avatar state and it's supposed to be an avatar state. You become an avatar of absolute authority, granting you the following benefits. Creatures within 10 feet of you can't deliberately tell a lie. You need to list how long this lasts and also how you activate it also. So like...
Yeah, I was thinking that might be a problem. I did see like there is one paladin, which is Redemption, that get a feature that's always on. And I didn't think these were... I felt like this was fine enough that it could be always on. I didn't feel like it necessarily needed a duration, but I can definitely see...
Let me read the rest of them first, because I didn't realize that was the intention. You have advantage on attack rolls you make during other creatures' turns. You can cast the command spell without expending a slot as a bonus action on each of your turns. If the target succeeds on the saving throw, it's immune. I mean, this feels like an avatar state. It doesn't feel like an always-on one. The Redemption Paladin is the one you said that's always on. Let's just see what they get. You gain resistance to all damage dealt by other creatures. When a creature hits you with an attack, it takes radiant damage equal to half the damage you take, but that's also a quarter of the damage that they dealt. I mean, yeah, I think that the only reason why this works is because it's basically two features, and one of the features kind of makes the other one worse. Like, I think that's with intention. Like, so yeah, creatures are always taking radiant damage back, but that damage is literally quartered because it's half of the damage and you take half the damage. So I think that this works. I think it's just making an avatar state.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll probably make it like an action to last 1 hour. I think that makes sense.
I think that if you make it last an hour, you might want to drop the advantage on attack rolls you make during other creatures' turn. Actually, maybe you don't need to. It's pretty specific.
The thing with those ones is like they the creatures generally have a choice whether they trigger those attacks. Like they have to
Yeah.
move away from you to trigger the attack of opportunity, so they can avoid those if they really feel like it.
Yeah. Oh, somebody pointed out that the redemption avatar also stops if you damage a creature. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I think, yeah, I think it's probably fine. Command being able to command every turn as a bonus action for an hour is a lot. I might make it 10 minutes because of that, but either way, I think it's mostly fine. I really like it. I think it's a pretty solid subclass. For an idea that if it was sold to me differently, I would be willing to bet would come off as very boring. I think you managed to make it not boring, which is pretty hard to do. I think it's easier to make Oath of the Laser Explosion interesting, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you have any questions or thoughts for me before I politely hang up on you?
No, I think we're all good. So thank you for the review. I'll make some changes.
All right, buddy. I really appreciate the call and the time and for sharing it. And also, I don't know how active you are. Are you in my Discord? I guess you're here.
Yeah, I am here. Yes.
I would, if you have a template or something that you use.
I do. I can send this out.
I would encourage you to show. If not give it to people, I would encourage you to show people what is possible and what you did, because it is so. I can't tell you do you have any idea how happy my life would be if everybody formatted their pieces? Oh my god, my life would be so wonderful. But it's very good formatting. I mean, the mechanics are it would be good mechanics regardless of the formatting. But I do just want to underline that too because it's nice.
Thank you.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, guys. There are 3 people in the chat waiting room. There's Gladriel, there's Undine, and there's Vander. Oops, I closed the wheel. Undine. I'm going to be honest, guys. It's almost 2 in the morning. I'm getting tired. I think we're going to put the wheel away. We're going to look at Gladriel's piece. We're going to look at Undine's piece. And we're going to look at Vander's piece. Because they put the time in to show up and fucking sit here for hours with me. And I don't want to let that go to spoiled. They get the prize of being the last people on. And then I'm going to go to bed. And then we'll be back tomorrow night. Let me grab Gladriel. Hey, Glad, what's up?
How's it going?
What are we looking at tonight?
I made a Survivor reference.
Which season?
Not a season in particular, just a concept from the show.
All right, cool. Oh, immunity idol. Okay. A legendary item requires attunement. Does this idol let you pick which person doesn't get to have which say on when you schedule the next session?
That would have been funnier, probably.
This small totem engraved with ritual carvings and runes was once thought lost to the ages. It imbues its bearer with the power to keep themselves alive past their time, and it is also rumored to assist in avoiding unwanted persecution. Cool. While attuned, you get the following benefits: you have advantage on nature and survival checks. It's really a survivor item. That's so funny.
It makes you really good at surviving.
No, I know. I didn't realize that was actually what it was going to do. That's very funny. You're immune to effects that cause disease and exhaustion. I would probably say, I might change the wording of this to say that you are immune to disease and the exhaustion effect. Because if you're immune to effects that cause exhaustion, it kind of makes you immune. Like, there's not a lot of stuff that causes exhaustion, but it will impact those things too. So, like, for example, the spell Sickening Radiance deals a bunch of radiant damage and gives you a level of exhaustion. This would make it so you wouldn't take that radiant damage. I don't know how much that matters to you, but if you care about it, maybe think about it. It's not a huge deal because there's not a lot that does that.
It's an unintended side effect.
Yeah. Again, it's not going to come up that often, but worth thinking about. You age half as quickly as you would normally. You cannot die from natural causes. A creature attuned to the idol has the ability to unilaterally exonerate themselves in any perilous social situation. As an action, you can present the immunity idol to instantly charm creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you for 1 hour. Creatures charmed by you this way must treat you as a trusted friend and ally. After the charm effect ends, you are forcibly unattuned from the idol, and it teleports to a random location on the same plane of existence. I think, first of all, I like this quite a bit. I like the whole thing quite a bit. It's very goofy. It's actually not goofy at all, but it is goofy in how not goofy it is. Well, it also is goofy because it's very reflective of.
Yeah, I tried to make it as seriously goofy as I could.
Yeah, seriously goofy is the greatest thing to shoot for, and I think you accomplished that goal. I think that the only thing that I would really criticize, that I would be like, I think you might need to think about, is this won't matter if it's for your home game, but if the goal is larger things, is putting some limitation on how much influence you have on the charmed creatures, or letting the creatures attempt to make the saving throw again if they take damage or something like that. You know what I mean? Something that doesn't make the charm just automatically on for an hour. Make it so there is a way to break it, or that creatures that it doesn't work on some types of creatures. Something there should be some element of limitation on it. Whether that's like a way to end it earlier, or a way that creatures can be a little bit better against it, or limitations on how much influence you can have against the charmed creatures. I think perma-charming everyone within 30 feet of you for an hour
maybe if you take a hostile action of any kind, the effect ends.
Yeah, I mean, it could even be like if you deal damage, if you attempt to damage or cast a harmful spell against a charmed creature, it ends. It could end on them. It could end on all of them. Something like that. It doesn't need to be a lot. But overall, I really like it. I think it's very, very silly. The other thing is people are gonna use this feature once. So whenever you have an item where a thing just does a thing once, it's okay if it's a little busted. It's okay. Because
that's why I thought it was okay to just automatically make it charm people instead of having a saving throw.
I think it's okay to do the automatic charm. I think there should be a way that the charm can be broken.
Okay. Besides, like, dispel magic or something like that.
Yeah. What's Survivor? Survivor is a TV show that was one of the first reality TV shows, and it was amazing. And
it's still going.
Yeah, but it's not what I want anymore. I haven't seen it. I mean, maybe it is. I haven't seen it in a while. The season that I remember the most was the pirate season, where there was the guy Rupert, and he stole everybody's shoes, and I loved him.
That guy was nuts.
Yeah. All right, man. I don't really have more thoughts on it. I think it's pretty solid. I think it's fun. This is the kind of item that, like, if a dungeon master wants to put it in their game, I think they will be okay with how powerful this last feature is. So this is like you know what I mean? Like, it's not something that like a dungeon master is going to be like, whoops, I didn't realize what this did. Like, they're going to be actively choosing to use this, you know? So I think it's okay for it to be powerful if you don't want to put handicaps or parameters on it.
Well, that is good feedback, in my opinion.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much.
Yep.
That was Gladriel, friends. Gladriel, who is actually Gladihedral, but I call Gladriel. And they've been around for a while too. I think Glad was around back in my Twitch days. Every now and then, one of you pops in that used to be. A handful of you guys have been following me since I was on Twitch, and I had 5 people watching, and I was basically doing this, and it was way less fun because there were only 5 people. All right, next I'm gonna pull in Undine. Vander, you're gonna be last. I hope that's okay. Undine, what's up, buddy? How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. A little sleepy, but
well, I appreciate you hanging out, man. You stuck it to the end.
Uh-huh.
And what are we looking at today? The Oath of Bahamut?
I've been trying to get this one seen for weeks. It is finally going to happen.
All right. So what is the okay? So Bahamut is the the platinum dragon god. They are Atticus Finch. They're the goofy old man with the magical birds that is also a dragon. They're Uncle Iroh. They're a lot of things. What do you want the Oath of Bahamut to feel like? Is the goal to feel like is it to feel like Bahamut? Is it to feel like a dragon? What are we aiming for here?
Okay, to be perfectly honest, I gave this explanation in the last one when I typed it out. But this subclass came from a player who wanted a new paladin subclass after changing from an evil god in a homebrew campaign.
Okay.
And he was converting to Bahamut, and he wanted a new subclass, and he found one with the flavor he wanted, but it was a reskin of a subclass that was already a thing. And so I took the flavor and I have not read anything about Bahamut other than the general know stuff about God of Justice and Old Man.
Yeah.
And I read this and made this subclass based entirely off of it.
Okay, so many are any of these features reflavors of other things? Like it's like sort of a conquest paladin, but different.
Not of anything from Paladin.
Okay,
the 15th level feature is somewhat lifted from a monster stat block, the Lion Drake.
That's fine. Anything can be lifted from anything. I just wanted to know where I just want to know what I'm getting into.
Okay, no, none of them are Paladin feature lifted.
Okay. So I'm going to be looking at this then from the idea of the goal is you are a Justice Dragon Paladin. That's the goal.
Yeah.
Okay.
The things I wanted to go for were Justice and Might. Almost.
Okay, cool. Okay, Chromatic Orb, Heroism. I like Dragon's Breath, Earthbind. Earthbind is interesting because Earthbind is like a spell that would be good against dragons.
Yeah. The god he was converting from was an evil dragon.
Oh, that makes sense. Ashalardan Stride, Spirit Shroud. I am always hesitant to put Spirit Shroud on paladins. It's just like it's you can do it if you want to, but it is the strongest spell.
That's
in a way
Spirit Guardians
can be
you're thinking
very
of.
annoying. What'd you say?
You're thinking of Spirit Guardians.
I am thinking of Spirit Guardians.
I thought about that.
Ignore that feedback. Find Greater Steed, Commune, Summon Draconic Spirit. Yeah, I like all of these. I think Banishment is the only one that I'm like, maybe there's something better here. But if you didn't find anything that you thought, I think Banishment can fit. Spirit Shroud, I just want to remember what it does.
It's similar to Spirit Guardians, but not nearly as powerful.
Yeah.
You won't be dodge dancing with that.
Yeah. If you do change any of these, I feel like the ones that I'm the most like I'm not sure of is Banishment and Spirit Shroud. I don't think any of them like break the bank, but I do think that if there are any other spells, well, there might be, there might not, but if there are other things, or more importantly, if you are interested in looking for other things, those are the two spaces that I would look there. I think everything else is solid. Let me look at the channel divinities. You have Draconic Attunement and a Roar of Victory. Draconic Attunement. As a reaction to taking damage other than bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, you can summon forth Draconic Energy. Excuse me. For the next minute, you regain resistance to the triggering damage type, and you can replace any radiant damage you would deal with the damage type. Okay, now.
Oh, good night, Butt Poncho.
Good night, Butt Poncho. You're wonderful. I love how international our little community is, and I always forget until I talk to people, and they all have like wonderful accents. Okay. I like this medium. I wonder. Oh, man, I almost want to. I need to look at something. Give me 1 second. I almost want to suggest something that I don't know if it's a good idea, and I just need to check something. Devotion. What the fuck do you get? It's attack rolls. Okay, this is what I was thinking. I don't know how I like this a lot. I think it's mostly fine. Part of me feels like there is a weird thing that happens where it's like, if a creature deals a damage type, more often than not, it is immune to that
resistant
damage
to
type,
it. I thought about that too. And I left it the way it was, partially because I couldn't think of anything else, but also because this opens the door for your teammates to hit you with something that you would then gain resistance to. and be able to replace your smite with.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. So like somebody could blast you with like a sacred flame.
Yeah.
If you need to
although sacred flame wouldn't be the one, but yeah.
No, but if you
oh,
needed
like, the resistance,
if you needed resistance to radiant. Okay, I see that. Because the other option that I was gonna say is, I don't know if this is too strong or not, but instead of it replacing any radiant damage you could deal, you could have it so long as you are resistant to this damage, or for the minute, once on each of your turns, you deal an extra 1d4 damage of that type.
Yeah.
Something like that could work also. I wouldn't go much higher than an extra 1d4 because getting resistance to any triggering damage type for a minute is pretty strong.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
I like it, yeah. Roar of Victory. As an action, you release a wave of draconic energy empowering your allies and restraining your enemies.
Not the actual effect.
No,
I just need to find a new word for it.
We'll think of one in a second. Allies within 30 feet of you, including you, gain inspiration. While enemies within 30 feet of you make a con saving throw. On a failed, they are incapacitated until the beginning of their next turn. The inspiration granted this way fades at the end of combat. I think this is a little too strong. I want to point out two things here. Incapacitated basically is you're losing a turn.
Yeah, that's why I made it until the beginning of their turn, so it's just losing a reaction without saying losing a reaction.
Oh, I missed that. I thought it was until the end of their next turn. I'm sorry, I missed that. So they're just losing their reaction, really. Okay. So what I'm going to say, though, is that, which is you're not going to love, is that if you're just using for your home game, this doesn't matter. But inspiration doesn't mean anything. I mean, it is the name of an ability that a bard has, but if you gain an inspiration, there is a lot of information that's missing there. What is it? Like, what die is it? What can it be used on? Like, all of that.
When I said inspiration, I was referring to inspiration as in, like, when the DM gives inspiration, where you can roll it and get advantage on one roll.
Oh. I would come up with a new name to make it a distinct thing.
I should specify, but that is literally what it's called.
So I would say, no, I understand what inspiration is. I'm saying you should not call this inspiration. I'm saying you should call this something different, and you can use inspiration as like a base of what it is. But I would do something like I would call it probably like if you call it Roar of Victory, fine, and then say allies within 30 feet of you are inspired with draconic might, and enemies are lament with fear. Period. Any ally that is inspired with the draconic might. Can re-roll an attack roll ability check or whatever they make within the next hour or something.
So essentially write out the mechanic. That way to separate it from the actual feature.
Yeah. You can also, if you do write out the mechanic, it gives you wiggle room to make it more specific in some ways if that's a thing you want to do. If you don't care about doing that, that doesn't really matter. But yeah, I would write it out just to make it really clear. Because the other thing is inspiration is sort of like it's one of those things that like
area.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like it doesn't even it just doesn't show up in every game, so you don't want to assume that everybody has a clear understanding of what it is, even if you should. Like it's sort of like feats. Like there's plenty of people that play D&D and they're like, of course feats are a part of the game. Technically, they're technically like optional, and a lot of people have no idea what the fuck they are. So you don't want to assume too much. Like if you were going to give a feature, if you were like going to be like, you gain the Tavern Brawler feat as a class mechanic, I would say the same thing. I would say write out what it does.
Okay.
And one of the benefits of writing out what it does is, are you familiar with Hunter S. Thompson?
No.
So Hunter S. Thompson was a crazy journalist, and he has some amazing movies made about him and some books. He basically would do things like Rolling Stones pay one of the famous ones is called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. He was basically paid to be a journalist covering like a big dirt bike race, and he wrote a book about it. And basically he just like went on a drug-fueled road trip to Las Vegas and like wandered around in a drug-induced stupor for a few days. Instead of like doing his job, and then wrote that book. But what he did to become a good writer was he just took books that he loved and he typed them out. He typed out The Lord of the Rings. He typed out all of the, a lot of like Hemingway. He typed like, and something about looking at how a mechanic works and then writing it out in your own way does something to your brain where it like makes you remember sort of the way to think about writing mechanics more. So it's always a good exercise to do. Okay, that was a bit of a tangent. Let's see. Aura of Justice. You emanate an aura that demands impartial justice for all who would walk with you. You and any allies within 10 feet of you gain immunity to the charm condition and advantage on insight checks. Immunity to the charm condition feels like a lot, but
it is powerful.
That might be... Is there a reason why you didn't just go with like advantage on saving throws against being charmed? The thing is you already get your aura of defense already basically gives you a bonus on saving throws against being charmed. I feel like if you're gonna give immunity to charm, I would probably drop the advantage on insight, but I like the advantage on insight a lot more.
The main reason I gave immunity to charmed, honestly, was because I couldn't give immunity to frightened, because I think paladins get that later.
Yeah. I would not give immunity to charmed. I would play around with something else here. You could even do something like if you want to leave into the dragon stuff, you could talk about like there could almost be like a treasure finding element, or a secrets revealed element. I'm not exactly sure, but I would think about it a little bit. I like the advantage on insight checks though. I like that. Devotion already gets charm immunity. Oh, there you go. So that's another thing. Is devotion, what do they get? They get charm immunity, you said? Yeah, that is...
Oh, yeah, you can't be charmed while you're conscious. Okay.
Yeah, and it's single, and it's just you. So this is like a lot. This is too strong.
Okay, I'll definitely switch out the charmed then.
We get Dragon Fear at 15th. You can invoke the primal fear of all creatures have of true dragons. As an action, you roar, forcing each creature of your choice within 15 feet of you and aware of you. I would say 15 feet of you that can hear you. I don't think you need to be aware of you. I think you just be able to hear the roar. Make a wisdom saving throw, become frightened of you for 1 minute. If they fail to save by 5 or more, they are stunned. They can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of their turns. And when you use if I were you, I would make the range of this a lot bigger. And I would make it once a day.
Okay.
I would make the radius of it like 30 feet minimum.
Okay.
Giant, like a true roar.
Okay, put it back to what it started at, because that's what it started at, and I reduced it because I thought it was too powerful too large for the effect it was having.
I think if it's once a day and the stun only lasts I think the way that I would do it is here's how I would do it. I would make it a bigger radius. I would make it once a day. I would make the frightened condition last a minute, but the stunned secondary condition only last a round.
Okay.
And let's look at Draconic Form. You sprout wings. You get a fly speed. It's a bonus action lasts a minute. Okay, you get a fly speed of 60. You're resistant to all damage except for those types. Opposite barbarian. Which is fun. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks.
It's the breath from...
With the breath.
Yeah. Dragonborn, but hits harder. Actually, I think it just hits the same amount as hard, given the level.
Yeah. I would clarify. Maybe it's fine. Maybe saying one of your attacks is enough, but this should definitely be a once a turn feature. Like you shouldn't be able to replace all your attacks with it.
I took pretty much the exact wording they had in Dragonborn.
Okay, cool. Then it's good.
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty solid Dragon Paladin. I don't have a lot more feedback other than whatever I said while we were going through it. Yeah, overall looking back, I feel pretty strongly that the aura probably is what needs the most work.
Yeah, it was the hardest thing to do anyway. And I copped it out at the end anyway.
We all have to cop out a little bit. Yeah, lean into like the dragon's wisdom and like the dragon's wisdom and like extra sight. Like maybe you have some sort of ability to like see through illusions better, or to see magic. But I don't know, because dragons have super sight. A lot of them have true sight. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Do you have any final questions, thoughts, things you want me to yell?
No, not really. I'll see you.
All right, buddy. Thank you for the piece. He hung up. Good man. All right, guys, it's time for Vander. Hey, Vander, what's up, man?
Hey.
How's it going, buddy?
Not too bad.
Well, I appreciate you being the anchor tonight.
Hey, it's what I'm here for.
So we're looking at a
Don't worry.
corrupted soul sorcerer?
Yeah, I'm gonna make everybody else look a million times better compared to mine.
All right, so what is the goal of this?
I like sorcerer because the idea that a lot of their bloodlines are descendant from creature types, or at least that's the general theme I get when I read through the subclass.
For sure.
Like Aberrant Mind is aberration, Clockwork is construct.
So we're going like
Mindset.
fiendish. So this is the fiend
Yeah.
sorcerer. Got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. I took Divine Soul and said, corrupted soul.
So we get so we either go devil, demon, or Yugoloth, and does that determine anything other than our spells?
Pretty much just the spells.
Cool. Okay. We get Hellish Rebuke, Suggestion, Glyph of Warding, Charm Monster, Banishment, Banishing Smite, interesting. Searing Smite, Branding Smite. This is a very melee sorcerer. Summonless Demon, Wall of Fire, Immolation. Detect Magic, Hold Person, Blink, Dimension Door, Flame Strike.
The intent was that devils are more like utility, demons are more offense, and then Yugoloths are more
contract.
Honestly, yeah. I had a friend help me with Yugoloths, and we
I
basically
like the Yugoloth options.
Oh, good, because I was
Flame
like,
Strike is the only one that I'm not completely sold on.
I was trying so desperately to find a 5th level spell that fit Yugoloths, and I promise you that was the closest I could find.
Yeah, no, I believe you. I just want to hunt for half a second, too.
Yeah. Yugoloth, we basically said, was basically your demon bounty hunter types, since they all, like, are basically contract devils.
Yeah.
You can buy them.
I love Yugoloths. They're really fun.
They're very underused.
They have some very weird abilities.
Fun fact, one of my first ever submissions was a monster type called the Nephilim, or the Elohim. Not sure if you remember it or not.
I remember every single thing I've ever seen ever.
Right. It's basically a 4th fiend type, descendant from divine beings for my homebrew game. And there was a 4th option for that on here, but to make it fit for standard 5e, I removed it and just left it at that.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you 2 suggestions. I'm gonna give you 2 suggestions. Don't need to listen to me if you don't.
Go for it. Go for
somebody
it.
said hold monster. I disagree with hold monster. I mean, it could be hold monster, but we already getting hold. We're getting stuff earlier. I would look at contact other plane.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And modify memory.
I like contact other plane because that implies that you're negotiating a contract with another.
Yeah. You're beseeching. Yeah. Okay. No pressure, but think about it. All right, let's dive into the mechanics. Taint the lower planes. Don't. You can take away this N. Whenever you put the word, you only need the AN when the word after that is starts with a vowel. So when a creature within 30 feet of you makes a saving throw or attack roll, you can use your reaction to roll 2d4 and subtract it from the roll, possibly turning a success into a failure. This is the opposite of the Divine Soul, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm glad he picked up on that. It is just point for point.
That is cool.
The inverse.
Is that it across the board?
Not quite, but I kind of went with that and then did its own thing later on.
Yeah, I think that could work. Okay. Is that enough though at first level? Is that that's the only thing we're getting?
Considering Favored by the Gods is a 2d4 for yourself, and the fact that you can use this on any creature to force a failure, pretty much, because 2d4 is
Divine
not
Soul
weak.
also gets they learn cleric spells.
Oh, they do. That's right.
That's the main feature. Is they get the whole cleric spell list.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we need something else. So here's what I suggest. I don't know what would make sense because I'm not sure. I don't think there is an evil spell list that is that different than just the sorcerer one.
I mean, maybe Warlock.
Yeah, but there's not a lot. Like I'm sure you can find some warlocks. I'm sure you can find some warlock specific spells. I think that this needs something else at first level. It doesn't even need to be at first level. This is actually what I would do. Do it like a shadow sorcerer. So you get this at 3rd level, this at 1st level, and then some other thing that you build into this feature that activates at 3rd level and maybe ties into sorcery points. That's one route to go.
Okay.
Another route to do it would be to... Like, demons and devils and Yugoloths all are a little different, but they all have resistance to, like, poison and fire, I think. Some of them might be immune, some of them might be immune, whatever. Maybe find a couple features of, like, them as existing things that you get here, too. So, like, maybe, like, getting 2 damage resistances at 1st level would be reasonable, I think, if it was, like, poison and fire.
Weirdly enough that you mentioned that, wait until the final ability.
Okay, cool. But something else at 1st level. I don't know what.
Okay. I like the idea that there's something that's dependent on the fiend type that you chose earlier.
That makes sense. You could even do it where it's like, it could be related to a skill. It could be related to, like, you could do, you know, devils get persuasion, demons get intimidation, Yugoloths get deception, whatever. So, you know, you could do shit like that if you wanted to. You got a bunch of ideas. It could be roleplay.
Maybe an AC bonus.
Yeah, it could also be more
maybe
chunky,
an AC
though.
bonus.
An AC bonus, something like that could work.
Yeah.
You could also, I mean, if you want to lean into that, if you want to lean into them being battle guys, what you should do is you should get it so you know mage armor at 1st level. It doesn't count against the number of spells you know. And when you cast mage armor, it gains some additional feature based on if you're a devil, demon, or Yugoloth.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'd go with that. When you make an attack roll, saving throw, this is 6th level, Hellish Bargain. When you make an attack roll, saving throw, or skill check after you roll, but before the result is determined, you can use your reaction to spend 1 sorcery point to expend a hit die and roll it and add the result to potentially turn the failure into a success. You can do this a number of times equal to your charisma modifier per long rest.
The idea is that you're kind of like drawing from your own life force and offering it up to give you an edge.
Yeah. I think I like it. It's not.
I like it too. I wanted to go with that.
I almost want it to be crazy. Like I want. Here's what I'm gonna say. Sorcerers have a couple subclasses have really big jumps between features. So for the sorcerer, we get something at 6. We don't get anything else till 14. So in most games, we're ending at 6. So because of that, I think that it's pretty important that one of the 1st level features or the 6th level feature is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, with the Shadow Sorcerer, it's the summoning of the shadow thing. With the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, it's the being able to use sorcery points to cheaply cast your telekinesis spells, just your mind, stuff like that. Like, it's usually 6th level, or it's sometimes it's 1st level, but it's usually 6th level. With the Divine Soul Sorcerer, it's the being able to summon cast cleric spells. So I think that bargain works, but I think that if you can't think of another thing at 1st level that's going to really make it so the 3 of them answer the question of, like, what does this feel like, and maybe it is that armor thing, then I think Hellish Bargain probably should go in place of something more distinct and evocative, because it is fine. It's just not super. It's not pulling enough weight on its own in the current iteration.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you add another thing at 1st level that pulls a little bit more flavor weight, I think it's fine.
Okay. The other idea that I had for it was that instead of you applying it to a skill, you apply it to damage roll. So you give up your own vitality to deal more damage to a creature with a melee attack, kind of emphasizing that melee roll.
That could work. Something like that could work.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of you got a lot of options. You got a lot of options.
And this is just an aside. I personally, as a DM and player, love abilities that utilize hit dice because they're so rarely used.
I think when done well, it's a really good thing. I always. It's another thing where it's like I just get my haunches up because I've been burned so many times. I have seen so many poorly executed blood casters.
Yeah.
And they all use hit die in ways that are so broken. They it doesn't work out. They just make broken casters. So I'm into it too. I just want to see it done well, you know? All right.
Oh,
Let's look
yeah,
at
for
14th.
sure.
Creatures within 10 feet of you have disadvantage on saving throws to resist charm or fear from the spells you cast. That's very... Oh, my light just turned off. That's very fun. I like it. I almost don't think that you need to do anything to it. I think it's fine. I like it.
Cool. Cool. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, the range is what makes it balanced, and I think it's solid. Yeah, I like it.
I wanted it to be really useful, primarily in social encounters.
Yeah, or very riskily useful.
For
All right,
sure.
let's look at this 18th level feature that you told me I would be interested in. Apotheosis of Anathema. I'm so bad at words.
Fancy words.
I'm
Fine.
bad at them. As an action on your turn, you can spend 5 sorcery points to erupt in hellfire and unleash your inner fiend for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is a while. All right, I accept. Your appearance changes completely into that of a fiend. You gain the following benefits. Fly speed equal to your movement speed. You become immune to one of the following damage types. Alternatively, you become resistant to 2 of them. Cool, I like that. Whenever a creature drops to 0 hit points within 30 feet of you, you can use your action to steal its soul and gain temporary hit points equal to half your sorcerer level.
Alternatively, you can regain a sorcery point.
Yeah. Okay, here's the issue. Here's the issue. I think this works well. But I think that in the same sort of way that you are thinking that if you did like an armor, like a mage armor that had slightly different feelings, I feel like your choice should affect the 18th level feature a little bit.
Yeah.
So what if this soul stealing thing, like what if the top 2 were the same? And then what if the bottom one was a little different depending on whether you were demon, devil, or Yugoloth?
Yeah.
I would think about that.
Okay. So, like, each one has their own rule. One is offense, defense, and then utility.
Yeah, like I feel like demon. What's a demon wasting its time with temporary hit points? They're just like, that's not what they do.
Just do more damage.
Yeah, do more damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, I overall I think it's pretty solid. I genuinely do think though, like everything works. What is missing is there's a punch missing somewhere. Somewhere between first and 6th level, there's a punch missing. And I think when we get that punch, you'll be in a good spot.
Yeah. I just love the idea of like the sorcerer transforming into their ancestor. So it's one of the reasons Aberrant Mind is my favorite, and I just totally wanted to steal the Sailor Moon transformation. Basically, transformation abilities I just love.
I like
in
them
general.
too. I like them too. It's part of why I have to push back against them, because if you love something, you don't want to see it overdone, you know? When I was when I was in college, I was studying writing and education, and I've always loved monsters and fantasy and sci-fi, and I refused to let myself write anything science fiction throughout all of college. Because I was like, everyone in my class was writing these horrible sci-fi fantasy stories, and it just pissed me off, and I was like, you're taking monsters and making them dumb. Like, I need to learn how to write people before I can write monsters. And then it just turned into I never really wrote any monster stories. So maybe I was wrong.
Yeah.
But whatever.
I feel that I went to college for education in English too.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
Simple minds. Yeah. We're simple and we're brilliant. Any final thoughts, questions, points?
No, I think you did pretty good. The only question I have is more concerning what I should submit next. Do you want the Sand Viper Rogue or the Godless Cleric?
Sand Viper Rogue, no question.
Okay, cool. All right, that's pretty much it that I wanted. So,
all right, buddy. See ya.
See ya.
I almost blocked him. That was an accident. Oh my goodness, guys. That was a long fucking stream. Friends, I will be back tomorrow night. But we are going to be ending for tonight now. If your piece did not get looked at, I am so sorry. But I hope I hope that we'll get to look at more of your pieces in the future. I am so tired. And I cannot wait. Can't wait. 1 second. Let me make this so this is gonna work. I'm really excited for tomorrow, and hopefully tomorrow will be a lot of fun. And you guys are the best. Have a good night. I love you. Get home safe, and don't forget to tell your pets nice things. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it. Thank you.